All right, this is it. Rainbow Six Siege at the Esports World Cup begins today. Let's go. $2 million prize pool, crazy amount of money. You've got last year's winners here to defend their crown. The best teams in the world, the biggest underdogs, they all want the trophy. Who's gonna take it? The journey begins right now. Put your foot down, brother.
I couldn't have put it any better myself. The journey, it starts now. The campaign to crown themselves champions. Who are themselves? 16 teams from around the globe have converged here in Riyadh, prepared to show us what Siege X means at the highest level of competition. Hello and welcome to EWC. My name is Manik, and joining me here on the desk for the Siege stream, Fellow and Crow for their first time in studio. How are we feeling, Crow?
Awesome. Like you said, this is like our first, we've done mini lands, collegiate stuff. This is our first like proper in-person event, and it's been awesome so far. Like everyone's been so nice and helping us prep for it. I'm excited.
It feels so surreal that we've come full circle. Like we did EWC last year, but it was online, and now coming in here in person, it's just such a different vibe. It's been amazing to be here, like Harrison said, and every single land we do, it's always a nice reminder of how short you are, Harrison. Without fail.
Wow.
Without fail.
You've been dealt a shot.
You haven't dealt a shorthand, literally.
Dude. My mom's 5'2", what can I say?
Yeah. Okay, well, fortunately, you actually can't see the teams behind me and Fellow. So, Fellow, how about we just take one little step to the side, and you can see the wonderful teams behind us preparing for the first matchup here at EWC. Of course, best of ones to kickstart this tournament. Then once we get to the nitty-gritty, we get to best of threes. But I do just want to ask you straight off the bat, obviously we've got a reigning champion back here. Falcons are looking pretty dangerous, pretty prepared for this one.
And they were just this short of winning the EML as well. I think they've got a lot of great potential. And starting off with Team Secret, it's kind of a grudge match because they played during Stage 1 so frequently.
Anything from you?
Not only were they so close to winning EML, they were this close to being world champs at SI. And so not only they lose that, they lose EML, they're back here where they've won every single time. I'm sure they're happy to be home. Yeah,
look, I feel as though they feel at home here after so many unbelievable matches from them. But of course, there is a wider thing at play here, the Club Championship. Let's go ahead and take a deep dive into it.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million. With the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
It feels very fitting that we get to bring all teams together under one roof across so many titles. The fact of the matter is, $27 million as a prize pool outside of the competition here, Co. It's nuts.
Yeah, you know, especially for Rainbow Six 2, outside of the official circuit, this is all just bragging rights and prize money. And so I know there's a lot of teams here who their main goal is just to make playoffs, because the bump from just winning even one game, I think you get 25 grand for showing up. Just winning one game, you go to 50. Just for surviving day 1 and going to day 2, you get to 75K.
It's crazy.
So there's a ton of money on the line.
What kind of teams are you looking out for? Do you have an organization in mind?
Ooh, I mean, Falcons is kind of the obvious go-to here, but in terms of a general aspect as well, I think NA have been kind of a sleeper region as a whole. They've gotten really close to breaching past that top 8, top 6 position internationally, and this could be an event where they maybe even end up winning and having an upset.
Look, one of my favorite things about this event is actually the trophy, the way that it's presented, the way that it interacts with the game. Let's go ahead and have a look.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The game trophy. When a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
And like I said, by far one of my favorite trophies. And that's saying something. Crow, we have a number of incredible trophies in Siege.
Yeah. Especially, not to pat ourselves on the back, but coming from us, we have some crazy trophies. I mean, name a single esports trophy that is as long-standing and iconic as the SI Hammer. So for us to be like, dude, this trophy's freaking crazy, that's high praise.
Do you enjoy the way that the keys interact with the teams as well? The way that we can crush them, it feels so visceral.
I remember watching chess just a few days ago as well for EWC, and Magnus Carlsen winning that event, having so many long-standing rivals like Nakamura, Faruja, beating them all at the same time and then adding their keys in. It just felt like such a great moment accumulating around all of EWC and chess. Same thing for Overwatch as well.
Yeah, well, we've given a bit of a wider scope. How about we start to dive into Siege itself and talk about the format, start to decide how this will actually play out. Because, of course, across 5 days, I believe it is, there's a lot to play for. 16 teams enter. However, once we get to phase 2, that's when things get down to the wire. That's when things get vicious. And, fellow, I feel as though the double elimination is a perfect way to set up what will be kind of the championship run.
And it's interesting how, you start with best of ones, which are a lot more vibe focused, because you don't have as many rounds to understand, what the team's play style is going to be and how you can adapt to that. Then going in a best of 3s for map bans, that's really how you get your comfort maps and try to bounce back when losing that first BO1 series.
What are your thoughts?
There's a lot of teams, too, that we've seen in both international events and domestically who are either BO1 merchants and then get to playoffs and just crumble, or teams who really struggle in the group stage, just barely make it to playoffs, and then wipe the floor in the longer format BO3s.
Of course, a really important factor, grand final being a best of 5 as well. Like, you can't fluke your way to being a champion here, which obviously that is what everyone is kind of looking forward to, is the fact that, like, the main stage here is absolutely incredible. Like, obviously behind us, this is just where we start things. This is the groups. This is where we just look at it. But the fact of the matter is we have 16 teams. Let's start talking about them a little bit more, deep dive into what we can expect from some of these big, massive names in the Siege scene. Fellow, when you look at this graphic, what name sticks out to you the most?
I mean, all of Brazil to start. Fury and FaZe just trading blows, winning world championships, winning majors back-to-back. G2 having a surprise comeback as well. They did really well at SI just a couple months ago back in February, but before that, they really weren't qualifying for much, or when they did, they were getting groups, so it's really impressive to see them back at the top of Europe.
I think it's also pretty surprising that, for a couple teams in here, like OXG making it, when at the beginning of the NAL stage, we all thought M80 was going to be a powerhouse roster. They missed out. Earlier this season, when we saw it reload, Liquid and Loud missed out, and Nip comes back on this resurgence. Also really good to see, Waybo, the Bleed guys, back in form, back in a LAN, and they made top 8 last year at EWC. So I'm also really excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, I think from an APAC representative, obviously it's close to my heart. Waybo will be a team to look out for. EP, for those of you who don't know what Enterprise can do, they are obviously probably the least experienced team at this entire event. They will come in with only one player who's ever made it to an international LAN. However, BNK Furex as well. Like, for me, I'm sorry, they are like the Korean super team at the moment. Things will change, obviously, as this tournament goes on. How much pressure do you think there are on the specific regions? Which region is kind of probably the most highlighted at the moment?
I feel like APAC has a lot of pressure on it for sure. North America as well, because we've seen a lot of inconsistency from both those regions. Like Bleed, for example, now turned into Waybo. They've always made it to that LAN environment, but have always been so inconsistent against those top regions. Now they have a second chance. And didn't you mention just beforehand, Harrison, how they've only placed extremely high at the Esports World Cup?
Waybo, yeah, Waybo, when they were Bleed, actually the only, and they've been to a lot of LAN events. Since their inception, they've only missed 2.
Yep.
They have only ever made top 8 at EWC. Every other LAN they've been to, they fall out, and they've been 2-0 before in these Swiss stages, and then lose 3 in a row and just crumble in that final BO3. So the fact that they do the best, you know, quote unquote, as we've seen, they kind of do the best at EWC. Yeah. I'm excited to see if they can repeat.
Well, I hope, as an APAC fan, that they can. I also, just like a missing team that have, you know, kind of been a little bit off the radar for the last 6 months. It'd be nice to see them back in action. Speaking about action, I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than this. A $2 million prize pool. That is just absolutely absurd. Crow, you were talking about before, like just to win a game, you pretty much double your prize pool. But then after that, it just keeps getting better and better. Yeah,
25 to 40 and then 40 to 75. And it's like every single game you win, you're almost doubling your earnings. So there's that there's that added pressure of, you know, we're not just playing for a trophy. We're playing for like potentially life-changing money.
I'm sure you can hear it coming through the mics. We've obviously got 6 teams here at the moment. We've got 3 streams running simultaneously, so there is a lot of action going. What would you do with the money? I'm going to throw you under the bus.
Bro, just put me on the spot like that. Maybe I would move back home. You know, I've been feeling really homesick lately. You know, I recently moved in with my partner not too long ago, living in Dallas, and it's just such a change from where I used to live. And this being like our first international event as well, I feel like it'd be so much more fun to travel around as well with that kind of money. Just kind of live life. True. You know, experience the world.
Yeah, I mean, we are experiencing the world right here in Riyadh. It's absolutely incredible. The heat, maybe I could go without, but honestly, the care that is taken for the teams, the players, all of us as well, it's just been absolutely incredible. But one thing we can start to, I guess, dissect a little bit more is how these teams are actually going to perform, how we're going to expect them to make their way through the bracket, because obviously the way the groups work, they're split into 2 separate brackets, A and B. There's a lot of discussion about both. Generally, we will see like a group of death, if you will, but it doesn't feel like there is something that is so stark at the moment, Craig.
No, right now it feels, especially Group A, feels pretty evenly matched. For the top teams, none of them look like they have a free ride through. Conversely, in Group B, there's one team that, if we end up seeing the bracket, there's one team that may have a free ride.
Yeah, we'll talk about them a little bit later. Shopify Rebellion. I mean, you know what? I'm not even going to set the context here because I've got 2 North Americans on the desk with me. I would not do it the value that maybe you would, fellow. What is this roster expected to do, especially here?
By far one of the most consistent rosters we have in North America right now. Yes, SSG did end up winning the NAL, and yes, Shopify Rebellion are technically 3rd, but around the core structure of Canadian as IGL being on those impactful shield ops and having all these consistent gunners like Spoy, like Ambi, even in moments where those top fraggers are gone, Rexit and Surf have popped off several times on game day. Just having such a consistent structure around someone like Canadian, that gives them the respect to go far in events like this. And against Waybo, that'll be a really interesting matchup because they haven't really played that much against one another. So it could be a definite like big change in terms of pacing from what they're used to regionally.
Yeah. Especially too, you know, going from Asia to now playing an NA team and what we like to call the Shopify problem, where if you get an opening pick, if you kill Ambi or Spoit, who are usually the first ones forward, you still got to deal with Surf and Rexin coming up the back line. Canadian is smart enough that he still has that clutch ability, and if he dies first, well, now he gets to micromanage 4 of the best fraggers in NA, and Ambi, who might be, I don't know if this is a hot take, who might be a top 3 player in the world right now. He has been insane, and it's crazy to think about the fact that when this game came out, he was like 9 years old, and he's now a top player.
The thing is, when you look at the regional performance from Ambi, you are 100% correct. He is amongst the best, but when we get to the international stage, that's when we start to, I guess, decipher between the two. Waybo, obviously, the opponents of Shopify, currently staring right down the barrel at them. I think that Waybo have this interesting take where, like, we haven't really seen them do a whole lot in the last 6 months. They didn't make it to Montreal. They kind of, in a way, made it to SI, and it was not a good look for them whatsoever. But moving on from that, they've looked a lot better. They had, obviously, Elevate, who they had to go up against against as a Brazilian roster, a LATAM roster. But Crow, it does feel as though there is a good opportunity here for Waybo to kickstart this, remembering it is a simple best of one. That is all we have on the cards. It's a scary prospect, but we kickstart here on Chalet.
Thank you so much, Rob. And John, he's absolutely right. Waybo look fierce. Coming off that original Bleed roster, you know, they departed with Turd for a bit. They've got him back with Hoven and Reaps, this kind of like three-headed dragon. But now you add in Speakeasy, who has been a top fragger in the region for, what, 8-9 years? Forever, basically. Seemingly forever. And then Ape, one of the most frag-centric supports. I love Mentalist. I love Asfi. I loved watching those guys play, but this is a different level of firepower.
This could be a match more focused on the fundamentals of securing kills rather than pocket strats. You see a lot more of that on a best-of-3 environment where you're able to tailor what maps you want to play on, not because you're just good at them like Chalet for Shopify and Waybo, but also maps your opponents aren't the best at. So seeing how Waybo start with the aggressive playstyle Shopify like to establish with how well their fraggers are, both in the support role and the entry role, could be really interesting. And we have a very kill-centric objective for round number 1. Office and Master, you are almost always inclined to roam, either heavily extending by mezzanine or playing downstairs to stop Vert, and I think for this round, Shopify are doing a little bit of both, using the Azamian Castle to create really strong choke points, and Waybo, they've got plenty of clear to deal with that utility, and a Ying on Hoven.
Yeah, and Hoven on the Ying is something that he plays a lot domestically, even back with the old roster when Mentalist and Asfi were in the picture. He's a pretty mean Ying. Something else we got to talk about is, you know, as people who haven't casted Asia in a while, and for newer viewers, Reaps on Flores is a pretty new development. He used to be the guy on Ashe, the guy on Zoe, the guy who was going to walk in and kill 4 people or die first, and he's kind of evolved into this cut player playing Lion DMR, Flores, Nomad, and the role transition has actually been surprisingly smooth for him.
I feel like it's good to have someone formerly experienced in entry be on the cut. DMRs right now are really strong in the game. Having someone else who's consistent on the entry is really impactful, but the quick breach in from Waybo instantly shut down 3 kills back to back to back for Shopify. No more cut control, and the Ying of Hoven, he just gives up. That's case control forfeit as well on the site, Harrison.
And Lily, maybe a missed timing from Waybo, the push coming in before the Ying Candela's detonating. Reaps does get 1 back for his team. He's looking for the second, but misses the cross from Rexen. Instead, having to satisfy at 1 HP. Now a 2 versus 4. Hoven still on the roof, needs to duo with Reaps now soon. I think he's just holding the cut from slant through piano window, waiting for a cross, as Reaps continues to try and creep up to this wall. He's got head holes to work with, but I bet SR, they're going to be ready for it. There's about a minute and a half, so there is plenty of time for Waybo to try and recollect themselves and decide how they want to push this and make a push happen. But a team like Shopify, I just don't see them giving them these freebies.
Shopify is a very disciplined team. They've got a good site structure right now in the final minute of this round. Good cross held between Spoin Canadian and Surf, still in piano behind Akiba. They don't have any utility left to deal with this. Reaps might have 1 Rotero drone the second that goes off. Shopify, I imagine they'll just try to aggro all 3 people, and now it's just 1 left in Ivy.
Looks like Rexen holding the long angle, takes the head off Reaps, and Shopify Rebellion with a dominant round number 1. I like the idea from Waybo, right? You're starting the game. This is a strong NA opponent. You want to set the pace, but again, I think just the missed timing with the Ying was the big problem there, and Shopify Rebellion obviously incredibly ready for that.
Seems like for Waybo, they were just trying to catch Shopify off their game, go for something explosive, go for something fast, get the early tempo, the early round win on Chalet attack, which is extremely impactful for this map. And Shopify were not caught off guard by it whatsoever. They were a lot more focused on just bunkering the site, you know, keeping good fundamentals of holding crosses, playing trades, and staying further back, making those Ying Candelas, I know it was mistimed, but making them not as impactful to take space because Shopify were kind of allowing for Waybo to enter in the site without full control, and it punished them quite heavily for doing something like that.
And then, like you mentioned, when it came to that 2v4, 1, Shopify weren't going to give them freebies because they're super disciplined. We saw the 3-way crossfire they were holding in piano. And 2, in order to get rid of that crossfire, you need those flashes, you need those Flores, and they had nothing.
Yep.
They were just dead in the water at that point. Now we're moving it around to, we go into bar, Shopify Rebellion. I mean, I would call this a typical site rotation, but Chalet is one of those rare maps where every single bomb site is more than viable for the defense. Just some teams are better at basement, some teams are better at top floor, yada yada. We'll see how Shopify Rebellion decide to defend this. It looks like they're still kind of going in on these traps. I mean, we saw last round Frost, Fenrir. Now they're kind of doubling down with the Legion as well. Seeing that Waybo want to go fast, they're trying to slow them down as much as possible.
I like the Brava introduced. Dreadnought Mine already destroyed, and a default cam, giving you a lot of info for a library overtake. It's very common for teams to either focus on garage and walk up the back staircase to clear out stock, or to do just a generic library clear, dealing with the main task of the utility up above. Here comes Waybo now entering from top office off the Lion scan, but again, Shopify are prepared for the office over clear, and the Master Cut ineffective at dealing with the Oryx. If Ambi wants to, he could simply fall back, but he's wasting so much time here.
Again, it's one of two things from Waybo. Either turret on the repel was not ready for the repel in from Speakeasy, or it's just bad drone work, and Hoven loses the swing to Rexen. Reap gets one, but turret immediately falls to Spoit upstairs. Now a 2 versus 3 as Waybo somehow are keeping up in the trade department, but still, they're down a man, and all of Shopify Rebellion are perfectly satisfied with this roam. You kill the Lion and the Grim and the Brava. That's basically all of Waybo's information, and they're just going to fall back and wait now.
Habana right now, Ape, not having a lot of use with those X-Kairos charges. Those are used to help clear the extension above. Shopify get 2 opening picks, they fall off. Now the Habana is practically useless because these hatches are already opened up. You've now got Reaps with the gridlock trying to make Vert. This is taking so much time though. The hatch is closed, interestingly enough, inside of Library, so that might buy a little more time for Shopify in this round, but again, they're just playing back. That Surf still having all his toxic babes in his back pocket. They're forcing Waybo to waste their own time and then run into their crossfires in the site.
First gas canister coming out at about the 50-second mark. Pretty good timing. If you space those out, you can usually delay about 15 to 20 seconds each. Zape now goes to work on the hatches, just trying to create avenues, create angles for Shopify Rebellion to worry about. Attempt to isolate the defender's sight lines. Now 30 seconds left as Reaps gathers some more information. He sees there's no one dining, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get a drone into the bomb site itself as you hear more of those Hibanas coming out. 25 seconds. It does, it denies bar stock, so that's one power position now cleared. And Spoit just rotates behind long bar. And it looks like both Reaps and Ape are going to try and double up on this door. In they come. They can hear it. Surf and Spoit shut it down. And Shopify are looking great through the first 2.
Ape still getting some use out of his X-Kairos charges. I was actually pretty impressed by that. And I feel like you rarely see any team reinforcing those hatches up above, but it did give them a little bit more time and wiggle room. If you kill someone like the Habana as well, you can defend inside of Bar and Gaming a lot easier because of those hatches being a good sightline for the attack. But like you mentioned, you see the Habana breaching open stock, you rotate. There's not enough bodies and not enough time for someone to commit playing Vert, because in that 2v3, you have to play for trades. If your first entry dies there, then it's a 3v1 and you just lose. So trying to get that trade, trying to establish a 1v2 was the win condition. And with SR understanding that, they just played back and waited for them to walk into a choke point.
Yeah, I mean, you see that the bar stock wall is getting open. Like I said, Legion is just going to reposition behind bar.
Right.
The game's window, I'm sure, is probably still closed, so you have that additional crossfire above the bar from back-end games, which is where I believe Surf was able to get the other kill as Smoke. And we got a really early timeout from Waybo. Meepy calling it, seeing that the first 2 attacks started with really bad mistiming. First, pushing into Master before those Yings went off. Second, Speakeasy repelling in before Turd was ready on the cut. BB wants to shut that down immediately.
I think that's a really good call. In a best-of-1 environment, you don't have a lot of room to make mistakes. You have 2 rounds that look really choppy in the early game against a team like Shopify that aren't going to give you that second chance. They won't allow that second win to happen. You call for the timeout early, you get the mood reset, and you are able to tell your players, hey, we need to have better fundamentals on enabling our first entry, of using our utility in sync with someone hopping in the building. And if that person still dies, maybe have a buddy to help him play that more consistent trade. Especially on a map like Chalet, where cutoffs are such a staple. You could have someone play on highway window the entire round, and almost every bomb site they will have impact just sitting there.
tertiary site now for Shopify Rebellion. I think the thing, too, about that last round, though, is it was a good sign from Waybo that despite that bad mistime of speakeasy repelling in, they still traded down to just a one-man disadvantage after losing that first couple picks. So Waybo, at least, their guns are waking up after round number 1. See how they tackled Dining as Shopify are now bringing another delay up. They've still got the 3 traps. Now they've got Echo swapping off of the smoke. I guess the Echo, I think you can technically define as a little bit more flexible because you can play those drones off-site. You can kind of active drone your roamers and then save one for that plant. Waybo now, finally, are going to bring that shield as kind of a stopgap for these missed timings. Just shove the shield in these far roamers' faces because so far, Shopify Rebellion, they've been roaming pretty heavy.
This might allow them to spend less time getting info with the drones. Again, Monty kind of considered that human shield, or that human drone as the shield, obviously. We've got Turd maybe going in on a lurk here through Mudroom, detected by the goo mine. He'll be forced back. Reloading. So far, Shopify just kind of playing their spots, waiting for Waybo to enter into the building. Someone is by blue stairs, I think, and that might have been Spoit, now dead from Reaps, already playing back from there. No, it was actually Rexen, my mistake, but still a much better start here for Waybo. And now having the shield up in a 5 versus 4, it makes that lack of a weapon a little less of a vulnerability here now that Shopify have lost a player.
Something Bleed used to be really good at, too. And it's something that a lot of teams do, is once they get that opening pick, they tend to speed up drastically in that advantage. And here comes the Monty up fireplace stairs. Ambi is stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally. Surf is good for one, though, as he swings out from Master. Rexen up blue stairs gets another. And what was a 2-man advantage for Shopify, thanks to the efforts of Rexen and Surf, is now even man count.
The question is, how are Waybo going to recover? They had such a good advantage, and I loved the clear using the Montaigne to walk up Mez. Still plenty of time here for Waybo. They're gathering a lot of vital info, but Shopify have just as good amount of info as their opponents do. Still having the yokai, someone who's dead can watch that and give a lot of good info. Canadian could even use the stun blast, allow Rexen to swing despite being low HP. That could give him a huge advantage in any fight. And on top of that, Harrison, they still have vertical control. If Waybo decide to plant here, that could be a huge mistake capitalized on by Shopify, basically playing a 2v1 retake while someone's planting.
And Rexen staring at it, plus the fact that there's no hard breach, so they know exactly where they have to come from. But Rexen reveals his position, and Reaps gets a third. In comes the Echo from Canadian. Reaps is getting this bomb down. Is it going to be in time? No! Reaps completes it. 1 versus 2 for Canadian. We mentioned in the pre-show how good he can be in the clutch. He's got pings on one player behind the dining table. He knows Reaps is there, but as he peeks up, it's 4 for Reaps, and Waybo are on the board.
And again, that timeout immediately paying off for Waybo, as despite there being Vert against them, despite there being a yokai, they still commit to entering in. Reaps instantly shutting down the Vert. That's Rexen gone. Canadian forced to get on his yokai, buying them time to stick that plant. And unfortunately for Canadian, he was just half a second too late. But there was still so much time there for Waybo. Like you mentioned, with them getting the early entry, that allowed them to be more comfortable with getting in the building, with setting up that Montaigne, having the cross play between Library and the back staircase. So they had time to just get off a plant, shoot that yokai, and probably give Canadian a run for his money in that 1v2 like we saw already.
And the game-changing kill was Reaps up through the floor. Rexen,
that was so nasty,
single-handedly could have shut down that and given Shopify a 3-0 lead, but revealing his position, maybe a little bit early, maybe just missing a couple shots on Turd, but either way, he couldn't even see Reaps. That was a floor bang. What a reaction from Reaps. I mean, and that's what he's known for. 4 kills on Sledge. He's heating up. And Waybo are on the board after a much better looking round, but it got really dicey because Surf at the perfect moment. Again, Shopify's coordination, the flank up blue, the flank through Master at the same exact time, trading out 3 for 3. So we go back to Master. It seems like Shopify, at least for now, are kind of avoiding the basement here. And they're bringing a very different look. This time, instead of the mute they had in round 1, they're bringing that Mira. So they've got the extra information. They're not really worried about denying Waybo's drones. They're just bringing that extra information for themselves and forcing Waybo to problem solve. You know, when you've got that Mira deep in the site, just staring right at Piano, what do? You can't just Hibana it or ace it because someone can just sit close in the corner and shoot it out. Do you rotate Solar? Do you commit to a full wall take? I mean, they've got the Monty. They can do that. They've also got Capita, so they've got the tools.
I think as well, noticing that Waybo are bringing in the Montaigne, that's more of an info-focused operator. The Mute Jammer cannot deny that, only drones, obviously. So they just don't feel it necessary. Instead, they're emphasizing more on bringing out stuff like the Legion, like the Frost, just trying to keep that Montaigne or anyone hopping in a window at a safe distance so they keep that map control for longer. And maybe Waybo noticed that because now they've got Turd playing the Deimos and they've got Reaps on the Twitch. Like you mentioned, plenty of counter utility being distributed here by Waybo. And look at the map control. Speakeasy already up blue stairs. They know about Owl. They could easily use a Capital Bolt or the shield to push back Surf.
Obviously, Speakeasy just staring at him, calling out his position. Surf desperately trying to deny the X-Kairos, but he can't land the shots. The master door going to be opened up. Waybo now with easier access into master, no longer having to open the wall. They get a longer angle through that door from the rappel too. The problem of Surf persists though. Speakeasy very obviously cannot just drop the shield and take the fight. I mean, he did it once, didn't even ADS, and gets taken out to half HP. He almost kills Surf on the Azami's retreat out of bathroom. But Surf persists as well, and Speakeasy is looking to enter the bomb site.
Great job clearing out the Azami with the help of Turd below. The info and the vert pressure forcing away Surf on low HP. A lot of damage dealt here by Waybo. And like you mentioned, the attack they're setting up for this plant, the run out attempted, but Reaps with great coverage shuts down Ambi. Surf gone as well. There's practically no utility left to stop this plant and barely any bodies to withstand Waybo's force. Up through Solar, great shot by Ape. Leaving just Spoik now 1v5. Looks like he'll try to isolate the player over from Highway. Maybe looking to hop out here. Good shot landed, but still such an uphill battle to climb from. You've got the cutoff, you've got the Capitao, you've got the Montaigne just narrowly trying to finish off this plant. He'll evade the Capitao bolt, but not Turd being gun up. Waybo tie us.
Being able to force back Surf like that with really no additional utility, just the Monty working up, gave them so much space to work with. They open up those angles. They force Canadian out of the closet, off of the Mira with that Capitao, and all the dominoes fall for Shopify Rebellion. They're forced to take these fights against Waybo, who are already set up on these window repels. Surf tries to re-engage with Speakeasy on 1 HP. He's one tap to the pistol, and Waybo with a beautiful cleanup. That timeout is working wonders right now.
Absolutely. Going now into round number 5, I'm really interested in seeing what bomb site Shopify end up picking. You mentioned the lack of basement floor right now for them. They'll be going back into bar. It was the Fenrir ban and Brava off the board as well between Shopify and Waybo respectively. Maybe, I would say maybe further down the line we'd see something like a Maestro, but there's only 2 rounds left, so potentially not. Waybo did struggle initially with that early round entry and trying to get into the building, but again, the Montaigne has been such a fix to help with that problem, and Shopify, now they've got Ambi back on the Oryx, there is still a lot of emphasis on trying to bring some sort of trap utility to slow down the Montaigne, but I wonder if they will change positionally as well to help deal with Speakeasy in this early round.
I'm actually really surprised that, you know, as soon as Waybo started playing the Monty, they won 2 rounds in a row. I'm really surprised Shopify didn't emphasize banning him rather than Brava, who, yes, Brava is an incredible operator on Chalet, again, because not only do you hack important defender utility like Malusi's, like Canadians trying to bring, you know, if, well, Fenrir's banned now, but if Fenrir would continue to be played, if you want to play Maestro, Brava's really good, but also just those default cams. You basically don't need to have flank drones if you get a Brava in the building and you hack all those defaults. Shopify Rebellion still trying to lean into this delay utility, still rocking the traps, and now bringing the Banshees from the Malusi too. But with Waybo relying on this Monty so much, it's not really going to do anything to him. He's still going to continue walking. However, Ambi getting aggressive, picks off Ape, but there's yet another trade. Waybo in these past couple rounds not letting Shopify run away with the lead, taking down Spoit. That's a Legion dead pretty early on.
Still the Bravas and Toxic Babes to worry about for Speakeasy, but the Goo Mines, that was the biggest threat by far. Over a minute burned away. Waybo some good map control, and again, still having the Montaigne is going to probably force Shopify to respect this office overtake. Now with the info building up, Reaps on the cutoff. We talked about him being so impactful on this new roll off of entry. Once again, Ambi eliminated, and now the man advantage swings the way of Waybo. Shopify just currently backing up. Maybe they'll try to bait Waybo into overcommitting to this clear. But in the meantime, it just seems like the tempo of Waybo has been so spot on.
Here comes the gas canisters now to try and delay Speakeasy for as long as possible, but Surf has already expended 2. He's going to try and fight the window, but doesn't land the shots on Reeps. In fact, dies for it as Reeps jumps into the building while Surf attempts to retreat down blue. Now a 4 versus 2, double the man count for Waybo. Canadian maybe looking to flank up blue as Rexon plays in games, but Hoven's got pings on Canadian. Malusi now forced to fall back a little bit. Rexon actually backing up all the way to Dining, trying to play the long angles here, but the Monty spots him. He's going to be forced back to the site. Waybo have corralled these last 2 members in. Reeps, 3 kills. Can he get another 4K? 2 in 1/2 as Canadians, all that's left. Almost spotted by the Grims. Here comes Hoven. The Deimos gets on the board, and Waybo now take the lead.
You could really feel the pressure there for Shopify building up during the round. They were trying to get aggressive. They were trying to get dirty against Waybo, and they were prepared for it. They just did not move. Speakeasy was baiting the utility with those toxic babes. You saw Surf trying to get aggressive on the Ivy cutoff, and Reeps was just a turret. Bro did not move. He waited for him to try to push forward. And once Surf was forced to back away, he hops in. He doubles down on the aggression. The Vert as well, solidifying that 3K. The consistency from Waybo after that timeout has been spot on. And I am a little shocked that Shopify have not changed a whole lot. I understand it's the first game of the event. You don't want to reveal too much of your strats, but I feel like it's also such a big risk losing your first best of 1 and already being in that elimination bracket.
Yeah, last time that these 2 teams played, but it was really just Rexon when he was back on the Sonics.
So long ago.
I think it was, the Manchester Major, I believe. Back when they were Bleed, they won 7-3. So at least Rexon has experience against this roster, and Waybo, it's looking like it might go that way so far. I don't know if during that timeout, Meepy casted a spell or put a hex on Shopify or something. Something magical was said, because Waybo have looked like a completely different team since that timeout, and I think it's all because of that Monty. The Monty is just so much easier to work behind and time than just trying to 3-2-1 with a Capitao and a cutoff or something like that. The Monty has been so good, and again, I question Shopify. Yes, Brava is incredibly good on Chalet, but Waybo have looked like a different team since taking the Monty. Why would you not want to take that away and force them to go back to what they were doing at the beginning of the match?
Yeah, Brava was not winning Waybo any rounds compared to the Monty, but off of that subject, you once again have the Deimos for this below pressure. There is at least Spoit playing down below by Gaming, so he could flank later on if given the intel by his team. It wasn't even the Capitao or anyone off of Speakeasy to clear out the Azami extending by Bathroom. It was just the Vert from below. So yeah, Spoit now setting up in the basement, can maybe walk up West Main, get that 1-for-1. That would be a huge pick for Shopify. But speak of the devil, the defense, they're now realizing it's almost the exact same take attempted by Waybo. And some of those players from Mez now rotating as well to try to help assist this execute.
And I believe it's a read from Shopify too, because that's why they brought the Jaeger, who can now counter that Capitao.
Yeah,
exactly. So Hoven's going to have a much harder time of clearing Canadian out of that closet. Wow. And Surf decks Speakeasy. The Monty attempts to take a fight all by his lonesome, loses out. Yes, there's a trade from Turd below on that Deimos, but for the first time since that timeout, Monty's tried to make a hero play by himself, and Waybo fully punished. Spoit with yet another kill for Shopify Rebellion, and Waybo are looking for him, but popping that fire extinguisher and the C4 to support. Still a man advantage now for Shopify.
I don't think Spoit heard the hop in there from Hoven. Great job. Good with the communication, both by Waybo and Shopify. Spoit calling for help. Canadian rips that C4, giving him some room to breathe. And on top of that, Hoven as well coming down below, assisting the Deimos and keeping this round close. It is a 2 versus 3 yet again. There are still mirrors in play, but Hoven having the Capitao could create a lot of space in this round. The big question is, if they're able to get into sight, where would they want to plant from? Behind the bed, possibly? But Canadians playing close and master, and if they don't know that, this could be a huge position for the Mira to hold.
Canadian actually just walked up Owl, maybe thinking about shooting those ex-Kairos off the castle, but then saw it was impossible. Decided to back off. Hoven maybe looking for a timing play with Ape. It's down goes the castle barricade. You could see Ape wanting to swing aggressively, but no one exposes themselves. Reloading. Now Hoven looking to join Ape upstairs as they duo in. In comes the smoke, trying to cover for Ape as he sneaks his way in. Maybe in a position to plant, but he works up on the mirror instead, loses the fight to Rexen. Hoven's the last man standing, and there's just no time for him to do anything. Shopify recover, stop the streak, and tie the half.
Great adaptation as well by Shopify. Surf being a lot more aggressive, noticing how there was help for the Montaigne, but not directly, just the vert pressure below from Turd. And what do you do to also assist on top of that? You send Spoit on the flank up West Main, realizing that Deimos is isolated. That was the perfect adjustment to kill the win condition and to kill one of the more consistent gunners on the team as well. I know Turd's a little quiet right now, but in the right positions, he can bring out those crutch shots. He can bring out those X-factor plays, and keeping him alive on Deimos could have made a lot of space for that site execute. So it's a good thing they dealt with that early and then just played back. Play with the structure, have those crossfires, wait for Waybo to get uncomfortable, force a plant, or force them to push into your extension.
I think it's also really funny now that we're on the new half. Waybo immediately remove the Monty from the board. What they just did to Shopify, they do not want that done to them. Grim, the follow-up ban, an incredibly important information op, especially when you're going for those games window executes, when you're going for library clears, when you're going for solar takes. Grim is so useful on this map because it's so small. Those bees find tons of value. And I like Waybo's strategy here, trying to just pick away at the information for Shopify, because we know Waybo, they love to play aggressive. They love to play not just aggressive, that's a very general term. They love to play that entry denial style of aggression. They love to meet you at the door, play rat, double up out, like on roamers onto the attack, and take fights. So the more information you can pick off, the worse for where Shopify are going to be trying to enter the building.
First site in play for Waybo is going to end up being Bar. I like the pick of the Warden as well, you know. It's a Ying available. It's not banned this time. Wasn't even banned last round, interestingly enough. It just didn't work for Waybo back in round number 1. Understanding that that could be an operator played here. Rexen now switching to her, funnily enough. They're going to have the Warden in play to help deal with that, and the Wamai as well, just to burn through any extra utility. I feel like overall, because of the Jaeger changes, we've seen him played a lot more in comparison to Wamai, but sometimes it is a little better to have those magnets in pocket so you can be a bit more flexible with where you want your utility to go. On a big fall-off objective like Bar and Gaming, where you start library and attempt to go back down below, the Wamai could be a little more effective for that.
Rexen on a very early cut. Shopify Rebellion moving quickly, already setting up these angles on the windows. They've got plenty of utility to work with, because not only are they bringing that Ying, but in addition to the Candelas, they're bringing the Lion for lockdown. They're bringing the Capitao to make space. They start on opposite, trying to go for a full map clear against Waybo, who are playing a little bit more passive than I think I expected. They've got the Mirror down on site. You got an upstairs extension, but no one's really far afield except for Reaps, who just narrowly evades the shots from Slant. And now you can continue to set up an Ivy with all his Wamai discs. Shopify Rebellion maybe narrowly missing out on an early advantage here, but they continue to drone in, and with Reaps falling back, this whole side of the map is theirs.
Shopify now noticing that off of a drone done by Spoit. He's got the nades and flashes, so he could theoretically clear this blue shield by himself, whilst Ambi potentially holds the flank. Noticing a lack of player presence from the trophy side of the map, he might be more aggressive with challenging this Mira. I'm really hoping that Shopify just don't save all their Candelas in terms of just the site pressure. I hope they use these Candelas and Capitao bolts to make space and not just prioritize on Spoit's frag grenades. Here comes the Lion scan, the Magnet catching one puck of utility, and instantly Waybo fall off, not wanting to lose their life to this clear up above, hoping they have more bodies to either flank or just hold site crossfires.
I think maybe falling off a little bit early, though. A whole minute left for Shopify to work with, but it is a 5 versus 5. The most important thing here for Waybo is that they have reserved their numbers. Shopify still not sure if there's anyone upstairs by library. No one's thrown a drone in towards mezzanine. They think there's still somebody here, and they've been wasting utility. You saw Spoit use a flash in his last nade, I believe, trying to clear that shield. Finally, they worked their way in. Bulletproof top blue now gone, so Waybo a little bit more blind.
40 seconds left. Spoit now lurking down blue off the dead information. C4 comes out, but it's a dud. Rexen still up above, setting up these Ying Candelas. Will they try to have Canadian commit to this plant? There's just so many bodies left to challenge this, and a Nitro Cell with the Warden up as well, Harrison. These Ying Candelas might not make as much space as Shopify need them to.
trying to fuse them through the floor, but again, Turd has those glasses active. He can see through those smokes as well. 15 seconds left as Ambi with the opening pick to give his team the advantage in the dying seconds of the round. A follow-up from Spoyd as they look to take in, but they're still not in the objective. It's just Canadian. He dies with the case. 5 seconds left. They've either got to go for the kill, someone's got to recover. The nade kills one. Running back, they don't know Speakeasy's doubled up with the Warden. Waybo steal the round.
And Shopify, the miscommunication. You saw both Spoy and the Lion running to hunt down those kills from stock. No one went to recover case. It's like I mentioned, they just did not have enough time to close that gap and get Canadian in. The Warden not being respected enough there. Turd and Speakeasy still alive by stock. I don't know if Canadian ran in from bottom blue or if he went through the site window, but either way, yeah, I was gonna say that is the much safer call, but not having anyone either on the hatch or playing close on the door to cover him, not having that 50-50 gunfight guaranteed is such an upset there, because other than missing the chance of planting that diffuser, everything else went well for Shopify. They instantly found 2 openings off the vert, off the execute. But all that Waybo had to do was just sit back because they burned so much time in the early round.
Yeah, it really looked like Shopify were about to turn things around. I mean, like you said, they had the 2 opening picks. Not only, I mean, yeah, you lose case, but both players are stuck in bar stock. I thought that nade was about to win the round, too, because it killed the Warden. It left the mirror on 1 HP or didn't hit her at all, and just not expecting there to be 2 guys chilling in bar stock with 5 seconds left. I mean, because at the same time, can you blame them for not expecting that? Who the hell would do that in a position like that? But it works out for Waybo. It's those little things. And in a best, I mean, we talked about it, right? In a best of 1, it's so important to get these little clutch rounds, because it's not like the other team has time to adjust. They don't have 2 more maps to recover. Each of those little, you know, micro plays, those rat plays that just get you 1 more kill to win the round, that can change the whole landscape of the map.
An example of that, I mean, it took Shopify 3 rounds in a row to adapt against the Montaigne that Waybo just kept winning round after round on, hence why they're probably the ones who wanted to ban it on their defensive side. Reap's now looking to adjust, maybe getting some early intel by the library side of the map. It's Office in defense for Waybo. Deimos also being picked up here by Shopify in comparison to Waybo doing the same thing. They've got a lot of info early round on the below presence, there being a lack of it, besides Hoven also lurking by Gaiman on the Legion. I'm wondering if they're going to do almost an identical take, because the only difference here, Harrison, is just a lack of Montaigne. Instead, Ambi is on the gridlock for that flank watch. So maybe they'll just be more gun up when trying to clear out the blue and owl side of the map.
I'm actually surprised. I'm just now realizing that Shopify Rebellion also never ran the Valkyrie, despite her being up and despite this being one of her strongest maps. Reeves just throws a camera straight at Ambi, and of course gets shot immediately. It sounds like a C4 just went off and it misses. That was probably Reeves trying to act off that camera, and he ends up dying to Surf. A follow-up on a Speakeasy as he simply swings the player on the big window cut, and now Shopify, by the graces of Waybo just peeking and Shopify being ready for it, have a 2-man lead and so much time left.
I think Waybo didn't want to have history repeat itself like round 7, where they just get stuck in sight in a 5-on-5. They try to hunt for picks mid-round, punished by Shopify's patience. Now they double down. Surf, another great shot on this cutoff. Hoven eliminated. Turd with the run out, but just mistimed. He's unable to get this cutoff kill. Ape will try to push forward. He'll meet the same fate as the rest of his teammates, now leaving Turd basically in a 1 versus 5. Nice shot landed on Orexin, but Ambi is there waiting. I think a buddy ace for the 2. Both Gridlock and Lion having so much impact, just sitting and waiting for Waybo to peek into their crosses, into their cutoffs across the map. Dude, I think the Lion was all the way in the back of like the library rappel. I think he was holding that down like a turret.
I mean, it's the window cutoffs are just so strong here, and before eventually rotating to that master double window, it's just the power of the master cut. It cleaves those sights in half. It's like you're like a bishop sitting in the corner of the chessboard just waiting for someone to step on the wrong square, basically. And that's why so many teams, when you pick master, are almost forced to bring Castle, because if you want to play fluid through those 2 sites, if the other team brings enough utility to force you back from Master and you give them Solar, you need that stopgap. You need something to block off that sight line. Waybo's workaround was trying to play a little bit below with Reaps there, but he immediately got hunted down, and Shopify had full reign of that side of the map. Now, for the first time this game, we're seeing Snowmobile Seems like Waybo not shying away from the basement site. Or am I tripping? Is it dining kitchen? I think it's dining kitchen. It is dining kitchen.
Dude, I crossed out my notes. It's like, wait, hold on. I'll just write a new one.
I actually just rage baited you. That was all part of the plan.
How could you do this to me? I know we have given a lot of credit to Waybo just on how they're playing, but keeping it close against Shopify as a whole has been incredible. I almost thought we'd see something like a 7-3 off the first best of one, but Waybo have adjusted so well against Shopify's play style. Now they've got the clash. Shopify, they've got the Nomad to maybe help deal with this, but that's kind of it. They have one set of grenades that they're probably going to use to break something like a deployable shield, maybe force back a power position, not necessarily dealing with the clash. This could be a huge headache in the late round because Shopify have been fairly slow on Chalet. Going back to round 7, it took them until almost the final 20 seconds to hit the go button in sight. If not for those first 2 opening picks they solidified, that could have been a much easier round win for Waybo.
Yeah, it's Waybo kind of trying to do what Shopify were attempting to lean into, where they were seeing Waybo being slow, trying to lean into those traps, those delay ups like Malusi and Fenrir and Legion and Mira, etc. Now Waybo are seeing Shopify also being slow. Shopify not bringing the Monty because it's banned, obviously. I think Waybo may have thought there was about to be a shield being brought out, and that's why the Clash is coming through. But either way, even without the shield being played from Shopify, Clash still incredibly useful against a slow team. And like you mentioned, against a team that really, the only hard counter is that Nomad. Shopify Rebellion, though, they do have plenty of smoke presence and plenty of sight denial with those Yings. And I'm itching to see what Surf does with this Glass. He finds a slim angle, and already the Clash might not be something to worry about as Canadian picks up Ape. Immediately refragged by Speakeasy to keep the man count even, but Turd is still on the ground. Mirror window gets open as Rexon picks off one. Surf is Stewie 2K'ing through the smoke, and out of nowhere, it's all on Speakeasy. 1 versus 3 as he ascends the blue stairs to come back to sight. Surf is the man with the case. Spoik getting finished off, and Rexon is right there waiting, baiting his down teammate and giving Shopify the lead.
And Rexon typing lol in chat. I mean, how does Surf get up the back stairs for free? I don't know if he rappelled in from top solar or just walked in from trophy, but either way, nobody was aware on Waybo. And the most important operator he could have found and injured to help his team speed up the main take was the Clash, and that's the person who he ended up injuring in that position, and then finding another kill off of that as well. Such good value there by Shopify. Funnily enough, Glaz had the diffuser, so maybe they were hoping that they could have gotten into sight much faster by dining, getting Glaz on the plant, and then playing a post on that trophy cutter to somewhere outside in general, and instead maybe noticing a gap of, hey, there's no utility up blue, I'm gonna just flank this.
Yeah.
Like, maybe that's what they noticed, and it paid off so well. That was a Warden and Ying ban we just saw Tim Harrison for a second. That is crazy.
Yeah, the Warden ban I think is really smart from Shopify, seeing that, you know, even with the Clash being brought, the Ying was useful, but even more so the Glaz was useful. I think Waybo chose wrong between Ying and Glaz. Glaz was much more effective in making that space with the 4 smokes. He had the help from the Twitch. He got 3 kills. And now without Warden, how do you fight back against a Glaz? Even if Shopify don't bring the Glaz, if you see a smoke, you got to get the hell out. You don't know if there's a Glaz playing behind that. It completely shuts down the angle thanks to that phantom pressure. And Shopify are, in fact, going to bring the Glaz. And now with no Warden, they can support that Glaz with Capitao smokes and Canadian bringing out the blitz.
I did feel like it took a while for Shopify to bring out the shield. Canadian's been a very consistent and vocal player on this team. I think we talked about that on the desk, Harrison, that even if Canadian has a bad day, statistically speaking, like he's not getting a lot of kills, if he dies early or is just up on the shield, he can provide so much with setting up the attack, setting up the execute, enabling his frag players to do their job. And everybody on this roster is performing well. Rexon 8 kills, Ambi 6, Surf 10 and 4, and Spoik and Canadian are playing so consistent as well, and they're going for an immediate plant. Surf sticking this. They've got space with the Capitao Fire and the smokes. Because of that Warden, Waybo have to respect this post plant.
And now everybody gets the hell out. You lose Canadian, but his job is done. The rest of Shopify can just sit outside and wait. There's another smoke from Surf. Rexon get a little bit aggressive off of it. He sees the back of the Jaeger, can't land a single shot. but still, the time is being wasted. Hoven does end up picking up Ambi. There's a second kill now. It's twice the man count for Waybo. Can they just force this? No! 3 kills unanswered from Shopify. There's another one from the Jaeger, but the 2 remaining players shut down the round, killing every single aggressive defender.
Being prepared for the swings, the Capitao and Glass falling back, waiting for them to hop out. Great space made not only by the utility of the smoke grenades, of the Capitao firebolts, but also Canadian sacrificing his life there. I think he tried to fully clear out the stock side of the map, just pushing away the defense so no one can swing out. You commit that plant, and now it's basically unwinnable for Waybo without hopping out of the building, giving that information to Shopify so they can sit back, win those gunfights. They've got the lead back, but this round and this match is still so close. It's only a 5-4 advantage.
6-4.
It is 6-4? It is match point now?
Yeah. Because they took the lead on, they took the lead on round 9.
Oh, you're right. That's true. By the incredible Surf Lurk. How could I forget?
Of course. That's what Surf does best.
I didn't forget, I just don't know how to count. Big
Real.
surprise.
and again, I think it comes back to Waybo really choosing wrong there. Again, the Glaz was so impactful in round 9. Ying, Candelas are annoying. Surf just snuck through the entire bomb site and got 3 kills. And once again, the only reason why Shopify are able to go for that is because they have Glaz. And you have to, like you said, you have to respect the smokes. Even if there's no Glaz played, you don't know if he's there, you have to respect it.
It's really funny, too. I think EML and NA love to just have a Glaz be the first entry and just run through his own smoke. So it's not something out of the wheelhouse. This is something we've seen consistently in regional play, and it's something Waybo might even be prepared for, given the fact that APAC is also a fairly aggressive team. Speaking of that aggression, Reaps and Hoven close by this entry window from gaming, hearing that repel. Hoven really wants to hop out here, but doesn't have any info to work off of, and Spoy already at the safety of the roof. I think Waybo are just trying to get desperate, Harrison. They do not want Shopify to set up with all this post-round utility, but there's so much info at the disposal of Shopify. You've got the Lion and Dokkaebi as the 2 obvious operators here, but Canadian, once again, on the shield, the mobile drone. There's just so much they can do, and they've cleared out the entirety of this top floor with still a minute to go, and I think they've realized almost everyone's in the basement now.
Yeah, and on the Blackbeard, too, such an oppressive shield. At least no one on this roster is bringing smokes, so I guess Waybo don't have to worry about that. But I think you're right. Waybo look like they're playing desperately. They're kind of bringing out that entry denial style of aggression that we talked about that they used to do. And I agree. I think they're just trying to make sure that Shopify can't set up for these executes. Waybo have not done anything to disrupt the plan from Shopify. They have been, I mean, last round was a rush, yeah, but the 2 rounds prior, Shopify have been allowed to do whatever the hell they want, set up perfectly, and go for these Glaz pushes. There's nothing on the wall, despite having a Cade. I think maybe it got EMP'd, but very early on, with still over a minute left, Red Wall is getting opened, and Shopify have site intel.
No EMPs, but I think they naded it. Final minute of the round, you've got some presence by Connector. Rexon could just throw one flash, that gets someone into sight. Instead, it's the grenade by Canadian. Goes off, no util detected, but the Logi Bomb, that rally call, allowing the shield to hop in. Surf's got the entry, holding this cut. And now there's nothing left to stop this plant from going down besides raw aggression from Waybo.
Oh, but no, you're wrong! A C4 from Ape from downtown denies the plant. Now Rexon stuck outside red. Reaps doesn't have to peek this anymore. He can continue trying to contest the long angle, but Rexon, he works his way in. 3v4, Reaps trying to cross with the pistol, does so successfully, but loses the fight as Rexon lifts off the plant. Now it's an even man count, but he doesn't expect Turd to just be prone around Pillar. The Vigil 1 HP, Ambi's got to go for the fight. They trade, but the Legion's still up and Waybo stay alive.
The Nitro Cell, the Hail Mary for Waybo. One more chance at overtime. I can't believe I've missed that, but other than the C4, it was pure desperation by Waybo to fight back, challenging the cutoff, challenging the planter. It forced Shopify out of their win condition of having that post-plant position with the Blackbeard up. That was the most impactful kill they could have had the entire round. Once Canadian is gone, they have a lot less space with that shield. Someone else has to get off the angle they're holding to stick that plant. And crossing around the cutoff as well, almost guaranteeing the round as a win for Waybo. Got a little more dicey, but good passivity there towards the end once they were able to get back the man advantage.
Yeah, and I think we need to highlight that play from Reeves, because even though he doesn't get the kill, like you said, he forces that guy off the plant. If Reeves doesn't run out, kill or not, Dokevi just sticks it, and they've got the long angles to play with, they just lose. It's a huge play from Reeves, despite dying. Again, goes to show, what's our favorite phrase, kills aren't everything. Reeves dies there, but he potentially saves the round and creates that opportunity for Turtsta to work up and get those couple picks with the Vigil. Now, 1 round away from overtime is Waybo select bar, but this is where Shopify went for the rush. We've got the Blitz Gridlock Glass in play again.
This was basically what kind of threw Waybo's head on a swivel and forced them to ban one of the 2 power ops of either Ying or Glaz. Maybe the Glaz could have been a better option like you talked about, but Ying is still a very powerful op nonetheless. It'll be nice to not have that in play still for Waybo as they get closer and closer to overtime. Seems to be almost an identical take by Shopify, maybe trying to threaten that early trophy side clear. Solar as well, Canadian. Maybe looking just to readjust. I thought he was going to try to hop in the building here, but I'm like, that makes no sense. That makes no sense with the shield. Yeah, they've got the cutoffs early once again. Maybe Waybo just trying to play more passive. You saw 2 rounds now where they're able to fall off of their roam, keep all 5 bodies up. That's when they've been successful on the defense. Maybe now realizing that, they just get aggressive to break some drones, waste some time, which there are now only 5 drones in total, and then they just play sight where Shopify have struggled a lot more converting the execute into a post plant.
It's interesting that Shopify go back to the full map clear that Waybo played against pretty well up until the execute, because, I mean, lest we forget, Waybo did win that round, but they probably shouldn't have, as Reeps goes down very early on the Mozzie, turned with an immediate response, and Ape is there too. Waybo now with the man advantage. The shield gets weaker with every player you pick off behind him, but Surf still on that all-powerful Glass as the player tries to run away, but turns his back to the shield, and that's when Canadian is most dangerous.
Tied man count for Waybo and Shopify. Ambi now low on HP, but again, you still have the Glaz, you still have 1 smoke left, potentially in this round, held by the IGL of Shopify. They've got so much time to work with as well. They're being disciplined, they're gaining info, looking to see who they could punish here. It looks like the player by top meds could be stuffed because they've got the Glaz on the cutoff. Great aggression by Surf, forcing back Ape and killing him outright. Now it's a 3 versus 2, and this blitz has become 10 times more powerful against Waybo.
Especially Frost and Wamai, you don't really have a lot to deal with it. Canadian's feet getting lit up, and there's Ambi for the assist, leaving it all on the shoulders of Hoven, spotted by the blitz. He's got to fall back. Back to site he goes. Both attackers now supporting their shield player in IGL. As Canadian looks to direct this push, he's on 1 HP. Vert being created, making Hoven uncomfortable. You can see he has no idea where to sit. Constantly repositioning, trying to wallbang, lights up Surf, but broadcasts his position in the process. And Shopify prevent the comeback from Waybo. 7-5, and NA is on top in the first game.
A great try by Waybo, nonetheless. It was so down to the wire. I did like the idea of trying to get aggressive, stop the setup early from Shopify, but their win condition that game was kind of having the body advantage, or at least having a 5 versus 5 to play in the objective. When the trades were consistent by Shopify, that allowed them to reset early, force the isolated players to either fall off and take a bad gunfight, or double down and try to be aggressive against these DMRs, against these shields that can run at your face and blind you with a lack of a ward in here. In pick for Waybo. And overall, the recovery there from Shopify, not letting that first half get to them and just remaining consistent, was huge to solidify the 7-5 win.
Yeah, the 3-round streak Waybo got, tying that half, I thought they might have been able to run away with it. They looked so good with that Monty. We questioned not banning the Monty, but then Waybo, with their own questionable ban, not taking out the Glaz, and the Glaz probably being the most impactful operator of that entire game.
It's a little bit disappointing as an APAC fan to see them fall so short with such a great opportunity. As you said, bringing that back 3 rounds in the first half really set that game up to be what it ended up being. It just felt as though Shopify just had the number in the end. Their executes just felt a lot more put together. They felt a lot... the clear consensus was that there was a mission in mind. Whether that's mission critical or not, that's completely irrelevant. But from my point of view, Shopify in this game in particular just looked phenomenal. Now we look to Waybo and I guess what can kind of be done from their side to fix these issues. You guys are talking about a couple of different things in here between even just Shopify's strats, but do you feel as though they might have been a little underprepared when it came to NA strats?
I think so. I mean, and again, it's not a new roster, but anytime you're dealing with brand new additions, there's going to be some growing pains, plus the fact that you're going against a team who's been like top 3 NA for the past million years.
Yep.
And I think the adaptation or the lack thereof from Waybo was on full display where, you know, Waybo were bringing the Monty, Shopify struggled to deal with it. They finally adapted in that final round, and then we see Glaz tear it up. Waybo don't ban him, and then completely crumble as that wedge just kept driving himself into the site over and over.
One player we talked about at the very start was Ambi, just, you know, being a potential top 5 player. Do you feel like he lived up to the expectations in this matchup?
Absolutely, especially towards the end of the game. He was getting a lot more entries. The cutoffs were so impactful too, and flank watch. You saw how many rounds where Waybo were just willing to take a gunfight, and there was such a preparedness, such a readiness by Shopify just to remain passive, hold those cutoffs, and punish people for rotating without proper info. Ambi was one of those highlight players, on top of, funnily enough, Surf and Rexon too, who were also on the more supportive roles.
I was going to say, we cannot, sure, Ambi's great, we cannot not mention the efforts of Rexon and Surf, especially Surf, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, playing that Glaz perfectly. I have not seen Glaz play like that in a while, and it was actually funny enough, when LG qualified for EWC, it was Surf clutching, I think, a 1v4 on Glaz to send them here last year.
Well, that's all good and great, but do you want to know what I enjoy a little more?
What's that?
What?
Hearing from the players themselves. Whip it down on the stage.
Thank you very much for that one. I'm joined by Spoit, the victors this one. It was a difficult matchup to start everything off. Not as maybe as comfortable you guys would have wanted. What's the initial preparation been like for this event? Your first time as a team at an international event, so how's everything been going?
I mean, it's been going good. We had a little week boot camp before this, so you know, we just want to focus on ourselves, not too much about the opponent. You know, focus on our team synergy, all that stuff. You know, good first game. I mean, we won at the end of the day, so that's always good. You know, first game nerves happens for me a little bit. So now that that's over, now he's gonna start heating up more. I don't know who we're gonna play against yet, if it's gonna be G2 or whatever team it's gonna be yet, Gen.G. So, you know, you just gotta wait and see. And yeah, I'm just excited. My team is nasty, so it's gonna keep going, yeah.
So if you had to pick anyone for that next matchup going forward, would you want to take that big game against G2 early, or is Gen.G going to be on your radar for this as well?
I don't think it really matters, to be honest. I don't really care who we play against. I feel like every team these days kind of just plays similarly, because you know, everyone is copying Brazil, I guess. So like everyone plays the same. It's just about, you know, having confidence in your own team and just, you know, pushing through, yeah.
So round number 10, we had that massive plant going into bar games. Was that just a call in a moment? Was that well rehearsed? Because you guys made that look absolutely perfect. A little bit kind of sketchy towards the end, but that plant went down quickly. What was the call before that round?
So I just drove my drone in real quick in the side, and a teammate as well did. And we seen that like there was literally no one in sight. The setup was super weak. Also, we banned Warden the round before, so we know we can, you know, whip out the glass and the ying and stuff like that, the cheesy ops. And yeah, you know, we just swap our lineup to the lineup we use, and we just went for it quick. And yeah, we've been struggling a little bit, you know, keeping, you know, the man advantage. So as you could see, it came down to a 1v1. So, you know, a little silly from us, but, you know, we learn from our mistakes, and yeah.
Well, congratulations on the very first victory today. Hope you guys can make a deep run. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, that's Spoit, Jordan. That was Spoit, and well, Shopify with a dominant performance. Back to the desk, they can break this one down further.
Thank you very much for that, Whippet. Some great insight, I actually think, from Spoit there. A couple of key takeaways for me. The fact that NA have to use cheese operators against the greatest region of all time, APAC. No, that is interesting in itself. Just kind of hearing, I guess, the communication, the way that comes about. Clearly something that they're doing on the fly. They're seeing there's opportunities. But for me, something that I kind of took away a little earlier, Crow, was the fact that he's talking about him as an individual needing to get a game out of the way. Like, I don't know why, I just felt like Shopify of all teams would be hitting the ground running in this, but
especially Spoit winning a major
just
He's a
no
major
big
winner.
deal, you
But
know?
I mean, at the end of the day, I think something that a lot of fans also forget, and players are people too.
Yeah.
Right? Like, yeah, this is their job, but some things are just so hardwired into your brain that you can't get rid of it. So, Spoit, first game jitters, whatever. Surf and Rexon were there to drop almost 30 kills combined. So
Yeah.
I think they had him covered.
In this one, it felt like it did feel like there were so many moments that were still up in the air. I mean, like, this is the round I think that we were talking about, round 10, just utter, absolute chaos. But there were so many close rounds that could have come down to literally a knife's edge. One fight goes one way, fellow, and all of a sudden we're talking about a completely different result here. But they managed to stay strong. And I think, for me, it's the fundamentals of the team as a whole, the way that Shopify they take each game focusing on themselves, not the other team. So I feel like they don't get caught up in the same kind of mindset of, what are we trying to do here?
I think round 12 was a good example of that too. You're in a 3 versus 3. There's still a roam above. What do you do with the minute 10? You reset. You get info. You understand, like, what do we need to clear to still have our win condition of getting inside, potentially planning, or just killing the power spots. They take that time in the mid round just to guarantee they get a free kill. And now this Blitz becomes such a huge oppressive operator, making space, allowing the rest of the attack to clear in and win those final 2 kills. Canadian did so much on the info game and the calming to enable his teammates to get those frags and win the game 7-5. That was huge.
I think the important thing too that Shopify were doing were just immediately following up on that information too. Like, especially on those roam clears, there was never a big moment where Shopify would drone something, not push it, and then it would come back to bite them. Every time they were finding a player, they were like, now we're gonna get you. And they played again with, like, when Canadian was bringing out the Blitz and the Blackbeard, Surf sneaking into the site on that glass. That's all just off of information. It's not like Surf is doing that blind.
Takeaways for Waybo here. Let's just talk about some positives for the APAC roster moving forward. Obviously, they've only got one game left in their pocket, because if they lose the next one, they're done and dusted. By the way, double elimination, just in case you weren't familiar. There are some positive signs for them, but maybe I'll go to you, fellow, first. Do you have a specific takeaway for this roster? Because there were some moments in there, there was some highlights, there was some positivity, but overall it did feel like they were the ones chasing this.
Absolutely, especially after that early round timeout. I think just keeping the good vibes and being able to play off your teammates, because we saw the ideas of a lot of their attacks and defenses where you either want to get aggressive, get that first entry, or either force back your opponents to play into your game, play into your defense with these powerful operators. I think just having better team play off the rip and working off the intel the same way that we had Shopify did on their attacks will be a big game changer, and still utilizing the shields too, because Lamonti was so impactful for them in that first half to have it be a tie game.
I was gonna say, my takeaway is, despite APAC not being a region known for really good shield play, with maybe the exception of like Anaton, the Monty play was impeccable. The only round they lost with the Monty was when Speakeasy just went for a 1 and then lost. So I think the big takeaways was great shield play, a great timeout from Meepy, and keeping it really close against one of the world's best.
Yeah, we don't actually often get to talk about Meepy enough, but he's done wonders for this roster, and I'm looking forward to what they do further into this tournament if they can make it. But it's time for us to have a look at the SNB game of the day here on the C stream. Now, if you were wondering, it's the next matchup, FearX and Virtus.pro. Now, I'll give a bit of context from my side, from the APAC homies. Everyone in APAC right now is looking to FearX to be the roster crew. They are the dominant roster. However, obviously, it's really hard to know what APAC North would do against OS and all of those things. But now we get to see it play out on an international stage. They did well at Reload, but are they going to be doing well enough to take on Virtus.pro?
That's the thing. Reload was just such a different beast with the format and the arguments, can you abuse it, can you not? And FearX making it into playoffs, but then also losing immediately to CAG. But during the groups, they 7-1 G2. That's got to stand for something. And with FearX being so dominant in Korea, I mean, my GOAT Woogie Man is still taking names. Love that guy. I also, as not someone who's in APAC, but someone who's been watching APAC and been a fan of APAC for a while, I've also got a really high hopes for FearX, and I'm hoping that even if they don't win against VP, it's a similar situation to Waybo, where there's really, really good takeaways, and it's a good game.
You know what? I was going to go and give a little bit to Virtus.pro, but no, I'm going to double down on Woogie Man. He's actually one of the most clutch players in APAC, so that one will be interesting. But it is time for us to go to a short break. On the other side, Virtus.pro will go head-to-head with FearX. Welcome back from the break. Shopify Rebellion have pushed through in the upper bracket. Waybo unfortunately lose to a 7-5. It was a close match, but at the end of the day, the gap may be too big between the two regions. Of course, we do have Whippet joining us now on the desk after just talking to Spoit about what happened in that one. Did you have any key takeaways for Shopify Rebellion?
Biggest thing for me for Shopify Rebellion is it just looked like they were in the process of warming up for the event yet. They haven't quite hit that stride. You know, it's a busy schedule for them, and of course, best of ones, it's a little bit more difficult to prep for a team that's from a different region, has a very sporadic style. So I wouldn't judge the run just yet for them, but their upper bracket advantage continues.
That's a very fair point. I think that we were talking about, you know, Waybo's, from Waybo's point of view, there are some key takeaways. There are some things that are working well, some things that maybe aren't. I think that one thing we didn't talk enough about, and fellow, maybe you can double down on this a little bit with me here, but Reaps having a really phenomenal kickstart to that match. I think he went like 10-4. The problem is from there, it just tapered off. I think I saw like 11-8 by the end of it.
I think in the meta right now, it's very important having those cutoff players, having those consistent fraggers, not just as your entry, but someone who also needs to be at a win condition position, right? And against a team like Virtus.pro, FearX might need to have the exact same win condition, because when Reaps is getting cut off by Shopify, you could see a clear difference in how effective they were winning rounds and how easily they were losing towards the late positions on having bodies.
Well, it's time for us to focus in on our second match of the day. A best of one, albeit, but B&K FearX come into this event with high hopes for APAC. A lot of the people out and about in OS and in SEA are all looking up north to APAC to say FearX might be our best bet here.
This has been a team that's been growing in performances event after event, and I really think that this could be a moment for them to have that breakthrough. This is a roster that has a great combination of just brilliant mechanics and a lot of experience coming into it. Names like Coveted, like Woogieman is going to be on your screen here, have been around doing it for a very long time, and they bring that wealth of experience. This team's grown and grown. We think about the results they had at Reload, for example. They're always getting better, and I think they're a real shining star for the region.
I certainly think that of every team at the moment, they feel the most settled, fellow. And I think that that's probably the most important thing. You look to just their performance over the last 3 months, and I try to include as much of Reload as possible in this discussion. They are one of the most consistent teams in APAC we have. 100 to 106 EPS is where all of the players stand.
Going as well into the maps they play. Maps they're not comfortable with, like Cafe. They were keeping it consistent in the regional finals, winning in overtime at the very last second. I think this team has the room to play adaptable, and against a team they might not be comfortable with in terms of tempo or pacing, like VP, a totally different region, I think they still have a really good chance here.
Whippet, I guess from a perspective of the cross-regional discussion, it's not very often that we do get to see Europeans play against the APAC rosters. Where do you sit in the conversation here? Because they are very different play styles.
I think with this one, there's a unique approach, and it's got to be the fact that VP have that very slow, methodical, almost the perfect way to describe it is VP. That's their core. That's their bread and butter. I mean, every single team you compare, every team has a slow game. You compare it to VP. They are very risk adverse. They don't want to make mistakes, and they want to have everything at their own tempo. Teams like FearX have the ability to raise that tempo and make them feel just a little bit more uncomfortable. And I have in my notes here just one X factor, and that's going to be Woogieman. He has 6 1vXs so far across the stage. If you leave him on that site by himself, if you make a single mistake, he's capitalized and won so many. So keep an eye for that little headline going into this match.
Yeah, Woogie has been a very interesting player, obviously coming from D+, if those of you that remember the APAC North team that dominated back in 2022. He was a part of that roster. But moving forward, obviously, into FearX, he's looked great. However, a team that has been at the forefront of Siege for so many years, I don't even need to contextualize this, fellow, because Virtus.pro are just one of the hallmarks of SiegeX.
I feel like you can't even name off like a highlight player. It's just the entirety of the team has so many highlight factors. Yes, they did lose quite one-sidedly to G2. Yes, they did fall short in the EML, but this is the best we've seen Secret play. This is the best we've seen G2 play in such a long time. Now coming here internationally, that consistency of playing together for so long is going to be so impactful, and I feel like having that slower play style is going to be really good at punishing the aggressiveness of APAC.
VP, when you step into international matches, are so much more consistent. I know it almost almost feels like ancient history, but when they went to Sao Paulo for the Sixth Invitational, they were so close to being the ultimate upset merchants. It was one round separating them and the now Furia team on Border, for example. Simple mistakes, and I have a feeling this team is going to iron those out. On land, different machine, and I think the consistency this roster provides time and time again is fantastic. And one comparison, of course, Shepard. We talk about Woogie Man's clutch potential. Shepard's the exact same.
Yeah, 6 1vx's in the last 90 days. And you look at the operators, and they're very similar to what we see from Woogie Man. Side anchors, hard breach. It's a player that gets left in a lot of positions where they're forced to, I guess, make that play. And I think that was what we were talking about off desk a little bit there, was that these players are the ones that are generally left to their own devices on site. These are the players that are constantly left to pick up the pieces or potentially hold off quick rushes. And both of them play in a very similar fashion. They both play very similar operators.
Big thing, though, is when you look at this, yes, you have this massive clutch potential. I'm going to save more for the side of VRX. I don't think VP are going to let you have that. If they if they have a 3v1 position, they're going to be very careful to not let that go in and not let that slide, because I think they're going to be very aware that Woogie Man can pull those plays out.
Well, if we start talking about the vetoes a little bit, I know that you were kind of leaning in a little bit about the discussion in terms of B&K FearX, but if we look across to Virtus.pro's side, there's 2 maps that I just don't think we're going to see at all, Skyscraper and Nighthaven Labs. But where do you think we might end up on this one?
I have a feeling the Bank's going to be behind the preference to bring it from VP going this. They had a very dominant run. They've kind of developed a few losses. I think a 3 losing streak now in the last couple of days of the EML. But I do feel it's been a very strong map for them, and I think they're going to try and levy towards that.
I really feel like, as well, I wish Harrison was here as well as like a TriCast, because maps are his bread and butter. I call him like the map magician. He literally wrote a line between 2 pieces of paper and was like, okay, these are the 4 maps that VP almost ban every single time. And then here's the bans that they like to pick. It's literally like a checklist, and you named off half of them already, Whippet. So I would not be surprised if we see something like Bank and Chile, maybe FearX wanting to ego a bit on Bank, because yes, VP, it's a favored map for them, but they've been losing a lot recently in EML for Bank.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a great example. There's tape on how to beat this team on Bank. You've seen how it's happened. I mean, Gen.G had a great result in overtime in EML against them. And, you know, Gen.G is a team that's in that lower standing, that midfield of EML. So that could be a great comparison point, and lots of lessons to be learned from that. Yeah,
one of the things that scares me a little bit for B&K FearX is just like how long ago it's been since they've played some of these maps. Like, you look to their permabans of Border and Nighthaven Labs. Sure, they're going to be gone, right? We're not going to see those maps appear. However, you then start to go down the list a little bit here. And, like, if Bank's a good opportunity, because we've seen them play it recently, it feels as though 29 days ago, for the last time we saw FearX in an official on Bank, it's a little concerning.
Yeah, it is. I mean, but when you think about this, when everything wraps up from their stages, this is when you can really compress down and kind of lock in for what you want to do for this event. They're going to know that they're going to have VP going into this. So I think if they want to go there, they should have a very good idea of what their approach is. But to me, until we see this veto, I'm very up in the air what we're actually going to see between these teams.
Well, one of the things that we've discussed so many times, whenever, like, it's synonymous. B&K FearX with Dark, the head coach, has consistently put up, I guess, some of the more interesting discussions for us on the APL desk. He is a very methodical man, and what I enjoy about that is the region he's in. Korea is known as a region that is a little less, I would say they're actually more timid than any of the other APAC regions. They're a lot more risk adverse. They're trying to ensure that they've got the right pieces in the right places. That, for me, opens up the conversation on the vetoes. It goes, cool, this can now start to open up a little bit more. Like you're saying, you know, yes, we haven't seen them play it for some time, but you do have that chance. The problem is, fellow, it's a best of one. And at the end of the day, a best of one can be an upset for anyone.
It's a lot more about the fundamentals. With FearX being a more passive team through APAC as a whole, that could maybe fit well against Virtus.pro. They're not going to be as willing to hold those solo positions for a long period of time. They're not going to let VP set up for free. They could either fall off, maybe double down on the aggression and try to get those isolated players, because the lurk is so frequent in EML as a whole. I saw so many Nook rounds from players like Loira on G2 and from VP as well that I wouldn't be shocked if we see it on a larger map.
But with this, if you play a very timid style from the side of B&K FearX, if they're able to just drain the time, that's going to be a massive factor. VP tend to struggle on their attacking rounds when they find that time restraint. If the early to mid game doesn't go their way, they maybe lose a player in the entry and they get stalled out on that roam clear, they can find themselves in deep water, and that could be a massive benefit for the side of FearX to try and exploit.
It's always a big discussion when it comes to Virtus.pro. What Virtus.pro are we going to see? For so long, we've seen the slow and methodical, but then I can't remember one of the international events, either it was Boston or Montreal, they just changed it up and they looked aggressive, they looked good. In a best of one, this is where I guess that that discussion is going to play probably a bigger part once we actually get into the map, once we find out what map we're going to. That will kind of change a little bit of the direction, because if we're playing a map like Border, which, again, whether we will or won't, that is going to lean into a massively aggressive game. However, we're still looking at two teams that are quite mild.
Yeah, and with it being a best of one, that's the thing that scares me going into it, because I think both teams want to be very careful how they approach this. Staying in the upper bracket as long as possible is going to be a huge advantage to get you qualified for that playoff stage.
Yeah.
You don't want to go, like, yes, your elimination games are all going to be best of 3 in that lower bracket, but if you have the chance to stay in that extra life as long as possible, I think teams want to take it. And I expect the first 2 to 3 rounds to be very hesitant from both these sides until the punches really get thrown.
Yeah, I think Virtus.pro, one of the discussions that we kind of, I guess, look towards some of the times is just the impact that Pasha has. And over the last 3 months since Reload, well, kind of including, but, you know, won't go there, 113 EPS. That is a high and a consistent EPS considering the teams that he's going up against. And when you consider the rest of the team here, they all fall within the 95 to 98 range. Like, I know that we're just kind of, you know, at this point we're pulling threads between a needle, but will Pasha be a player that we can look to in this series?
I would think so, and if not, you're going to definitely see the struggles for the entirety of Virtus.pro, not having someone else at that similar EPS level to be aggressive, to win those first entry fights, to then enable that slower play style that Virtus.pro are comfortable with. That's the big thing on Best of Ones all the time, is how comfortable you can be against teams you don't have a lot of experience with. Again, you don't have comfort map picks. You don't have the ability to just go into the next map with a new coat of paint. You have to just play raw into what your opponents are bringing out and trying to adapt on the fly.
There's a big talking point here that I'm just looking at the moment from the notes. B&K FearX are one of the teams that has the most plants in all of APAC. They also have one of the most amount of disables. This is going to come down to the wire when it comes to these rounds.
This is going to be so impactful because both these teams are going to play around that objective. A lot of teams, both VP, like to get the case down. The fact that you mentioned the amount of counter defuses that they have, that's a huge point. That means their ability to retake and get control once they've lost it is exceptional. And a team like VP who want that map control, that's going to be really important.
Bank and Border, too, the maps we're kind of highlighting a lot that we're assuming we're going to see today in this best of one. Those are maps that are really hard to retake on as well. You know, you look at the window repels outside on Bank, you look at the vert pressure through hatches on that basement floor. Vert pressure in general is just so massive on Border because the map is extremely tiny. The smallest map I think we have as a whole, but it's all reliable. It's Clubhouse we're going to.
It's Clubhouse. We have discussed so many different options, potentially a Chalet, potentially a Bank, potentially a Border, but it's ultimately the tried and true. It is the one that we always come back to. It's Clubhouse. B&K FearX take on Virtus.pro in the upper bracket.
Thank you very much, Malik, for this one, and it is time to crack into this one. To be honest, fellow, we're looking at a best of one. To see old, reliable Clubhouse, are we even that surprised?
Honestly, not really. Virtus.pro and EML as a whole, they are still really big fans of Clubhouse. I think the entirety of Brazil have really mastered this map, but it's been out for so long, you could put a T3 player on Clubhouse and they would know what to do.
I mean, that's the joy of it. It's so, I think, well rehearsed. It's been, and it's showing its age in both good and negative ways, you could say, but a perfect litmus test to check out these teams, and a massive interregional playoff, of course, and I cannot wait to see how this one. It's going to be Capitao, Maverick, Kaid, and Clash taken away in our initial ban phase here.
Starting off on Church and Arsenal as well. The overall lineup not being too shocking. There's good intel because the Valkyrie being up. If that remains a consistent pick from FearX, maybe we'll have her banned later on. But the Scopos as well by Mephi, maybe allowing for that early roam. You know, again, trying to stall Virtus.pro as much as they can, given the fact they're already a slow team. They can fall away using their secondary robot and not giving up that early man advantage. I do feel like the entry might be kind of a win condition here for Virtus.pro on the attack.
I could not agree more, and the big thing catching my attention as well is Rin on the castle. If you see this map, you see a castle, you expect this exact setup upstairs on that middle floor. Now, the real question, are they going to commit players to it? You do have stall potential and the extra information with Good Boy on the Valkyrie. You've got Code and Lagoyo that can delay time on that extended. You know, imagine they're going to be close to the site with those canisters. But are they going to commit to the roam, or just let a little bit of phantom pressure and VP's tendency to be slow on the drones choke time out for a bunker defense?
They do have the demos to maybe alleviate some of that sluggish info early round. So far, just one defender in the basement right now that'll be coded anchoring with the TCSG. Even some strip presence as well from FearX. Interested to see on where Virtus.pro want to start their attack. maybe trying to utilize some early round cutoffs as well. With there being such a heavy roam presence, if VP detect that, they could try to hit a gap in sight, but off their lineup, they've got so much hard breach, getting triple wall opened up, getting the stock and kitchen hatch. That could be so impactful to have a good post-plant position, and then that's where the retakes come into play as well for FearX. But look at this early info by the defense. I think they're aware someone's trying to hop in, and they could go for a C4 to stop it.
Valkyrie cameras paying absolute dividends here. Also, we saw briefly that the hatches at a strip was opened up by the side of VP, meaning that they're somewhat aware of the likelihood of that pressure. Habana's going to be able to find some damage, and that's the Ace of Pasha. Not enough to get anything to write home about. Good Boy does escape the site, and that's going to be top floor control gathered inside of VP. Very important at this stage with Scopos in play to make sure your flanks via cache are very secure, so you don't allow that to be a late round impact. First logic bomb from Joystick is deployed, and actually, he's going to have the C75E, not going to bring out this SMG-12 on the Dokkaebi.
Virtus.pro are able to deal with the initial roam. Now they're setting up for the Vert. They don't have anything like a Buck or a Ram, but still plenty of breaching charges and the nades to take space for the late round. It was a good decision there by FearX, keeping their bodies alive. They still have Vulcan packs, they still have Kibas, and a Nitro Cell that's already been used from Good Boys. That's one less piece of utility to stop a breach. Even rotating the Goyo packs, expecting dirt presence. I don't think I've seen that in recent times with it, but in the meantime, there is still Rin by stock. Could he get a pick here, and could this shut down most of VP's attack from Moto?
I love this from the side of FearX, just playing very passive, and unfortunately, it's going to be Joystick, not the DMR you want to run into for that first fight. And VP do come out victors of the opening engagement of this map. Now, not all is lost at this stage. The Logic Bomb ring out, you still have a massive bunker defense, and with only 50 seconds at this stage, VP might find themselves a little bit time constrained, but the man advantage could be a huge benefit to them.
But it feels like FearX are just so boxed in. Playing mostly from dummies in blue. There are flashes still. There is a couple of nades left for Virtus.pro as well, and the Deathmart trackers could be massive as well. Joystick on this lurk could be such a space maker. The drone coming in behind him as well. The drone economy is still 5 up in the final 30 seconds. This could be a great play here to make space for the plan.
VP has so much information to work with on the DMR in the hands of Joystick. He makes it 2 in the round, and a massive fight out by AK's next to arrive. A close swing by Generator. He swings out wide, but the cover is good. Joystick finding 3. Dan and Pasha wipe things up as Conan Woogieman fall. And it is a dominant opening round here in Clubhouse from the side of Virtus.pro.
And again, the consistency, the flow of the round for Virtus.pro, it starts slow in the initial minute. They get info, they get their comfort of wanting to enter in the building, knowing where this defensive extension is. They hop in, dodging the C4, creating Vert, forcing back FearX, and then they hit a reset. They've got map control, they've got Vert, they've got Breach. That allows them to spot people like Rin, who are kind of isolated and unable to fall back into sight. That gives them the entry, that gives them the win condition to then have the space to go for lurks like that. And because their drone economy was so good, with plenty of time left, they were able to just straight up drone Joystick in. And he's like, wait, no one's watching my blue. If I walk in here and get a kill, that opens up almost all of Church and forces Arsenal to put pressure on me while my team is doing something totally different to get the bomb down.
I mean, the one thing about that blue take as well, where Joystick finds his second kill, is the fact that they had a player on the stairs in blue as well, playing a perfect crossfire. They set that trade up brilliantly, and that's the level of micromanagement that really excels in those final moments. VP, again, they were a little bit time constrained. Yes, they had a lot of map control, but you still have to make snap decisions as we do go upstairs for our second side of choice. And a little bit of pick away always decides he doesn't want to bring the Blackbeard this time. A Fuse in play.
Interested in seeing how they're going to utilize always on Fuse. I mean, you did see the Goyo. You might have saw a lot of site utility. That could be something to use as kind of a pocket pick. Also on the AK, no shield. That is another thing as well for EML, is if they don't feel like they're required to bring shield, they just don't, which I'm not really opposed against. Having that consistent frag base from all of VP, just having another gun can have such an impact. And what they do with the Fuse charge is they send it out on the main breach to stop the Tuber out bandit trick, and now that gives them more time to drone and play in their comfort zone.
This is great from VP. The real advantage, as you mentioned, is just going to be freeing up that time constraint. It's a dangerous peak, and I wouldn't take that if I was the side of Rin, and a good choice to back off. The bandit wires have been relocated. The Twitch drone, though, gets perfect impact. Timing is a virtue, and that's going to be Dan profiting from it. Down below, it's going to be Joystick. Grismot deployed by himself, only catches his own concussion with it, and hops back on drone to secure information by stage and lounge. Garage and Rafters in all in favor of VP as well, and this is a very time-efficient version of VP. They're not wasting anything.
Fearx still committing to this extension by Cash. They feel it's necessary to win a gunfight just to slow down Virtus.pro in the late round. We saw with their roam being ineffective in round 1 that they basically got boxed into sight, but there it is once again. Always a beautiful shot landed. Watching from down garage, another fight comes out, but Rin will win the contestation from stock, falling back up to main stairs. A lot of damage was dealt, but that does give the room for Fearx to be a little more free-willing to go for these fights, but there's still cutoffs outside. Are you kidding me, Whippet? And now Coveted is stuck downstairs, always to punish, and the man advantage is back in the favor of the attack.
VP with a massive cutoff and a great peek out from Always, just wraps everything up in a nice little bow. And as we enter the midway stage of this matchup, we have a very wounded Rin on that Fenrir. Woogieman and Good Boy, the last two standing on site. They can realistically take a full-on engagement, and the map control all in favor of VP. Just 60 seconds remain, so not unwinnable from the side of Fearx, but you just got to leave questions if VP will allow those mistakes to be made that would be required from it. Rotations into Logi as well, they're expecting it, and a great flashbang. He's going to get caught from this one, as Always is going to make it a 4 versus 2. Triple in the round for him, fellow. It looks it's going to be all VP this round.
Maybe all Always as well, finding every single pickup for Virtus.pro. Rin as well, damage from an earlier fight, lest we forget. This basically puts a lot of pressure here on Good Boy, who's also damaged, shut down by Shepard. Rin swinging close, gets the trade, but now it's all up to him, and Pasha will finish off the round. 2 consistent rounds by Virtus.pro in a row. You could see how desperate Fearx were in that early round. Once the breach was opened up, they're like, guys, we got to work a pick here. We did not waste any time on our extension. But Virtus.pro were ready for that. They were holding cutoffs outside. They were watching bottom garage, earning them 2 picks off the bat, and making the anchor of Fearx almost impossible because they had so much to worry about.
It's the unrelenting consistency of Virtus.pro. You always know they're going to have everything watching. It's so difficult to find that breathing room, and they always make things a challenge. Rin gets traded off quickly, and that's going to be a great one in that final replay. You saw how quick that trade was. They're in great positioning. They know where everyone is. This team already, now yes, we've only seen 2 rounds play, but it looks like their team play is very much locked in for this, and just a few kind of unhappy faces inside of Fearx right now.
It almost feels like they're going for a timeout.
I believe they are.
Communicating with his teammate, microphone down. I think that was a huge asset last game for Waybo against Shopify. We're kind of reliving that just through different perspectives. Fearx lose their first 2 rounds off of some miscommunication, off of not stalling Virtus.pro a lot and giving them those early ones. Now they have the feeler rounds, they go for an early timeout and are just hoping to find something on this first half. With it being their defense too, I know Clubhouse is a very overplayed map at this point with it being in the competitive pool for so long, but it still leans defensively. If VP get just 3 attacks overall, I feel like they'd be set up well for the defense, and that might not give Fearx the breathing room that they need to make this best of 1 close or even winning it against Virtus.pro.
I think that 3 round for VP on the attack is their minimum condition. And
absolutely.
I feel like they're in a really good position to do it. Rin's going to bring out the Jaeger, not a very common selection to get brought out here. I mean, obviously, since the changes coming in Siege X, we do see the ADS being able to catch carry tower balls, having a little bit of extra versatility, but still not the almost common that we see, at least in our home regions.
5 seconds left.
Everything else looks about the same. There is no Goyo now. We've got Woogieman on the smoke. There's a blitz in play as well for Joystick. I'm wondering how they're going to use that into effect here. Sometimes you see the blitz drop down from Moto, sometimes they hit a gap over by Dirt, but everyone prioritizing the top to bottom still from the Garage and CC side. Blitz is still a great tool at forcing back the roam, and they've already seen Fearx and the willingness to put 4 bodies upstairs. Now they want to try to speed things up, use this shield as a way to have a gap, have a safe space, and maybe work a pick off it before Fearx can fall off their roam.
We say that, and Dan's the first one to enter the building with the shield behind him. But nonetheless, the attention is probably exactly what you mentioned. The thing to me that goes to jump out immediately is the fact that we do have 2 counters to that Blitz. Coveted and Mephi are going to be able to bring out 2 hard counters to that. The Blitz going to be very vulnerable to those mute jammers and that Warden, if he remembers to put those goggles on, of course. Unfortunately, seen that too many times. But it's going to be a very by-the-books take from here, VP. They're going to walk in, get this top control, as you mentioned, have that shield to get some extra time efficiency. And at this stage, you know, barely anything into the round. They've already got themselves access in the bar, access in the lounge, and they seem to have a very good grasp on the information. Only 2 drones lost at this stage.
I think Fearx, realizing the lack of impact they had while roaming, they decided to go for more of a bunkered setup. All 5 defenders in the basement floor, even before that minute marker elapsed. So now instead, they're just trying to hold this power spot here by top main. That is their only bastion at stopping a main execute. Detecting the Warden now, they could try to send in the Blitz, but he's got the C4, providing him a bubble, a bit of a distance here from the attack. We'll see if this Warden can fall back or get some damage.
This is what the use of that Jaeger is going to be. Combine that with a Warden. He has to dance around the HG here, and unfortunately, he can't get all ways. The M4 beats the SMG-12 this time around, and the opening pick for the third time consecutively is going to go to Virtus.pro. Breach charges deployed in Kitchen are going to begin to remodel this floor best they can and alleviate those pressure positions in Deep Armory. Step by step, VP are working through this checklist, and Ferex are going to find that pressure, and they're not going to be too keen in the final few stages.
They've got Ash available. Maybe they could open up the Kool-Aid wall, let the Blitz run in and get that diffuser down, because they've got the Vert in Kitchen. They've got the hatch opened up. They can cover from above. And Ferex, they're not in a good position to flank because there will be someone down bottom main watching that staircase. But in the meantime, no one's actually here to help play off of Joystick right now. Instead, Dan is holding Moto.
This is a very difficult position for VP. The mute jammers mean you can't get through that wall, but that smoke canister in back pocket means he can try and charge up long, and guess what? He's going to dart straight in the back armory. Pasha finds Coded, and well, those smoke canisters are going to force Joystick to go a little bit deeper. He's not going to be able to get this case down just yet, and takes an absolute beating. He's going to be stuck in no man's land. Woogie's going to find it. Good boy, and Rin pop off as well. About 10 seconds, they retake control of back armory. Good boy finds Pasha, and Ferex back into play.
Great passivity by Ferex. We talked about how good their retakes are. The plant didn't even go down. Their retake was flawless with it. We saw so much utility just saved there. The smoke grenades forcing out Joystick, making him take the gunfight. Woogie Man and Good Boy are ready to re-aggress once the shield is back up, even challenging the hatch player, knowing he's isolated. Once the hatch presence is gone, we saw no one bottom main. No one can fill that void to assist Joystick. He was kind of on an island, and I was just ready to sing the praises of Virtus.pro for having a good clear at the beginning of the round, because Ferex were playing more on the anchor. They had time to set up, but just not the bodies to enable a plant or to shut down the smoke.
That retake looked like a very rehearsed, called play from it.
For sure.
I have a feeling that Dark, their coach, has just went and said, whenever we see this lineup from VP, I have a feeling they're going to do this. They had everything perfect. The rotations were perfect by darting from short straight through Kool-Aid wall, able to deny that massive play. And Good Boy takes a lot of credit for that on the Azami. Very well played from the side of Ferex. VP, this is going to be the predictable nature costing them around, but this is a story that we see time and time again. They're just so consistent, expect them to keep picking up rounds. But Ferex, this is what they needed. They get themselves out of the block, and a very good bounce back indeed.
Interesting enough, too, I think it was still the entry going the way of Virtus.pro,
Yep.
so it looked like a favorable round, but again, just not enough emphasis on dealing with the smoke, maybe not even expecting it in that round altogether. It felt like a genuine surprise. Joystick's like, oh my god, guys, I'm getting smoked out, I gotta rotate, and then it happened again. He's like, where are these smokes coming from? I need help, and it just never arrived in time before the retake was off without a hitch for Ferex. We go back to CCTV, the Bandit being brought once again, and the Tubarão is available but not in play for Ferex this round. We've got Always starting to open up these back walls from Garage, utilizing the Grim maybe to space out anybody by Raptors, and there is no shield to help with this, so most likely will be Virtus.pro trying to power up 2 or 3 bodies, getting Raptors control, and then hitting the go button into sight from there. They do have Shepard rotating, so I wonder if he's still going to open up Conwall or go for that back take instead.
VP
Oh,
leaving
no, still not open, never mind.
VP do have their options open to them. The big thing though with the Azami ban coming out at this stage, you can't play up on Raptors with that confidence those keeper barriers provide you. And they spotted Good Boy on the mute down inside of stock. Now, this is just going to be one extra problem to solve. He does present that C4 threat for the late round. Mephi does find Joystick, and we wave goodbye to our Zofia. Joystick has found a lot of success on Zofia at this stage, I believe up to this point during EML, and Reload 17 appearances on the Polish operator. They'll try and pop open this map ingredient up inside of construction, and I don't think you want to repeat that one, Good Boy. That might be a little bit asking.
You've already got your pick. Now forcing Virtus.pro to be gun up. Pasha's ready though. Rin gone. They can maybe get this breach opened up finally. Shepard still waiting by Plat. The jammer is not allowing the Reterra to come in. Do they have a nade to throw out? I think so. There are no magnets, there are no ADSs, and finally, the grenade gets 1, if not 2 of the Bandit batteries. The cutoff now established, but they still have to clear Raptors with only about a minute left in the round. Shepard beginning to rotate below. Actually, no, it's Pasha, my mistake. He's got 1 flash and 1 nade left. This could be enough, but you need somebody garage door to assist Pasha with entering in.
And yet again, we find that a very important player has been left isolated. I speak to you soon. The Grim Bees do go out, and the smoke canisters of coveted are going to be a perfect counter. Now, this is going to be the problem with Grim. This isn't going to force the player to move. Yes, you know exactly where they are, but if you have concealment and hard cover, these Bs essentially do nothing. And you got a smoke canister to buy some free damage if they try and push up your staircase. Every second burnt away is going to be huge. The nade does arrive in perfect timing, and Pasha does get that credit. We see coveted fall. 40 seconds left to work with, and VP find themselves in a good position to make this work.
And Dan now gathering info. 4 Rotero drones. Maybe used just to make space, give a lot of info for the Raptors position. Always as well having Case with Raptors control. If he spots a gap, he could simply barge in and with this man advantage, get an easy plant off, but FearX still giving Virtus.pro a run for their money right now.
Final few moments of this, the flashbangs do arrive out, and this is going to VP, might find it struggle. The Case going down, but that's going to be a good boy. That C4, he's safe in the late round, but it doesn't work! Always will get this Case down, and this is where we need to see FearX have their huge retake potential. But on a site like this, with this main wall open, there's not a lot they can do. You have to win this fight against Shepard. He is the all-important cover that VP need. Always finds one. Mephi's going to get himself traded off with that one, but at this stage, 3 versus 2, surely there's no way back for FearX.
Seems almost impossible. The defender drawing a straight line. Dan and Shepard outside the main breach, getting the final 2. Virtus.pro, 0 struggle. Once they got the trade back, it looked a little dire at first with Mephi getting a good kill on a joystick, but they still had the right tools for the job. They still had Pasha on the striker. They still had the Grim to get info as to where this Raptor player is hiding, allowing Pasha to throw that grenade, get a freebie. Once you have Raptors control in that main breach, there isn't a lot left to stop you from planting because you literally cut the site in half. You saw before the post plant went down, all 3 defenders were in a line. They were just all holding the same doorway and were all terrified of dealing with Shepard in that round. Especially with the Azami being off the board too, it is much harder to double up 2 people in Raptors to deal with the Grim, to deal with the grenades. If they had a second person helping out that player alone in Raptors, that could have been a different round because they had no info about that.
And I think that's going to be very much from the archetype we saw. That was a Azami ban from the side of VP as well. They realized, right, and I think the very clear intention was they wanted to play with that cutoff from platform and just deny that rotation. Very simple siege in the idea of it, and not a unique approach, but a very well executed style. Not just VP through and through going into it. So Jim are going upstairs to Jim on bedroom for this one. For FearX at this stage, VP have established their kind of minimum requirements. They wanted their 3 rounds on attack. Is this, to you, a very important round for FearX to try and bounce back?
100%. And again, we're not really seeing much changed here from Virtus.pro. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And now there isn't really anything to stop the Thermite. There are some mute jammers, but if you repel in just the right way, you can avoid the jammer from denying any main breach. They already have CC opened up, which is much faster than last time too. I think FearX are going to need to once again kind of play desperate, take those one-on-one gunfights before Virtus.pro can set up, just to slow them down, because when they're given the space, when they're given the breathing room, their attacks are almost unbeatable.
They've conceded away the 2 Brow this time around, so they're going to invite them into server. They're going to invite that initial pressure, and they got those mirror windows to play once you get out towards construction. So for B&K FearX, the entire decision was just to concede this initial area and make the rest of our defense closer to site a little bit stronger, and the mirror is going to reflect of that. But VP, to no surprise, have brought the same tools they had the previous time of this site, and I'm feeling they're not going to really deviate from their initial strategy.
They know that red's now clear. Seems like they're going to get this map control as fast as humanly possible with the help of the Grim, the help of the drone. I also liked how split up Virtus.pro were back in their previous execute of this bomb site. Having someone go Logi, having someone go Highway for another cutoff angle, it gave the players that were inside the building a chance to just push in from one choke point without being punished. But now, you've got 4 Nitro cells for those choke points. You've got the Mira window, you've got the Malusis, the Valkyrie Black Eye cameras. I know you highlighted a lot of those operators already, but there is so much information at the disposal of FearX, and maybe off that info, someone like Good Boy could either flank or use a C4 downstairs, which would be huge.
I think that's the intention for it. However, Rin does deploy that Nitro cell early. You mentioned about the information the defense have, but VP as well. Majority of drones still standing, only 3 being lost at this stage. So they've kept themselves a massive network of information, and this might make it very uncomfortable for FearX to even maneuver around the site or the map itself. So keep an eye on Good Boy if he gets caught by anyone from the side of VP holding a cutoff down below.
Few charges now going off. Maybe helping with Jacuzzi wall, some damage dealt from Highway, but not enough to get a kill on Turin. Logi presence now established as well, almost identical to round number 2, but now there's 5 bodies up for FearX. Who's going to be the initial entry in this round? Will they try to power in here from Khan? That seems to be the way as Joystick lands a nasty shot. Coden now swimming with the fishes. Dan another as well. They've got this mirror to worry about. And Shepard across in Logi has Diffuser. Should he just rotate instead of deal with Khan? No, he'll chow the mirror window, but it's good. Now they've got full site control in a 5 versus 2. The plant most likely going down. Good boy below. Does he have info? Shepard planting on the hard cover. There's no way of stopping this Diffuse from going down. 1 kill from Mephi. Good boy another. But the man advantage is still so strong. The gas pipe injuring Mephi. They'll reset now in the 2 versus 3. 30 seconds left. Shepard another, and Dan still outside. Closes it. 4 rounds for Virtus.pro as FearX have not found a solution.
From the second Joystick finds that opening, they just cascade one by one, and they win every single gunfight that they needed. Huge performance from them. VP, they just look so locked in for that one, and that's, you concede so much map control. You give them more space to set up. They had all the information in the world with all their drones, and they had the confidence to challenge people like it, just like in Logi. You know the mirror window, you know the window's not looking at you, but you know they know you're there. Just walk in, win your one, and VP will take full advantage of it. What a performance so far from this European side.
You know, you had the distraction from Khan. Shepard's like, yeah, I got it. I've played these games before. We're good. Like we mentioned, 4 rounds now for Virtus.pro. The timeout already depleted from FearX. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a round win here yet again for Virtus.pro. The question is, you know, what site will FearX opt to go for? I'm not totally sure where this is. It might just be all the way in the basement. Yeah, they've got Coda still down below in Arsenal. Their lineup now re-insisting that they want to have a roam, but Virtus.pro, you know, they were prepared for that situation. Yes, they had a very early clear. FearX were not playing up above, but now by them keeping the shield, keeping the Deimos, and all this info, I imagine the roam will not be as successful unless FearX are literally buddying up to stop the shield or by respecting him and falling off early.
I have a sneaking suspicion that they want to commit heavily to this upstairs row and play that body up system, as you mentioned. They're in close proximity with 4 players upstairs at this stage, leaving the sole member of Coded alone by himself. Now, this is going to be a problem because if VP realize this, they have a huge avenue to get themselves in the side. So for the side of BNK FearX, I hope they maybe consider falling players back at an earlier stage as this drone work does go out.
You do have to think, though, because Goyo is still up, putting it on a barricade like dirt or near blue, that gives your team 20 seconds to rotate. If no one's clearing the roam on top of that aggressive rush, that will give you time to reset. And so far, FearX have shown moments where they're given a chance to play back for time, to play in sight off of a reset, that they are successful, at least on Church and Arsenal, which probably explains why they want to go back there, just now with a different composition. Joystick now entering Garage, looking down oil, checking for any sneaky players underneath the ladder. Now getting into the building proper. This is a slower force by Virtus.pro, but they also do have to be a little more time consuming because there are players actually defending up above, always on this cutoff. If we just see BFX fall back, this could be a huge place for Always to deal some damage, but Pasha's already injured from Good Boy?
This is going to be a problem as Good Boy gets a free drop down the pool table, and with 1 player down, you lose your race. 1 cell on the charge was used to open up Jacuzzi, but you have 1 less resource to work with. Now just a minute 25 left to go, and Always walks in, finding 1, can't make it 2. The shotgun is going to deny him, but this should be a free, but Joystick is a little bit too wise to it, not committing all the way down the main stairs, knowing that BFX will likely have a crossfire, but Good Boy still a factor in this round, finds the opening pick against Pasha, and now on that flank outside bathroom has a huge chance to make an upset.
Not sure if they're aware of the bandit still playing close by. This could be a chance for them to go hunting. Joystick is still up on the shield. Good Boy not having a C4. But in the meantime, FearX, they might be looking to get aggressive to help assist Good Boy. They want to keep this man advantage. If 2 people, just 2, are distracted on the strip lurk, that could give a huge opportunity for main stairs. The Desmar tracker comes out, Joystick low. The bandit might be winning this fight, but there's 3 people hunting down the bandit. Can he get away with at least 1? He can't. The round tied up, but look at how many seconds Good Boy burned away from Virtus.pro.
That is 15 to 20 seconds. The VP now do not have the make this execution stick, and a little bit of desperation sets in. Bailiff cracks open Moto, and the Bees to clear off close. This shotgun of Matthews will play a very important role, and they want to commit straight down Moto. The smoke grenades are golden, and they might just have to force this the old-fashioned way. Joystick is low. It's going to be a massive play. The shotgun denies all hope. It's Bailiff versus a 12 gauge, and it will be Mephi to find one more round. FearX still have a pulse. They end up the half with a victory on the basement.
Making the right choice there on the adaptation. Still having Good Boy around, playing from Strip, winning his 1-for-1, and now it's the question of Virtus.pro. You know, we have the main stairs presence to worry about as well. That is our win condition, to walk downstairs and get into sight. Do we deal with that first? Do we commit the blitz to overextend, or do we go through Strip? It just took way too long to make that decision because FearX had such consistent trades, such good crosses being held to stop that moto take. It was too much for Virtus.pro to worry about all at the same time, with it also being red time. They just didn't have enough seconds to reconvert that 3 versus 3 position. You know, hearing no info by Blue, hearing that dirt wasn't really opened up or having someone rotate late round, seeing a lack of kitchen vert, they just realized it was going to be a moto take and they all set up to shut that down.
Perfectly done. And the big thing as well, the Good Boy's flank inside of Strip, yes, it denied time, but also the fact he bought so much damage on the joystick, meaning that Blitz has no spare HP to work with. Essentially, a single mistake or wrong position, he's out of the fight, and that's what we saw with that trade-off. So a massive individual play from Good Boy to find the opening pick, deny enough time, and get that damage on the joystick. And for FearX, though, they move towards the offense. This map, as old it is, does favor the defense still. I think this is going to be a long way back if they want to get themselves tied up in level playing field, but not out of the picture.
I think it's interesting that Virtus.pro go for the double shield ban. Typically, you see more focus on hard breach being removed, but maybe that just kind of insinuates that Virtus.pro want to hold more of the map without being punished, right? You've got the castle to extend. You've got Jaeger. You've got Wamai starting out on, what was that, CCTV, I think, here for the defense. Having all this utility just to bolster up on Raptors, the most default ops to bring to deal with Raptors is someone like the Montaigne, but we do have other options for FearX, like the Capital they're switching into, like the Thatcher to maybe throw some EMPs and deal with some of that extra utility, and the Flores, plus a Glaz. I think Glaz is by far the most interesting op we have in this lineup here for FearX, and I wonder if they're gonna, like, you know, maybe throw a smoke somewhere on Garage Door and just have Mephi sit there, or have him play on the cutoff with that sniper rifle.
I think you might be on something maybe playing out towards Garage with that smoke. Combine that with Woogie Man's fire darts and Capital.
Yeah.
It's going to buy you a little bit of extra safety net. You have that concealment on that doorway so you can get a better angle by walking a little bit deeper in. So I think that could be on the option here. But this is a very simple lineup from the side of FearX. They have every tool that they need realistically to get it done. Maybe lacking a little bit in terms of the fact that they have no grenades to try and clear position if they lose their Capital. So Woogie Man plays a very important role here, essentially being the only person that can deal with Raptors with an indirect position. The drone does spot the aggressive play from Joystick, and a wise choice from the veteran to fall straight back. Does not want to stay there too much longer as everything opened up, makes it a nasty kill box. He'll still contest though from this open wall, and Good Boy finds him, shuts down Joystick, an early advantage for FearX.
What a nasty shot landed, those angles working both ways. Joystick had the right idea in mind, you know, play for the utility, play towards that castle extension, keep swamp control to make it harder to walk in from Garage, but as he peeks for a 1-for-1, the 50-50 goes the wrong way for the Jaeger. Now the Mavericks starting to trick this main breach. One of the parts already soft, so now the cutoff is established. We've got maybe Shepard wanting to up the ante here from downstairs, walking through red, noticing no one close by lounge. The Rotero's going off as well. FearX still just taking their time to set up. They're still needing to clear out Garage. And Dan's going on a flank right now off the information, and it gets him one. Are you kidding me? The Azami having a huge power play to tie up the man count and could walk back up main uncontested.
Oh, and Shepard's gonna buy a freebie through that smoke. The Glaz didn't have a chance to fight it, and he locks it down. Advantage is gonna be with VP. I just took a moment in the midst of that to look behind me as VP are sat there. Joystick, since his early fall, has been incredibly vocal, giving his team a lot of information and trying to micromanage and shot call it, so making full advantage even though he was out of this fight early. Sub 1 minute left to work. Advantage and player count for Virtus.pro. Rotero Jones still to send in, and you can use it to buy a little bit of space. Raptors control with FearX at this stage, so VP a little bit compressed back. No Nitro cells to play for denial, but they still have 3 toxic counters in the hand of Pasha, and an MP5K with always finds coded. It's going to be a difficult one, but Woogie Man does get one traded back.
Not the end of the world until Pasha finds another. The gas finishing him off. That leaves now just Woogie Man in the middle of sight. Dan will get the finisher. FearX never dealing with always in Rafters. I was really wondering why they had no one by Garage Door, why they didn't have anyone walk into the building. Joystick was the first one dead. He was the person helping with Rafters, and they never took that gap.
I wonder, do you think there was a call made that they only expected one player to be in towards Garage and Rafters? They knew he fell back in towards Lounge. That's where Good Boy finds that pick. But as you said, just leaving that space available for VP, they took full advantage of it. And the confidence from Dan. Actually, that was the moment I looked back to look at Joystick in particular. And he was incredibly verbal that one. I think he said, you know what, Dan, go for that one. And they were able to get the huge pick from it. They now lead with 5 rounds to their name. VP in a lot of control here in Clubhouse.
We saw in the replay that, yes, they did have the Glads kind of power walk up with the smoke grenade, but because it was really funny, but because of the rotate taking way too long, that allowed for Castle to go back downstairs and hold the same position Joystick died from. So again, just doubling down on what map positions you need. Yes, CC window is nice. Yes, a con lurk is sometimes helpful. Yes, you do need someone Lounge to assist when dealing with the Castle, but it is just more important to get in through Garage and get Rafters control. If someone tries to walk in through Swamp, you've got a whole staircase and vertical angle to deal with that player. I think the prioritization in that round was a little off for FearX, just slightly, and Virtus.pro, being such a veteran team, were able to punish because of that. Going into a pretty huge advantage now for Virtus.pro. I'm wondering how Gym and Bedroom is going to look different here for FearX, their lineup being fairly similar, but they do have a good emphasis on Vert. So maybe they could try to make some space downstairs, get rid of some of those power positions that VP could hold in the site. But once again, it looks to be somewhat of a heavy roam by Virtus.pro.
I think VP want to put a player down below to deny that option to use that skeleton key from this lower floor. But this is the thing, VP, once they get a kind of a read on what you want to do, they can be very reactive to it. Now, the big thing I see here is Deimos has found 4 operators in that drone stage, meaning they're going to get some extra value. Good Boy will be able to use those death marks to try to isolate anyone from VP who might find themselves a little bit away from the pack. I do see one silhouette just a little bit further as Woogieman makes his initial entryway inside a Garage. Very scary position to walk up as well. You leave yourself incredibly vulnerable. He's going to watch Oil Pit as well. And Pasha, as we hop on board with him, is very cautious of that window, but he's going to find some damage towards Rin through that wall, and he's going to find himself in a direct engagement sooner, but he decides to fall back as that main wall in the server opened up. Nitrocell finds no marks. They'll set themselves up in cash nicely to hold this fortification.
And now Mephi's in stock, maybe punishing always, but the Mute Jammers disabling some of these Deathmark trackers. A lot of damage dealt into Pasha, but look at the aggression from Always! And he gets away for free. That is insane, but Pasha not getting as lucky here. A 4 for 4 on that roam extension with the Bandit dying. That's not bad. All of his utility was focused on the extension. And now you're burning more and more seconds against FearX. They're double checking if the extension is still aggressive by VP. Now they begin to rotate, and now you've got the Kibas to worry about. You've got the potential of a flank if need be. Virtus.pro remaining passive, remaining cautious, as they know BFX are just looking for a gap to spot here.
This is where the patience of Virtus.pro can feel so nightmarish to fight against. VP are not going to swing you. They're going to force you to make the play at this. They do have the death marks still working. They don't have the fire darts with Woogieman on Capital. They're trying to force players out of position. And again, Mephi, I don't know if he's down below yet, but he could use that skeleton key to try and clear his power positions, as you mentioned. Always 10 and 4 at this stage. Holding on the platform of the staircase is going to be a nightmare to deal with. But VP just being patient, just waiting and letting FearX walk into their own trap. But Mephi's going to find one. We've mentioned he might be a threat from below. He finds a way in from above.
So damage dealt. Once again, the Goo Mine slowing this down, but Dan, an important fight to win. 20 seconds left. And he's still holding off Logi. Deathmark tracker comes out in the flash, making space. They know 2 players are stuck by bottom main. They'll rotate around, ignoring this extension by the staircase, but Joystick is good for 1. Plant going down, Always re-swings, and the round almost over, closed from Joystick. A single trade found by FearX, but it wasn't enough. Series point on the line.
Virtus.pro in control, and their patience was a key to success. They realized we've got the advantage, we have the map in our favor, let's not get aggressive, let's not risk it, and they played it perfectly, funneling the entirety of FearX essentially through Logi. You can't do a lot from that position, especially when players like Joystick can always have you held in the crossfire, and VP comfortably walk away with this. As you mentioned, series point for the EML side. FearX, not the start they would have wanted here at the Esports World Cup.
Definitely not. Virtus.pro just continuing to play their game, play comfortable. You saw the aggression by both Always and Pasha. Yes, it was a 1-for-1, but again, the value between the Capital and the Bandit, who have already used their pieces of utility, it is just, it's night and day with it. There was so much more that FearX could have used. Having those smoke bolts, having those fire bolts to make space to get into the bomb site more comfortably could have been such a saving grace, but not having that, it allowed for Virtus.pro just to sit back and play their own game for that 3 versus 3 conversion, kind of forcing FearX to want to plant, but they have no safe space to do that.
It's a series of creating dilemmas, not problems. A problem has an easy solution, dilemma has multiple outcomes, all equally as bad, and VP just forced them into a pick your poison choice. And looking at the lineup that we have for this one, which could be our very final defense, VP have opted to bring up that castle, meaning they want to at least tempt the idea of an extension as they go down towards that basement. FearX are going to really have to debate whether they want to commit into this roam clear. And only Dan upstairs so far playing around bar might be a problem. Joystick in blue, and I have a feeling that he might be confident enough to take this one. The Kiba's going to give him an extra bit of safety net. He can just exist here for a little bit longer.
Dan still waiting down below, expecting someone to walk through stock. So far, FearX playing a little more passive than they would have originally anticipated, and Virtus.pro playing into that fairly well right now, making sure no one can enter the building without committing something like utility, without committing a body to potentially losing a fight. Surprised how aggressive Joystick is holding this, dodging the flash, and no one's here to play off this util. They're just burning flashes for free as Joystick does not feel threatened to leave. He is still committing to playing here.
I mean, the flashbang goes out, he's blinded, but no one's there to push him behind it, and he's just going to burn so much time. Joystick will go and retreat back to the site. Good Boy does get the opening pick, and Always, who's been the MVP for VP, shut down, but Shepard almost finds that trade. The nade's good as well, shuts him down, but VP have more players in close proximity to try and find that trade, but a wise decision to dart down that staircase and live the fight another day. They'll pop that map ingredient, and that's going to make an even safer retreat, as Woogieman on that Blackbeard wounded as well. Not going to be great. Good Boy shut down from bar with the vector in the hands of Dan. No one can find his trade, and VP in the driver's seat here for what could be our final round.
Maybe just playing his life at this point, expecting the stock player to get aggressive. Shepard here to assist. There is a lot of vert right now for FearX, but they cannot hold this forever. They've got to walk down and directly contest Virtus.pro. Still alive on the first floor roam. Dan even hiding under the stage. There aren't many drones left, literally one left. They've got no idea about the flank. That's case control forfeit. And Virtus.pro, they're traded once again, but you talked about it earlier. Woogieman is one shot away from death. This could easily be a 7-2 finisher for Virtus.pro, especially if they cannot recover this diffuser. Castle barricade still intact, 40 seconds to go. Coveted, injured and finished off by the pistol. And now it's just Woogieman, position known in kitchen. Virtus.pro looking to make this a clean round win as they keep the man advantage, falling back. They know Woogieman has got no way of getting both the stage player and someone from main if they keep their distance. The proc alarm taunting the Blackbeard, not even able to bash through the walls. He'd be gunned down. To damage dealt, back now turned in the gas pipe, giving Virtus.pro time to fall into sight. Woogieman's got no case control. Even if he wins this 1-for-1, there's no chance of confirming the round. 4 seconds left, putting the shield away, and he just doesn't know where he's going at this point. And the round's over. What was that?
A perfect example of Virtus.pro. Many teams would take the advantage to fight the lone Blackbeard, especially when they have a crossfire, run away, play for bomb control, and they just walk away with what was a dominant victory here on Clubhouse. And Virtus.pro continue their upper bracket run. It's not over for B&K FairX. They do go to the lower bracket, but man, VP looks so good.
That end round just felt so uncomfortable for FearX. Like, I didn't even know what to say at that point. I'm like, oh, he's going to walk down main with no case control. Maybe he wins that first fight and plants, but the round was basically solidified once he fully walked down. 5 seconds left and no objective play with Case still being top main. It was a couple of shining moments for FearX when defending Church and Arsenal, for example, but other than that, VP just looked like the better team throughout the entirety of that match. Maybe going to such an old school map like Clubhouse was not in the playing cards for FearX, and they just overall did not look prepared other than the one timeout round they got.
It's heartbreak for me. And of course, FearX just not performing to the mark that they should. We know them to be a much better team. Internationally, we know them to be able to pull these games together. But this just ran away from the beginning with it. There was never, like, to be perfectly blunt with you, there was never a point at which I thought, Firex are in this.
Yeah, I'm sadly going to agree with that one. I think VP has come out and did not give anything to the side of Firex at all. It was very, very passive at times. You saw, especially on the defense, they just didn't give up anything. And I think they were playing a very frustrating game for the side of Firex. Firex wanted maybe a little bit more of a fight in the mid-round. They never really got it.
Virtus.pro at the moment looking very good. Can't take anything away from them. You look at the individual performance across the board, it sets the tone quite nicely. I think one of the big concerns I had, look, it's the last round for me where 3v3, not enough intel. Yeah, things happen. Lurks happen, flanks happen, I get that. But it's that point where you know where the kit's dropped, you know what's happening, and all of a sudden it just falls to pieces. You could see there at the end, the Woogie cam, the Woogie cam, that's the perfect way of putting it. The Woogie cam down the bottom, you could just see he's running in and he's like, it's over. Like, we just know that it's over. It was almost defeat at that point. It doesn't feel like the kind of performance you need at EWC, fellow.
Absolutely, and you know, there are plenty of other strong teams at a similar level to Virtus.pro. Having this be your first game, it's got to be a little demoralizing where everything you were attempting against them just did not work. You had early aggressive rounds from Firex, they were not working. The best we saw from them was their consistent anchor game and retakes, but after one round, after literally a single round where Firex did that retake, VP just did a perfect job of shutting it down the second attempt.
Well, gents, let's go down and actually speak to the players to figure out what just happened. Crow, take it away.
Thank you so much, Manic. I'm here with one of the winners, Dan. Anyone watching Siege Esports for a while knows who you are. Congrats on the win, first of all, starting off the tournament well. First question is, I mean, you've been on this team for an incredibly long time. Clubhouse has always been a really comfortable map for you guys. A little shaky more recently at EML, but what about Clubhouse is just, like, works for you?
I mean, it not usually works for us, but we are trying to improve it to become the best team on Clubhouse once again, like we were before. But with the new ban system, it became even harder because everyone ban your breachers, hard breachers, and it's like you need to play different. So everyone is learning the new way how to play Clubhouse without the hard breachers, and we are trying our best to improve in this map. And I think we played really well during this game.
Speaking of maps, you know, one of the things that we all noticed when we were doing prep is obviously you guys ban like the same 4 maps almost every single best of 1. Is it just you guys want to really, really focus your map pool? Is it there's something about those new maps that you guys just like hate?
I think like we can play all maps, but like there are some maps that we know that it's like balanced map. It depends on you, not on luck. And we prefer, like especially in best of 1 series, you prefer to play the map that is like at least some kind of consistent. And I think we found like 4 or 5 maps that are consistent, especially in BO1s, and like trying to be the best on these maps.
And then speaking of BO, you know, moving into BO3 is when you guys were in the playoffs in EML. You guys qualified for this event, but you're 4th place and you lost Clubhouse a couple times. What were the biggest things that you as a team were working on between EML playoffs and then here at EWC?
I think we were doing like the same preparation because we are like during the previous year and during this year we are trying to change our playstyle to the more aggressive to fit the meta, and it's hard playstyle for us, so it takes time, and we are still trying to improve and like fully understand the pace, what we want to play, like what operator is the best for everyone, like the shields, and how to counter everything, like how to counter fast pushes more consistently. So we just focus on that and hope we are like a little bit better during this tournament than we were during the stage.
And then speaking of fast pushes, and we were just talking about Clubhouse, what was it about FearX's Clubhouse where you guys were able to take the attack so dominantly and then flawless your defense? Were there any like huge obvious gaping holes in the way that they were playing?
I think they played like the style that Maka played against us on Clubhouse, like the passive style. They just hold positions, don't overreact, and we were trying to stay alive at first so we can execute properly. Like we were trying our best to not give them entries, to get closer to the side and then do the execute that we want to do. Some rounds like we wasted a lot of time and we didn't have enough time to fully communicate and describe what we want to do. But I think overall we played good on attack. Like communication was great. Everyone was talking, giving the ideas, and I hope we will do they communicate the same way in the next game.
Yeah, it was a great first win. Dan, thank you so much for your time. Again, congrats on starting the tournament with a really good win. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, The Crow. A lot of information being thrown our way from Dan the Man there. I mean, there's a lot of things to digest. One of the key takeaways that I heard in amongst the conversation about the vetoes and the bans and all of those kind of things, they think that there's an element of luck to some maps where maybe there isn't in others. What's your take on that, Whippet?
I think the way I would word it is they want to take the maps that have the most variables away. The maps that you can break down to be the most bare bones, that's what they want, especially in BO1s, where every mistake you make in a match like this, you only have 12 rounds, 15 if you have overtime. They know every mistake's amplified, so taking every variable away, I think that's a very smart choice from this team. And while people always say it's the same 4 maps they play time and time again for a good reason, because they're very strong on them. Yeah, they certainly are, and they looked good in this series, and that's the thing. I think the interview that we just got from Dan then felt very cool, calm, and collected.
Absolutely. I mean, they won 7-2. They kind of proved a point here on Clubhouse. I think it's really funny, too, how he mentioned during the interview that they've had some inconsistent showings on Clubhouse. Now, with that being said, going here map 1, your first game of EWC and winning at 7-2, I mean, that's kind of a huge statement to have. Yep. One of their inconsistencies now being dealt with quite quickly kind of opens up their map pool for whenever they get into best of 3s, which I think is a good look for them.
Yeah, arguably, unfortunately, one of the weaker teams. You know, no matter how much I love APAC, no matter how much I want to try to, I guess, champion the cause of this region, at the end of the day, we are the weakest region at the moment, and it really felt like BNK Furex were the weakest link. They go down into the lower bracket now. Whippet, what are your takeaways from this game for them?
I feel like this is going to be a very difficult pill to swallow at this early stage. There's a lot to play for in this competition, and to have that immediate kind of elimination pressure on your back is very tough. They do move the best of 3s, which is going to give them a little bit more options and some safety nets to make mistakes, and maybe it might work better for them, but I am a little bit concerned. Yeah, any thoughts from you on, I guess, just the wider BNK Furex roster?
Just hoping that they can kind of reset from this game, just put it in the back of their mind and just focus on the now. The way they don't get eliminated will be something that they can try to look forward to. And I do like at least the early timeouts being called, giving them some room to breathe in the first half.
Now, sometimes we get individuals that perform better than most. Let's have a look at the MVP for this matchup. I think that you probably could have found a few players, but always. Always and forevermore.
Always was just so consistent. I mean, yes, he had the most kills at the end of everything, but his positioning, his awareness, and how he helped his team just by being a problem time and time again was exceptional. And I think VP would have had a much harder time, especially on their defenses, without the performance he was able to put in.
Looking back at my notes, I think he won almost every single entry fight for Virtus.pro. That is a huge thing on a very tempo-focused team like Furex. It felt like Virtus.pro were making them so uncomfortable from the beginning of the round, getting the info, enabling their entry to do his job, just having a clean endgame. Furex had basically no response the entire match because of always.
It was something that Dan said a little bit in his interview there, is they're just trying to stay alive at the start of rounds because they know what's going to come from most of these teams, which is aggression. But speaking about aggression, that was also another point that Dan is talking about. They're trying to move away from their traditional playstyle of slower. I mean, is that going to work?
I think it's certainly going to catch teams off guard if they're expecting that very slow, methodical VP, but the difficulty is they're so used to it. And I often mention this, especially about this event, you don't often have teams rise to the occasion. They settle back to their training routine. They're used to it, and I feel like they might want the intent to be quicker, but sometimes when things get hard, they might go back to that slower pace style.
Yeah, certainly so. One thing that we need to obviously talk about at the moment, the Aremco power rankings. This is across all 16 teams that we have at this event. I think that it's fair to say, unanimously, fellow, these would be the favorites.
FaZe, as a whole, being such a consistent team. Furia, they lost kind of heavily in that final best-of-3 series, but Furia are still an absolute beast of a team. All of Brazil as a whole look incredible this stage so far. G2 being practically flawless during the playoffs, beating the favors of Falcons as well. That was a good look for them. And the contenders being almost all NA, I'm not too surprised. I kind of feel like right now North America is that dark horse region where they can look good internationally, they can look great domestically, but always at top 8 they fall short.
I think looking at this dark horse category, Gen.G is one of those teams that stands out to me. I didn't get to see the end of the G2 matchup before I had to step up here.
Yes.
But they were very strong in those opening stages. And I do feel that team has a lot of potential. They've had huge upset results inside of VML. Again, they could beat VP on Bank, which had been VP's preference map during that stage. So a team that could have definitely upset results.
Enterprise getting in there, I will say, as a dark horse. Look, at the end of the day, this is a dark horse is a very interesting conversation because sometimes you can see it from a point of view of like hidden in the background dark horse, you know, just kind of like 4th to 8th place, and then sometimes there is the people that you would just never expect to see. Now, what are you looking at right now? Very simply put, this is the Club Championship. If you joined us at the very start of the stream, this was the explainer that we had for you. All across every title, all of the organizations that compete at EWC go into the Club Championship. This is where it currently lays with only like 2 or 3 weeks left of EWC. Falcons are well out.
Falcons have had some amazing performances. Of course, their Siege team are the defending champions of this event.
Yes.
The BDS roster that came out here, 2nd place in the Invitational. Massive blow looking at these standings, though. Team Liquid, traditionally a very strong Brazilian team here, and they failed to qualify.
They're not even
out.
here. Yeah.
Ninjas and Pajamas knocked them out in the South American League. Gen.G, though, in 4th place of club standings. A big result here from this European team could skyrocket them in the standings.
Virtus.pro as well, just on the outside of the top 5. It's an exciting time. I think that as we start to look a little deeper into the bracket and into how these things are going to pan out, I feel like of all the teams that we could see potentially do well, Falcons and Virtus.pro are definitely in that conversation every day of the week.
100%, like you mentioned, former champions. And the nice thing as well about EWC, no matter how many points you have to still win an event. Falcons have already solidified that. Liquid, despite not being here for Siege, they've already solidified that in a previous matchup on chess with Magnus Carlsen winning. So there is great contention for those two teams, not just inside Siege, but as a whole for the Esports World Cup.
$27 million across those teams that we just saw, those organizations that we just saw. It's kind of crazy. $7 million for the team that places first in the Club Championship, and obviously the incredible trophy that comes along with it. But it is time for us to go to a short break. On the other side, EWC continues.
again.
Welcome back from the break. It's now time for us to turn our attention to the third best of one. We are flying along here on the C stream. We've had a little changing of the guard. Crow now joins us back on the desk alongside Whippet. But we have a very important and interesting matchup for you right now. G2 go head-to-head with Shopify Rebellion. I'm excited. Not only am I excited for NA and E, I'm a lover of it. But Whippet, there's something about these two teams that just, it brings it out.
I think both these teams are just going to be very interesting to watch stylistically go head-to-head, and I'm very, very intrigued about what map video we go from this one, because stylistically have very similar approaches. But the storyline we cannot skip is the fact that G2's latest addition to this roster, Stompin, has made a massive impact in that EU. The first North American import to come across this region, and I think has made waves everywhere.
Hasn't he just? I hear about it all the way across the big pond. I know about Stompin. That says something. But I will say that this roster, I guess both of these rosters at the moment, where would you put them, Crow? Where do you think that they actually sit? Do they sit in the top 4 region of this tournament?
I think so. I think Shopify and G2 both have a very real chance to topple Falcons and take this. I mean, G2 toppled Falcons locally in EML. Shopify were really strong in NA before falling in the eventual playoffs. I think G2 have a better chance.
Sure.
But I mean, if Shopify keep playing like the way they just did in map 1, where they still had players suffering from first round jitters, and you have Surf dropping 16 on Glaz. I think Shopify are also feeling really good.
Yeah, fortunately we got to actually speak to Shopify, I should say, and heard a little bit more. Whippet, that was your interview, I believe.
Yes, it
but
was.
he said a couple of interesting things in there, obviously referencing the fact that they're getting the first game jitters out of the way, which is very important considering who they play now.
You do not want to have those against a team of the caliber of G2. I mean, think about the talent on this roster from top to bottom. G2 is so stacked, and the reason why they're the most dominant team coming out of EML at this stage. However, in a matchup like this, in a best of one,
BO1,
this is the deciding factor. Yes, you have all the star power of players like Stompin, Doki, Alamau, but the fact is that there's one person on that Shopify roster that has seen every iteration of this G2 team, and that's going to be Canadian. That's the IGL you want to try and solve those problems, and that's going to be one of the massive benefits of the team. The problem solving in a high-pressure best of one, I think Shopify have a good chance.
Yeah, one of the most formidable players in all of NAL. You know what, just the entire world. Everyone knows his name around the globe. However, G2, as you said, they come into this, I want to say quite confidently. I think that this could be an easy top 4 run. I expect them to at least be pushing into the semi-finals no matter what happens here, Crow. But it's a great opportunity for them to now, I guess, make a statement early on in the bracket.
Yeah, and G2, I mean, after already having a pretty convincing win against Gen.G, but while Gen.G, congrats on them for making it in, the only reason they made it in is because EU has an extra spot. I think this is now where the real test for G2 starts. I mean, we know Waybo are a solid team. Again, Shopify, it was a really close game, but first game jitters, whatever. G2 kind of breezed through Gen.G. Now they've got a really tough opponent, and I think they're going to have to bring out all the stops here.
What do you think about G2 at this point? Do you think that this is one of the better iterations of the roster, or are we still trying to find our feet?
This is the best the roster's looked in a very long time. Basically, since they've lifted the hammer, this is the best team that they've been. However, anyone who knows me knows I might be the most professional G2 hater that exists inside of Europe. I always have questions about this team's decision-making and how they deal with high-pressure positions. Best of ones do tend to bubble up to that one, especially with the stakes of this tournament. So consider me a very interested observer as we dive into this, but I am kind of convinced that coming on the idea that this is the best we've seen of this team for a very long time.
And again, just to, I guess, reiterate on the Stompin conversation, over stage 1, 110 EPS, and an overall 67% cost, which is like one of the highest that we see across the regions. This is a player that can hold his own.
Yeah. I mean, not only, you already mentioned the first American import into EU.
Yep.
A console switchover. Didn't play comp on console either. He really just streamed with, the whole Jixie squad and stuff like that. He's been playing comp for, I think, less than a year.
Yeah.
The trajectory of this guy, not only, I mean, we all know he's a nasty player, but the trajectory to switch from console, just streaming, enter PC comp, go to G2 and win EU in under a year is almost unfathomable.
Yeah, it is. It is. I guess on the flip side of this coin, the conversation about Shopify and probably the bigger conversation about Ambi on this roster, the most formidable player at the moment in North America, and as I think, Crow, you put it aptly, potentially even a top 5 player worldwide. What's your take on this roster at the moment with it?
I think this team essentially has it all going into it. They've got massive experience and individual talent, and just the fact that they're behind them is super on that coaching role, who's seen everything, done everything, and I'm a huge believer in the system of that I feel they're strong. But Ambi's incredible, but I do want to draw a little bit of a parallel to both Spoit and Stompin. Spoit, of course, in his rookie stage, joined Rogue, doesn't have a great performance inside of domestic performance, but wins a major in Berlin in that first year, then goes off to North America to have the run he's had here. Stompin in a position where he's won his first stage. If he comes out here, wins the first international LAN event of CJX, that's a huge statement. You'd almost say that's the best rookie stage that we've ever seen.
I agree. I think he's right. I think he's right.
Yeah? You're on board with that?
Because the major is prestigious.
Yes.
But it's not $2 million prize pool prestigious.
There is a lot of stakes at this tournament, which is, it's not in the same vein as we talk about the R6 ecosystem with the majors and the SI. However, it does sit as the tournament of the year that we look to going, yeah, sure, no SI points, but look at that prize pool. Look at what you can achieve being here in this environment around all of these unbelievable names. We only have 3 international events at the moment, if you discredit the I guess, lead-in for Reload. We look at the main culprits. This is a huge tournament for all of these teams, and they have to take EWC at the exact same level that you would a major. You just don't have a choice.
No, it's so much to play for the individual basis of the players and the organizations that they represent. And I feel like you kind of feel that a lot of the times of how they take their prep and the seriousness of it. I mean, as on your screen here, you can see it's all smiles so far with G2. And one thing that I mentioned is that I shared a flight with Alamau and Loira coming here. They were in very high spirits. You could tell that they're looking forward to this in terms of the competition. And I think this team bouncing off a very good run into the VML, being the champions of the region, I think they're carrying lots of confidence. And Shopify, with a lot to prove, their first international event since joining this organization.
And I think, too, what helps, you mentioned sometimes kind of failing when the lights get too bright, but we also can't forget that Doki and Alamau have been, not just here, they lifted the hammer. So not only, sure, maybe the team crumbles, but I know for a fact those two, they're still cold as ice. They lifted the hammer in an era of Brazilian dominance. So they're going to be able to take Blaz, Loira, Stompin, 3 young, incredible players, and also help coach them not just how to play the game, but also the mental aspect, right? To help get over those nerves. Okay, this is what you do. This is how you calm yourself down when the lights are bright. And I think that that's such a big advantage that G2 have, is whenever you have someone like Doki and Alamau, or like Canadian on Shopify, who has that experience, you don't know what it's like lifting that hammer until you've done it.
Players like Doki, for example, I think his G2 run has gained so much relevance, but he's been around for a tremendously long time. I spent a lot of time watching the very old UK regionals, and Doki was always a name around that you'd see time and time again, had huge runs, part of big rosters, and brings that level of veteran skill, and veteran has seen it all. They can really help, as you mentioned, keep these younger players composed, because Doki, he might be one of the best to shoot back, but he, I think, has that mental, and he's absolutely bulletproof.
Yeah, you can see at the moment, I guess, all players are kind of, there's smiles on the faces. Shopify maybe less so. They're probably taking this a little more serious, but you could definitely see from G2's point of view, there is a sense of calm about them, a sense of cheekiness about them. And as an Australian, I love that. But it is time for us to get underway with this one. It's an upper bracket best of one. The stakes aren't incredibly high, but for both of these teams, they need to make a statement here and now. We head to the wonderful map of Clubhouse or Lair?
Lair.
Oh, it's definitely
It is
Lair.
Lair.
We'll come back to that, but we head to Lair with G2 and Shopify Rebellion.
Thank you so much, Rob. And Rob was just saying how it was all smiles, G2 are cheery. Look at them. As soon as they sat down and put their headsets on, stone frickin' cold. And I mean, and that's what you expect from consummate professionals like that. Like Rob said, loading into Lair, the newest addition to the pool. And strangely enough, because we don't see this a whole lot, a map where both teams dominate in their respective region. G2 and Shopify, both undefeated since CJX came out, both 4-0, and their round differentials are only 1 apart. For Shopify, you get that structure from Canadian, surrounded by the 4 fraggers. From G2, you get all this lurk presence that they love on a massive map.
I love this idea, this map being so effective for both these teams in their lineups. But the big thing I'm going to initially draw my attention to is going to be the prevalence of that defense bias. This map has swayed so aggressively, defense favored, especially inside of Europe. And I feel like G2 here on this map will play in the full avail of it. This actually, was the map that Stompin, of course, debuted on this time.
True. Didn't he get his first ace was on Lair, I think?
I think so, yes.
I think, yeah. So good memories, most likely, for Stompin as we load into round number 1. It's, of course, the top floor site. This is, for almost every team in the world, this is the primary bomb site. But one of the issues people have with Lair is, and it's kind of weird as defender-sided because there's so many spots on Lair where you just open a wall or walk into one room and bang, site. But it's the fact that there's so many of those default plants are so closed off. There's so much vert that you can't just open the wall and walk in. There's so much other clearing you have to do. It looks like Shopify Rebellion are also going to be going for bottom up. They've got Ambi working in already, and I'm very excited to see how they play with Aurora.
Same. The big thing about this is when we mentioned, yes, you can get close proximity to sites very directly, but that surrounding area is full of the dreaded 90-degree position. How many times have you seen a smoke with a shotgun? Just deny that. And if you could just limit mobility, which is very prevalent for the defense with Aurora, that could be a huge impact for the side of Shopify. Drone economy is looking a little bit weak at this stage. 4 lost, and G2 will take full advantage of it, but tempted a few moments for Shopify, not committing too early on. And I think they're just waiting for the opportune moment to get themselves poised up. And this is going to be the first Aurora panel deployed.
Interesting, too, that they're coming from this side. Normally, when you see the Aurora and the Sens and stuff, they're coming from, like, bathroom or display side to cut off that doorway and make their way in through security, I think it is. But they're trying to close off the door into sight so that way Rexon can apply pressure and work his way up 90 while Surf holds the cutoff bathroom. Ambi continuously trying to apply pressure here, but it's Alamau with the opening pick onto Surf. That's your cut player gone, and now you can apply all the pressure you want here with the smokes, but the defense have a lane to back up.
Alamau, though, reduced to a single point of HP at this stage. The information is good, and Rexon with the glass DMR does shut him down. So we go to a level playing field, 4 players each way. 60 seconds remain. And just playing on that rappel, trying to act as that cutoff spot, just denying any movement and waiting for someone to lure into his trap, but no one has done it yet from G2. And this is where the defense bias is going to be very important. Patience is going to be so vital for this G2 roster. Wait, play in your deep angles, and force Shopify Rebellion to push into you. Great smoke grenade goes out to try and mark this off and give a little bit of exposure. But they're going to run straight into the waiting arms of Doki. He's going to have a keeper bar to give himself some extra Kasema, binding 2 with the Rexon. He can't make it 3. Ambi shuts him down. Advantage G2 and just under 30 seconds left to go.
And does this Kiba give Ambi enough cover to safely go for the plant? It's all up to Spoit to cover. He's on the doorway. In comes the ROU. Ambi gets off the plant, but he's down. Despoit gets one in the hallway. Now it's a 1v1. Both low HP, and Loira through the chair gives G2 the first round.
A very narrow margin indeed, but this is what we talked about inside of G2. The roster stacked from top to bottom with players who are very mechanically gifted. And while Alamau, I'm sure you might even be able to hear it from our microphone, very animated as always toward his North American opposition in this regard. And again, I mean, it's been very loud out here, actually. I've actually loved hearing the players go. Of course, we have 3 stages also close to each other. Actually, as we went into this game, I looked over to my left shoulder. I saw DZ claim victory in their matchup, and a very animated Kangaroo Kenny for that.
Oh, yeah. Saw that earlier. One of the big problems for Shopify, and I love this, the idea of taking that Aurora, blocking off the main site panel in order to take the hallway, then shift your attention through. You know what would have really helped? A can opener. Just one. You open that default wall, you deny Doki's position, and even then, Ambi had a great spot after Doki tried to lock it down with the Kiba. It was just way too low HP. One bullet was enough to bring him down, but still, an incredibly hotly contested round. And like you said, with how defense-heavy this map is, being able to bring the primary site down to an incredibly close 1v1 could be a really good sign for Shopify.
I couldn't agree more, and the real goal is that they can continue this trend going on and on. They need to not let G2 get themselves a significant buffer. They need to keep this game as close as possible, not only for the fact that it makes it easier when we go into that side swap when you're on the favorable side, but just puts that little bit of pressure on the EU leaders for it. Diving on board with Sploit, Dokubi, the operator of choice from this one. Logic bombs to work with in the later stages, just trying to opt to try and find some early control.
Ying also coming out the first, or sorry, well, I guess the third of probably many cheese ops that we can expect from Shopify Rebellion. There's no Warden being played yet. The wall has been opened by Canadian, now bringing those can openers, and E is also on Ying's shotgun, becoming more and more popular as time lets on, especially, and you highlighted Lair, so many 90-degree angles, the shotguns are so good. I mean, how many times have we seen, speaking of DZ, Spirits walk up the main stairs with the Ying shotgun and obliterate the smoke who's trying to play there? Obviously, a top-down take is in the cards for Shopify Rebellion. Dokubi is going to help expedite this roam clear. Surf is already getting that main wall open, and G2, looks like they're beginning to fall back a little bit.
Starting the early stages of this multi-layered defense, both can openers have been burnt at this stage. 4 drones lost from the side of Shopify. So slowly bleeding away utility. 1 impact burn from G2, but that was likely in the early stage of this prep. The cut-off is perfect. Ambi finds 1. Wave goodbye to Doki. That's your 2 Barao gone. Rexon's going to compound the issue. Blaz going to be next to fall from this side of Shopify Rebellion. Or from the side of G2, I should say. And this is going to put a lot of pressure now on the remaining survivors of G2. Rotations will be limited, and they're running out of space to work with.
Slowly getting boxed in. Stomping Duo here in storage with Alamau. Smoke able to get away, it seems. Actually still upstairs in the hallway, looking to contest up here. Take something back. G2 know that if they all fall back downstairs and just sit in their anchor positions, I mean, Shopify showed against Waybo what happens when you let this team set up. So I think it's a wise move from G2 to keep contesting here, but with the lack of info, Ambi is sitting on yet another cutoff. Good for 2. Now it's Alamau and Loira stuck on 2 different floors. There's no way for Alamau to rotate back. Loira almost dies to Vert. They've got active info on him. Here comes one coming in from the horizontal. Rexon takes him out. Sure, Ambi dies, but it matters not as Shopify tie the score.
Massive round for Shopify to get themselves back to level playing field, and this is going to stop the daylight growing between these teams. And I think a perfect example of the stylistic differences that we see. G2 in that mid-round, a little bit impatient, stomping, caught out by the angle held by, I believe, Ambi, or was it Surf? Was holding this. It was Ambi, yeah. Just denied it, and that's the kill right there on your screen. That second pick unravels from G2, removing that flexibility to work with, and well, a little bit of pressure applied as G2 do lose one of their defense rounds. Still lots to go in early days in this best of 1, but Shopify showing they can hang.
A good sign, too, though, for G2 is that it's the middle floor site. Not the biggest deal in the world. They still have labs, and you've still got the top floor, again, to potentially lock out the 4-2, which we typically want to see. But Shopify Rebellion, cold and calculated on that upstairs, forcing those players into the sight lines. I'm surprised Ambi was able to sneak in as far as he could on Sledge. Not an operator you typically know for sneaking into a forward flank position. But as I said, basement is now in the cards for G2, and they have the Valkyrie first time being played. They've got a lot of stall with the Castle, the Mute Lucy, and Tachanka also showing his face. I don't think we've seen him today so far. I think it's our first one, at least on C stream.
Certainly on this stream. I haven't seen him pop up on our A and B feeds just yet. Now, it is a massive amount of potential denial that Shamika brings out. And I'm going to put a very keyword, potential. This small inconsistencies of the bounce trajectory and the radius of that fire means sometimes it can be very difficult to get max value out of this operator. Alamau and Ambi very close to each other. The drone of Ambi goes out, doesn't detect the Valkyrie just yet. Alamau will have the audio and just trying to keep himself concealed for a little bit longer. Opens up that main barricade, and this is going to be a problem now. Alamau uncertain of what he can do. A little bit of phantom pressure, so he decides to not commit to this and have Blaz watching that to help cover that retreat.
And we know how much G2 like their lurks. If Shopify Rebellion, if their information is not on point, then we're going to see a lot of rat kills from G2. Shopify looking like they're going to go for another full map clear, with people setting up upstairs. They're going to walk right into G2's roam. Early phantom pressure being established on the site too, just from some early util clear. Maybe try and feign a push. You see a lot of attacking teams, if they want to do a full map clear on a really big map, they'll feign a site hit and it'll force some of the roamers back. Sometimes it doesn't cost you anything. Might as well be a gamble. I guess it's not really even gamble. Might as well be a chance you take. Shopify Rebellion are actually getting some really early site info too. I'm wondering if they're looking to just hit.
I feel like the way they're posturing in this position, that is the intention.
Yeah, here we go.
That's going to be the first Candela, and that's going to be Canadian with that Ying shotgun in hand. He's going to deploy a second to buy him a little bit more space. He tries to charge in towards B. Rexon finds the opening on the Blaz. The super short in the hands of Stompin needs to win his one, and he does with the UMP. And this is going to be Stompin finding two now, and G2 swing back into control. The control, though, from Canadian with that pistol in hand, finding one with Doki. Spoit find Loira in the distance, and advantage with Shopify with 60 seconds and a logic bomb raining off. Stompin wounded down below in sight, and Alamau somewhat disconnected from the rest of his team.
What can Alamau do here? Because I think the hatch is also closed and they know exactly where Stompin is, but he still picks off Canadian like a trapped animal. He becomes incredibly fierce, and Alamau rotates outside to duel with him, taking the fight and winning it against Spoit. Both players in a corner. And Shopify Rebellion still unable to win the fights, and there's another for Stompin. 4 kills for the kid, and the lead back in G2's corner.
That is a level of composure you do not see often from rookies. As you mentioned, pinned in a corner like a trapped animal, but finding a way to have a huge impact from start to finish of that round. Stompin take a bow. Alamau with a brave rotation outside as well, with a huge assist.
Crazy rotate.
But either that's a massive call of information, someone deciding, realizing that everyone's committed towards site at that stage, realize, go for it, and the bravery to do that. Well done, G2. They find themselves one more round here in the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think they also had case control, I want to say, which is why they doubled up there. But still, 2 players trapped in a corner. You know exactly where Stompin is. He's 1 HP. And he's just holding these pixels. And I mean, that's what he did in T3. That's what he did in T2, and that's what he continues to do in EML. He is such an incredible player on not a great gun either. And Alamau too, not only is he rotated to help his team, but then taking the opportunity to swing out aggressively, because he's not 1 HP, he can take that aggressive angle. Really well done from G2. That's the 2 primary sites now over and done with as we rotate back to Master. G2 with a very similar operator lineup. The key difference being Loira no longer on Ella. Little bit of a gun op, like you just want the Scorpion or the Shotgun in that case. And they're doubling up, or rather tripling up Tachanka Goyo Smoke because they saw Shopify Rebellion. Again, 2 players shot in the corner. They still took so long.
I believe actually we had our ban phase there as we had a very intent look at our players.
Oh yeah,
and
they did ban Ella.
Yeah, Ella, now that is a very unorthodox one. I have a feeling this, again, it's all going to play in just a map direction of this. With the amount of 90-degree angles and the amount of deep positions, those Grismot mines can make a very favorable gunfight for the Ella, especially in that defensive deep corner positions. And the Ying makes perfect sense. G2 have realized that this is probably going to be a very important part of the strategy from Shopify Rebellion, so taking away that Ying early is going to be a big benefit for them. So hopefully they can continue this, what has been a very strong performance here in the defense.
Yeah, the fans sometimes, like, I didn't realize that's why we were on the player camps. Like, it's out of sight, out of mind. I was like, we're looking at these guys for a while. I completely forgot the fans or anything. But I think in losing the Ying, now Shopify Rebellion are like, all right, it's Blackbeard time. Canadian on him. Spoit still rocking the sense. So you can't blind the defense, but you still have that kind of wedge to cut through the site and create space for you. But again, the problem is, doesn't matter how good your wedge is if there's fire and toxic gas right in front of you. They're once again trying to force out Alamau from this main stairs position. They don't have the Glaz this time. Shopify Rebellion are going to have to figure out some other way to get rid of both Alamau and now Stompin duoing with him. They're very aware of the windows.
this is where having an IGL of the veterancy of Canadians can be very important. This is where your problem solving needs to be absolutely spot on. I believe the first Sens wall deployed out by Spoitna has been giving a little bit of that visual cover, meaning it's not going to be as easy as G2 to spot the rotations and movements, and maybe getting a little bit of eyes on exactly position Shopify want them to be looking, so they can try and find pressure elsewhere.
Tachanka fire also you can hear coming out from Doki. Kiva barriers getting set up by Loira too, so you can play a little bit more forward on these breaches as Rexen now on the ace, something that Shopify Rebellion had lacked on their initial play of this site. They didn't have anyone to open up those bunker walls, and I'm sure they're very thankful for that. It makes your avenue into the bomb site a lot easier, and one of the things you can do is once you burn away all that utility, as long as there's no C4, and you have op control, you can just sneak your way in, and Rexen tries to do that from the outside, but G2 knows what's up, and they destroy Shopify Rebellion as they try to execute onto the bomb site. 3 unanswered kills. Finally, Surf is there to get one, and he's chasing down this player on main stairs. Stop and goes down 2 as Canadian. Perfect trades. There's a 1v2. Surf pulled so much magic out of his hat in the earlier game. Can he do it again against G2 with Loira behind Akiba? Utility still in pocket, going for the fake Flores to try and bait the Zazami out. Here's the swing, but Loira wins it.
I like the bravery, I like the decision making, the fake out that Rotero drone, but unfortunately against the Kiba barricade, you have to play that 50-50 chance. It shows right, but Loira quicker on the draw this time around, and it will be a third defensive round now for G2 here on Layer. Now, obviously this map is going to be defense favored, but is this a stage where we're starting to have the alarm bells raised for Shopify Rebellion? They would like to get themselves 2 rounds, they'd like to get themselves a little bit more, so I've got a feeling that this might be soon time, that tactical timeout.
I don't think they go for it unless they lose bunks here. Because they did win bunks pretty dominantly.
They are.
Oh, they are taking it. Interesting. Actually, do we know who called it?
I would imagine Super would have called. I think it was Shopify Rebellion would have called it at this stage.
Okay.
Super looks a lot more animated and problem solving at this stage, and this is one of the things I love about being up here. We got a complete peripheral of every single team and player at this point, and G2 look calm and composed as we always imagine. A little bit of concern slipping onto the faces of the side of Shopify, but nothing this team hasn't faced before, nothing that man hasn't faced before as well.
Oh yeah.
So let's hope this team can lock back in and get some rounds here in the offense.
Yeah, again though, they won bunks so dominantly. I don't know if you want to give G2 the time to talk out their own bunks and figure out how to change it to perfectly stop your upstairs clear that was so good with Ambi sneaking in. I mean, I imagine G2 are about to see more trap operators, because last round we just had the Legion and the Ella. Now we have the Malusi in play, so rather than the Ella, you get 4 Banshees rather than the 3. It's going to be, if they place them right, it's going to be harder for Ambi to sneak into those positions. Shopify Rebellion right now, they're showing Lion Blitz Capitao. That makes me think either they're going fast sight or they're running in upstairs somewhere, all like maybe 4 of them with 1 cut and just trying to clear the roam in 30 seconds.
I think your latter option there might be more to the style of this. I have a feeling that Ambi's job's going to playing on that cut with that gridlock, able to limit mobility with those track stingers, and with the aggression of the blitz on the hands of Canadian, you can get that top control and begin forcing G2 out of these upstairs positions, out of these power positions. So I think you're spot on with that call, and they'll get themselves a little bit of progress checking for the mute jammer. Nothing on it, so I think they're going to get that one for free.
Surf right now, still on the roof droning. I think he's along with Rexen right now. Canadian on the blitz, the man with the case, so once push comes to shove, he's not going to be taking aggressive space in sight. He's going to try and get somewhere safe with the coverage of that shield. Right now, droning out the same floor. The way they're setting up, I think it maybe a cut upstairs to stop the usefulness of the vert. But otherwise, just going straight into sight. Loira opening up this barricade, trying to apply pressure to Spoit, who's just on the other side of it. Shopify continue to sit on it. There's 3 people on drones right now, just waiting for some kind of call.
This is where G2 need to show a little bit of risk aversion and not extend. Shopify are wanting G2 to walk into these cutoffs, wanting them to make a mistake. This is where you need to have a little bit of composure and just wait. Every second that drains away is going to make things so much harder for Shopify to try and solve this. So I think the wise choice being made by G2 to not take full aggression on this. Exothermic charge opened up nicely and beginning to make some good progress. But G2 just showing the patience game with vertical control still being held. It's going to be very difficult to try and get a plant down.
Problem is, if someone tries to flank up through that hallway, Surf might be a dead man as Canadian. Now getting frozen out by those Zotos, but it's not going to stop him from planting. Now halfway through, is anything going to stop him? Surf takes out the player that was attempting to flank through, and the plant goes down. Now it's a post. Surf ends up sacrificing his life for that plant, but still, 4-on-4. Shopify Rebellion, all they need to do is hold these outside positions, hold these cuts, and once G2 are forced to rotate down, Shopify Rebellion can take upstairs and use the vert to their own advantage. And beyond that cutoff earlier, gets a big kill on Stomp and Doki trying to open up the site, but there's still players on the cut outside the breach. Alamau fishing for picks through the vert, but there's nothing to find. But this could be a safe defuse spot. Blaz tucked in the corner. Now Shopify Rebellion have to get aggressive, but Rexon finds the hole, slips in through the vert. Alamau pads his stats, but Shopify Rebellion find the hole.
That was a perfectly planned out execution from hard breach to a deeper plant position, avoiding the Soto canister was thrown down in the midst of that smoke, so Canadian can walk in and get that great play. And again, I love this from this team, the commitment to the plan. Everybody played their part perfectly, and the crossfires, those cutoffs held upstairs, made G2 had no easy way to get this job done. Best efforts done by players like Blaz and Doki. Alma with a nice little stat pad, finding himself 3 in the round, but ultimately, it's only going to add a little bit extra to his cost.
Yeah, I like, and the way we were kind of theory crafting, oh, are Shopify going to go for a fast push upstairs? Are they just going to go fast side? It was like right in between. They set up everything upstairs first, and then they're like, wait, okay. And Canadian gets the plant down perfectly. Now we go on labs. So, Shopify Rebellion, they take the timeout, and they use the timeout just to guarantee that it was bunks. They won it dominating last time, but they want to 100% make sure they get their quota, their requisite 2 rounds on the attack. It's done. Now labs, if they lose this, I feel like as long as it's not dominant and you give the momentum back to G2, as long as it's not dominant, you don't really care if you lose this. If you win here, it's just a bonus going into your defense.
And the big thing is the previous time that they were attacking this, it came down to a massive clutch play from Stomp and Alamau. So the timeout was called to guarantee that middle floor site, and now you have a good chance at repeating what you've already been doing and what's working. The biggest difference now, though, is of course they do not have access to that Ying. Canadian used that exceptionally well to get a significant amount of space and essentially be knocking on the door of site within the first 45 seconds. They're going to go a different approach this time, but Stompin bringing a different look, opting to bring the clash this time around.
Yeah, and again, something that we highlight all the time back in NA is that Stompin, back when he was on console and when he started playing PC, he was like the dictionary definition of no-brain Ashman. He was running in, he was killing everybody because he was plain and simple just better than everyone else because the skill gap on console is so huge, but he switches to PC and he matured, again, in under a year, so quickly. He started as the Ashy on a Zoe, just run in and kill everyone, to playing Lion, Nomad, Clash, as we can see, and it's again, like, I don't mean to ride, but it's just, it's so impressive.
Good save from that one. Yeah, listen, at least you're going to fall on that one. I've avoided the glaze too much today. But we will hop on board. Blaz just patching up a little bit of rotation. I think G2 opting just to play a little bit more compact. Almau drops down to the level. And Shopify haven't shown their hand just yet. In terms of individual performances, no one's standing out in either teams. Blaz having a slow start here on layer for playing very important roles with the utility, especially those Goyo canisters. Chipping away at the keeper barricade will be Canadian. Grimbees goes out, should identify the likely threat of Alamau. Second keeper sent out to make it a little bit more awkward and choke away more time. 60 seconds left, no picks, and Shopify struggling for control.
They have a ping on this Goyo, though. They know Blaz is trapped in the corner. Here comes Rexon. Blaz not moving. Rexon, though, might make a lot of noise as this sledge. He doesn't catch the runaway. The Goyo persists. Now in comes the second player, but Loira is there to help, and Rexon ends up getting shot in the side, I believe, and Blaz can continue to hold these holes. Now, Shopify Rebellion are in a much worse position going into the execute than they were on the previous attempt, but Canadian is attempting this plant. He's halfway through. Is anything gonna stop him? No. Plant is down, but it comes at quite the cost. 2v4 for Shopify Rebellion as Ambi tries to get upstairs. He gets a pick. Loira down and nobody's upstairs with him. He can continue to hold this vert. Canadian almost whiffs but gets the kill in the end and trades with Blaz. What a shot from the IGL. Ambi now has above. Stompin' the shield can only face one way. Ambi's got the angle. In comes the counter defuse. Trying to bait it. Ambi's got the pings. And Stompin' knows he just has to stick. A beautiful final round for Shopify.
Shopify played that perfectly, realizing that they can't get everything in the perfect position, so we make do with what we have. The Grimbees go out and Canadian dives in with cover on his back. They make that plant go down, and it was a huge individual performance, finding 2 in that post plant, trading with Blaz, and leaving it all down to a 1v1. Unfortunately, Stompin couldn't find success in this 1v1, meaning that we go level at the half here on Layer.
Huge for Shopify. Again, we talk about how defensive-sided this map is. However, we're going to have to see how the first couple rounds shape out first, because a map can be statistically defender-sided, but sometimes it just depends on the teams, on the day, on the bans as the final ones come in. It's Cade Bandit. G2 want these walls open. They're not having it. They want the free walls. On the other side, Shopify know how much G2 and these top EU teams are in love with Deimos, because we talked about the lurk play from G2. The Deimos enables that so hard. There's so much vert play on Lair. Deimos is so good. And then Monty, just really annoying.
I mean, to double down on the Deimos thing, you got 2 of the best Deimos players on the same roster. Doki Alamau, a very common pick for them. So this is a very, I think, sensible and a smart decision from Shopify to take these operators away. They're going to look at this set of bans from GT, realizing, okay, we're not going to be able to play around the wall, so what can we do to make that work well? Immediately, I'm going to draw my attention straight to that collection of the Clash and spot on the Izami, or spot on the Izami, I should say. That's going to be very effective, just making as much cover as possible, because you're going to run out of options and places to hide with every single wall open.
Yeah, and not only are they going to have the bolstered defense of the Clash and the Izami just positionally, but in addition, you're forcing the attack to clear the shield, clear the Kivas, and then when they walk in, they've got Fenrir to deal with. It's going to be so hard to get anywhere for G2 unless the Ying and the Glaz are played to perfection, and we know, again, what Shopify just did, how powerful the Glaz can be, and with aim like Loira, and with Doki, probably going to be hitting backside with that Nook, G2 might have a recipe for success here.
They have a lot of options available to them. Interesting to know when we see what option Alma has went for his primary. It will be the shotgun. So again, playing into the very compact nature of this map. Blaz down below. Inside of Infirmary, he's just going to try his best to wait on communication from his team to use that skill key down below, just restricting movements. But as we see, there's no orange silhouettes from Shopify Rebellion anywhere close to that position. So a little bit of perhaps mispositioning is on our poor read into what Shopify are doing in this round. They'll drop it, and they'll try and get this courtyard wall open to establish a little bit of early control externally.
Spoit also closing off one of those rotations to help, again, bolster the defense, force G2 to make a choice. You know, if you're only bringing the thermite, yes, the walls are free, but we're going to make so many walls closed that you're going to have to pick and choose where you want to open. You're not going to have all these options available to you as now the smokes go in. Here comes Stompin' with the plant. It's going down. Spoit trying to keep it off. Stompin' taking a lot of damage. 2 players dead from G2. It's the Lurker and the Glaz. The planter dies, but he gets it off. But the man advantage might be too much for G2 to bear. In comes Spoit, wins the close fight against the Glaz, and now Blaz is the last player standing. He could potentially use Vert, but again, there's just so many players to worry about. It might be over. He lands a beautiful shot to get on the board, but Spoit still had Kibas in the pocket, and from there, the round is just over.
I love the bravery to get that plant down. That was the vision for the very inception of that round. Use those candelas, use the smokes and the glass as cover. Unfortunately, there's too many kills slide in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and as you said, you can't win a post plant without the manpower. I do love, again, the commitment to that. Stomping on the thermite, diving in. Back in Europe, we've got a saying for that. He done that for the badge. Knowing there's no glory in the case going down, but the win condition was that, unfortunately, they couldn't get that post plant to stick.
Again, like you said, too many bodies lost to get that, in order to get that plant down. The cost was too great, and now Shopify Rebellion hold their first lead of the map. I think it's safe to say momentum squarely in their corner too, coming off of 2 really good close wins on the attack, and then moving into a pretty dominant defense. And similarly, they're also going to rock Bunk's second, which I feel like is really odd, because typically in domestic play, at least in NA, we see it, we see Master Labs Bunk. So I wonder what the thought process is for Middleside first.
Throwing off the rhythm of a North American side,
maybe.
The team. I think this could be what we're witnessing. I often love to mention just the body language of teams, especially here. We're above all these teams, we can see them, and a little bit of tension setting into G2 as it feels. I think they're beginning to realize, as you said, this is the very first time in this matchup the lead is with their rival. Shopify Rebellion for the first time lead here on Layer. Momentum is turning, and G2 will find that pressure growing on the back. Of course, this is the upper bracket. You don't want to be facing your elimination games. Well, G2 do have a habit of making deep runs in that lower bracket.
G2 opening up that wall already. Again, the benefit of not having to deal with a Cade or a Bandit means those are really quick. Interesting, too, that G2, instead of rocking any of the other shields that are up, namely, Blackbeard or Blitz, they rock Doki on the Fuse instead, and he's got the crappy pistol, too, the GSH. I hate that thing. He's trying to just work his way down the hallway on the rappel as the Sens, and Ambi just wins that fight. He gets traded, but he's Castle. His job is done. He got the cut, but Doki is there to repair the round for G2. 2 massive kills with the Fuse shield, and now the sight potentially soon.
That pistol will be requesting an apology from you, Pro.
My bad.
Couldn't do that with a PMM, wouldn't have the mic capacity for it. And the big thing is advantage with G2. Great job from Doki diving down and finding 2. And now they have a shield to work with less guns on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Canadian still has all utility in back pocket to work with at this point, and that could be a massive benefit, but a single gunfight in favor of G2, and this round could spiral out of control. They still have vertical control, toying with this idea in a very close encounter. I see Blaz getting ready for one as well. And G2 resetting back, or Shopify resetting to a very default and passive state.
All 3 of them are upstairs, so they better hope the Vert is enough to stop this eventual plant attempt, but G2, the man on the left side, Rexon hears him, evades the shots for now, goes back to holding the Vert, doesn't want to get too distracted, doing with Canadian, who's now going to start sending his Toxic Babes down into the bomb site. 45 seconds left, though. It's plenty of time for G2 to try to stall this out. And again, the most important thing is that Shopify Rebellion, if they fully turn their attention towards the Vert, that is when the Grim is going to strike, but Blaz takes a ton of damage. Rexon obviously aware of it, but as he takes the fight, the plant is going down. Smoke Babe comes out. Is it too late? No, Canadian through the smoke denies the plant. 3-on-3, 20 seconds. In goes stomping to the other site, but there's so many holes he doesn't know where to go. Blaz upstairs picks up one. Alamau hunting upstairs another. And it's all over thanks to the lurk upstairs by G2.
Great timing from Alamau. The pounce on his team needs him most, and that's what G2 oh so desperately needed. A round to calm the nerves and get them back to a level playing field. Great patience displayed from both these teams, but ultimately G2 just had that massive X factor, and his name was Alamau.
And again, it's when you're holding full upstairs like that, but you have the man disadvantage. I mean, you could see it. Two players turn their attention towards the Grim, and that's the go button for G2. They have to scramble back, deny the plant, Stompin picks it back up because there's smoke coverage. And Alamau, I didn't even know where he was that whole round until he got that kill in
needed a
security.
Shopify. Needed a Shopify.
Clearly, he was just like, I don't know if he was just making sure there was no flank. He was flank watching Ash. You know how people do that because Ash has 3 speeds, you just zip her across the map. I don't know if he was flank watching Ash. I don't know if he was just clearing another side of the map, or if that was the play from the beginning and he was just lurking on by display for a minute and a half. But either way, hero for that round. And now we have basically the same result as we had to start the game. Successful master, fail bunks. We go down to basement now, and G2, now they're rocking that blitz.
This is going to be a very, very interesting round, in my opinion, from this. With this lineup, they don't have a significant amount of vertical destruction to play. Actually, none realistically. You got 3 breaching charges applicable for this side. So the question is going to be, is they have to do this relatively direct. Where will they find the weak link in Shopify's build-up? Spoit has been given permission to don the Vigil, and now, as we have Stompin on the Nook, 2 operators that I imagine will likely find themselves in close proximity sooner rather than later. Alamau already toying with his extended roam pressure, will use that smoker to give him a little bit of concealment and likely expecting the dive through that rotation, but he plays it patient, and that was almost going to be a masterful read. He gets himself caught out, the trade from Doki's there, Ambi finds with the Nitro Cell, and in the blink of an eye, we find ourselves in a 3 versus 3. But Alamau, great game sense to realize that smoke, that's a bait. He held on just long enough to get his one. Unfortunately, traded away.
Again, you lose your blitz, you lose that spearhead, and you lose IQ with a Valkyrie on the board. You don't know how much info Spotify Rebellion could possibly have. And amongst those trades, that phantom presence from the mirror, you saw Stompin very nervous about working his way in because of that window. Like you said, with everyone falling back, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Chase likely soon to be recovered by the attack. And even though it's a 3-on-3, even though 4 players are dead, we still got half the round to go. So G2, still with plenty of time to try and reposition, figure out how they want to take this. First things first, denying this mirror window as it looks like they're trying to take the case through filter.
Loira so tantalizingly close to getting a drone hole pick there. Just needed to creep a little bit further and perhaps could have found some free damage. Ambi, wounded from battles earlier in this round at this stage. 60 seconds and a little bit of change remain. Stomping on that Nook could have an impact later on. Of course, Ambi, those Valkyrie cameras somewhat ironed out by this operator and just taking his time to look for it, aware of the pressure it's going to be, but these deep angles like this map presents, it's going to make things so difficult. Grenade goes out, denies that Banshee, as Rexin finds one, the Blaz, an untraded pick, and G2 might be on borrowed time, but 40 seconds, Loira and Stompin, the last 2 standing.
Here comes Stompin down the blue stairs as Loira is still playing deep in Toxin. Both attackers on opposite sides of this basement, no tradability whatsoever. Maybe trying to link up on lab support here, but Surf prone in the corner, gets one, traded back by Loira. A winnable 1v2 if he can isolate these players, but he's taking a long time. Here comes the crossfire, he downs one. Rexin is just around the corner. Loira's got to whip out the revolver, and the one tap is good! Loira with a massive play to take the lead!
Absolutely insane from Loira. Out of his seat, action around the look, destined for the side of Shopify. And G2 steal it. And you can feel the tension there. Up in their faces, loud and vocal as often G2 are. Can they capitalize on that momentum? Often teams find a way to turn a clutch into a run and string of rounds. Opening this up, that play from Alamau was so exceptional to reading the game sense, but mechanics and individual and the game read here, where there was an information call for a drone out the revolver and finds it. And you can just see the passion from this team as they dive in. This is how much it means. And I've got a feeling that everything might just shift off this.
Dude, Alamau's not even hyped. He was aghast. He couldn't believe what he just saw. I can't either, with that revolver and with that horrible skin too. I don't know how he sees anything. Landing the headshot on Rexin, and you also have to question the crossfire and the timing and communication from Ambi and Rexin. They have the perfect crossfire, but the Twitch pre-fires through. Maybe they get a little bit nervous because the Goyo dies, but Ambi over swings, and Rexin is still trying to rotate through filter. I just said, if Loira wants to win this, he has to isolate these 2 fights, and quickly. And what did Shopify Rebellion do? They isolated themselves for him.
There was a timeout called in the midst of this. Now I'm unsure of the source of it. And now this was from G2 to call a timeout after a clutch round like that. That's the mental of this game at times, the gamesmanship. Just letting Shopify Rebellion stew in that and take the pace out of the game. But G2 back and ready to go for this one. Coach's microphones are back up and locked, so we dive into this round. And I think momentum could be a massive factor now. As G2, they're going to be riding high after that.
Yeah, getting the lead back, too. It's not just you tied the game. It's not just another round. You're up 5-4, one more, and you have match point. You are one round away from $40,000. Or sorry, no, the other one. You're one round away from 75. Both of these teams already have 40 by winning their first game. So now the pressure's on for Shopify Rebellion, but this is the perfect swing round for them because we're going back to Master. We're going back to the primary bomb site where, again, they had won that retake nearly flawlessly, but G2 are giving them a very different look. Instead of the Yinglaz with the Nook, they're just going to rock 2 shields and get in Shopify's face.
They banned away the Clash as well. Shopify in that ban stage take away the Grim. So not having that rock of the defense, not having that CCE shield, just to have that control and the pressure the operator provides. And G2 have been oh so good at just making the most out of their shield play, especially on Alamau in that previous outing. I have a feeling he'll be a very important vocal point of this round yet again. G2's drone economy looking great at this stage, well, only 2 lost. Now make it 3 as the Blackbeard knocks the door. That's going to be Blaz. And you will not want to be the member of Shopify Rebellion dealing with that one bearing down. Of course, playing close with that shotgun. Doki caught out early. An aggressive run out from the Malusi. Rexen making a huge play. And that damage done now is a massive investment to the late game. That means Canadian has extra potential to take a smoke canister pick on the Doki.
1 or 2 shots and Doki is dead. You hear people saying a one-shot headshot game, HP doesn't really matter, but it can change how you play, and the Blitz trying to make space gets caught in a crossfire. Blaz, at the very least, is good for a trade. We end up at even, and G2 have taken quite a bit of space. They're already just on the cusp of servers, or rather storage. Droning through, confirming these positions as Loira goes to work downstairs. Doki gives G2 the advantage as Surf dies below, protecting his buck, making sure that it's not isolated as he's staring up at the ceiling, making this defense uncomfortable. And G2 with still a shield, with still smokes from that Twitch, and now with Blaz carrying the case, looking to push through. Shopify Rebellion don't have any indirect plant denial left either.
They find themselves at the bottom of a very deep hole. As you mentioned, without that denial in the hands of Canadian, this could be a very difficult task indeed. Spoit has been wounded. Doki and Blaz not too healthy either. A chip of damage done to Loira. HG goes out. Finds some damage on the Ambi. Intention likely to buy some space. The prone holes make this an awkward advance for the side of Blackbeard. Ambi does get Loira and brings us back to another playing field, but Rexen finds himself one more, meaning G2 on the back foot and a 3 versus 2, all in favor of the defense. A lull in chat as well to rub salt in the wound. And G2 need to find a solution to this problem right here, right now. 20 seconds, a full HP Stompin'. Diffuser in hand, needs to win his ones. Walking into a nasty crossfire. He takes some damage to his shoulder. And the time, the music cues are there. Stompin' doesn't win his one just yet, only downing Rexen. Spoit and Ambi so standing. Spoit finds one, all down to Doki. Wounded early, Ambi shuts it down. And Shopify Rebellion still in this fight, dragging us to the deep water of Lair.
And most importantly, not making the same mistake they made in the round prior. Holding the crossfire firm. You had some jiggle peeks from the Malusi, sure, but no one else was swinging. This was the... I can't think of the word. It starts with a D. The discipline. This is the discipline we saw in the first game up against Waybo. It's now coming back when they needed it most. And the most important thing there was Alamau taken out first. Then G2 have to try and press the issue because you can't just lose your blitz for nothing and Shopify keep up in the trades. And then the crucial kill. There's nothing scarier for a Blackbeard player than being alone and someone actively swinging you because you try to ADS and we see what just happened. Blaz gets his head taken off and now we're at a tie game once again, but now it's a little bit scary for Shopify again because we have to go to the middle site.
And this site has been a very difficult one to get your consistent results on. A massive repick for the side of G2. Doki donning the fuse yet again. Stomping back on the ace and Alamau, deciding He doesn't want the blitz this time around. The previous outing didn't work out in their favor, so he's going to swap things around. Now, Doki will likely re-pick onto the shield, and Surf bringing out the Solace this time. Now, to me, this screams realizing that G2 will likely want to plant with those smoke grenades and go on an off position. With that Solace scanner means you're going to be able to prevent that having a huge impact, so likely the intention and the vision behind that off pick from Shopify.
It also, as Doki just innocently tries to shoot a cam, swung by Spoit, and once again your shield player's dead early. But I was going to say the Solace pick I think is also Shopify Rebellion saying, okay, what happened when we turned too many eyes to the top floor and then too many eyes to the site? This way, everybody can watch the top floor and you only need Surf to try and stop that plant, which might come very soon despite losing that fuse. Alamau opening this wall already, looking for a pick, fishing for a kill, not finding anything just yet. Might have an opportunity if Ambi overexposes himself. There's a rotate for him to play around too, but again, scared of the vert, he's forced to back out.
Alamau can have a huge position, though, as he begins to rotate and reposition. He's been able to find himself in this position several times, and the DMR of Loira has huge damage on the Ambi. Lucky to stay alive in this Ambi. A huge individual performance, 11 and 7 so far. Deep here in round 11, minute 30 left to work with. G2 one player down, and Alamau just looking for another reposition, trying to find himself some avenue of success. And Shopify Rebellion showing that discipline, showing that patience, not extending and not allowing these cutoffs, and all of them being held by G2 at this point, that have that dividends. And they'll be patient, they'll wait, as every second drains away. It makes this so much harder for our EML champions.
I think G2, without that shield player, now want to try and clear top floor, but do they have the time as they lose Alamau for the price of Ambi? And Loira takes down Spoit, trying to come downstairs. Now we're back to even, but still, the massive problem of Surf remains upstairs. Canadian and Rexon will be trying to cover him as Surf stares at the floor, stares at the site, waiting to pop that scanner and find Loira. No matter what projectors he has, he cannot hide from that Solace scanner, and he knows it.
They've seen the Solace pick and they realize they have to clear this. Surf has now become the most important player on this server. They're going to send out that Sens wall, but unfortunately that's not going to do a lot when you have a Solace upstairs. But perhaps this is a bait and switch to try and draw a reaction from Shopify, but it will only find Rex in one pick on the stomping. Blaz and Loy, the last two standing, and they have to do everything to clear this top floor. But no! Blaz can't get one. Lawyer finds himself a third for this one. Bring it back to level playing for Canadian. And Surf find a way. And Shopify Rebellion get themselves to match point here on Lair.
I wonder if the nerves are hitting. There were just too many people for him to shoot at with that DMR, and in trying to hit two targets at once, he loses both, allows his teammate to die, and now Shopify Rebellion once again swing back the lead. And not only is it the lead, but it is an incredibly important lead because all the pressure is now on G2.
This is a huge advantage to hold, not just in scoreline, but the mentality. It becomes a completely different game. G2 need to break the serve. They have to force overtime and drag this game beyond regulation. All of this is for a spot to continue their journey in the upper bracket. No one wants to be down in that lower bracket because it is getting to be a very populated with scary teams at this stage. So round number 12, the end of regulation, and down to labs we go. Can Shopify Rebellion get the job done? And does G2 have one last dive in the tank?
Down to labs where, similarly to the first half, Shopify attack labs. It comes down to a round they really should have won. They don't, but then they win the second attempt. Same thing on this half. They're defending labs. They lose a 1v3 that they really shouldn't have. Now they get to retry. Is Lightning going to strike twice? They did it in the first half. Can they do it again? They're playing a pretty similar comp. The main difference here from round 9, dropping the Azami in the favor of the Goyo. So a little less hard defense, more delay.
Those Goyo counters can be so impactful. in the late stage. The lack of a Twitch getting brought out from G2 as well means there's no way to clear that with relative safety, guaranteeing almost that Shopify will find some value with those in the mid to late stage. Already hearing one burn away as we jump on board with Alamau. He's just trying to get himself in, and all the G2 posturing themselves inside of Warehouse. Again, the lack of hard breach or lack of vertical potential from this team means they have to somewhat go direct, and relying on players like Stompin and Blaz upstairs to act on that cutoff position.
They've got that missile wall open now where it looks like they'll want to mount their attack with lockers as well. Going almost full horizontal. The only player on the first floor is Stompin, who's holding green stairs right now. Just lurking around, as we know G2 love to do. Trying to fish for a pick. Maybe going for a call and trying to catch a distracted defender. He might have a couple of targets in Spoit. Or sorry, the one target in Spoit. He's the last man standing up here. Blaz also just outside as we start to hear utility going off on the site.
Those Candelas in the hand of Alamau, just trying to buy some space, maybe, again, just trying to draw a reaction from Shopify at this stage, and that's the reaction they would have wanted. Ambi, Rexen finding one apiece, but Alamau decides it's time to dive in. Pistol in hand, finding one, can't make it two. Serve shuts it down, but Blaz is good for the trade. In the blink of an eye, we find ourselves in a 2 versus 2. A simple tag team brawl to wrap up this map or send us to overtime. Stompin takes a lick of damage, and Spoit regroups upstairs. Shotgun the work with him. The information seems solid. He can try and cause all the problems and deny that potential plant from upstairs.
And again, like you said, he's got those pings, but do they have info in the other site too? Spoit is still upstairs. If Canadian dies here, this could be massive as he swings in, but Stompin's not looking. Turns around, knows where Blaz is as well. He gets the trade. 3 kills for the Flores, but again, Spoit is upstairs and Blaz is walking right back into the information. Spoit's got some vert set up. It looks like the hatch may be open too. He's rotating towards security. The plant is going down. Blaz will complete it. And now he's in the perfect position to bring us to overtime. The only disadvantage he has is the HP, which again, it changes how you play. Blaz is not going to be nearly as aggressive because he knows one shot from Spoit, an incredibly mechanically gifted player, will take him down and lose his team the map. But Spoit, you can tell with the way he's playing, he's got no info. Blaz has backed off just far enough that Spoit will have to commit so much time to find him, and he gets him! Spoit is the savior! The Americans are 75 grand richer, and they'll be hungry for more.
Spoit steps up tall, and his team needs him in a 1 versus 1. G2 sent packing to the lower bracket, and Shopify, a shaky first game, but nerves completely gone here as they topple the giants from Europe, and another head taken from Canadian, and you see the dejection on the face of G2. They know that was a match they should have won.
An incredible game from Shopify, an incredible game from both teams. The adaptation we saw from both sides, the solace being brought, G2 trying to speed things up with those shields, Shopify roaming just enough on that middle floor and applying that vertical pressure, really putting all their stock in info. And like we were talking about with Manic just before this game started, Shopify, this is going to be their first real test, and I think they passed with flying colors.
I could not agree more. They get the job done, and they move and continue on this upper bracket.
They certainly do. An interesting game, nonetheless.
Yeah, a great game.
Let me just repeat that. An interesting game, nonetheless. I think the final round there probably sums up what happened in that series perfectly. This was to qualify through straight to playoffs, and my God, Shopify Rebellion, after losing a 1 versus 3, after all the banter, they managed to recollect themselves, whip it. That's the kind of performance we need from a team that we always have such high hopes for at these international events.
This team, if you just look at the roster, we have expectations for reasons, and they delivered on it. I think Crow put it perfectly. The amount of time we saw these teams shape and change shape to try and beat their opposition, this map was a perfect proving ground as they've been so close statistically, domestically on it. And I think Shopify were just more adaptable on the moment, and I think composure was key, and experience from players like Canadian showed really effectively today.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, that composure, that comes from Canadian and Rexen being mainstays of NA for so long. And even at this point, Spoit's been playing for a long time too, being able to lead guys like Surf and Ambi, the younger gunners, and mold them and make sure they're keeping their composure. The key, they say it all the time, in esports and normal sports, you can't get too high, you can't get too low. You gotta find that perfect middle ground.
And that's something that it's really hard to see at home, but obviously the players are, like, you can still see the players packing up from G2. Bye-bye, G2. From the side of Shopify Rebellion, one of the things that you really don't get to see at home is actually what Canadian does for the roster as a whole. There was obviously a lot of banter going across the room. Surf got really involved at one point, and you just see Canadian like laugh it off, be like, no, let's calm down here, because this is still a series that could go either way. And at that point, I think it was 5-5, right? So these games just end up on a knife's edge, and consistently, I will give the credit where credit is always due, Crow. Canadian seems to be on the team that manages to recompose themselves. No matter how heated they get, they manage to recompose.
Because it's like you said, like Rexon, it's like, okay, you had your fun, let's reset, get your head back into the game, focus up, and it worked wonders. It is, I mean, obviously, there's nothing they can do except make the tournament longer, but it is a crime this game was not a best of 3.
Yes, it is.
I'm crossing my, I'm praying we get a rematch in playoffs, because, I mean, I've been very vocal. I hate Lair. Lair, I think, is absolutely terrible. That was so fun. They made Lair awesome.
Yeah, well, that's it. When you get two unbelievable teams playing on a map that maybe you don't like, it turns out to be a barn burner. But Fallow is down court side with Canadian.
Thank you so much, Rob. Troy, that was an impressive game, and you guys have now officially qualified for playoffs. How are you feeling about that 7-5 victory?
Honestly, feeling really good. I think there was a lot of close rounds that we actually were on the bad side of. They won a lot of like the 2v2s, 3v3s, that kind of stuff. So, you know, still winning the map regardless of that, I think is kind of a statement of like, you know, the kind of control we had of the map and the game. But that's how close games go, right? Like the best teams, it comes down to those close rounds. In the last round, we closed one of those out, and in the previous round as well, defending Monks. So, yeah, those are the decisive rounds, and you know, in the end, we ended up getting them. But yeah, we felt very in control and very confident the whole map.
Fair enough. And about the map specifically of Lair, you know, going in the ban phase for a best of 1 is very different than a BO3. Were you guys kind of surprised about seeing Lair? Were you hoping for it? What are your thoughts on that?
Not really surprised by it. They've basically never banned it, and I don't know. I think we might have once, but like we basically never banned it either. So you know, both teams are very confident in the map. So kind of going into the match, we knew that would probably be the case, and we know how they are. They're a little full of themselves. So like, we know coming in, they'd probably be like, "We're the best player team in the world. Let's play them on it." And yeah. So
kind of an ego check, it seems, and you guys won that eventually. In terms of general play style, there were a lot of rounds where you guys were hyper aggressive, trying to make them uncomfortable, but also a lot of patience and discipline too, kind of forcing them into your extensions. Was that kind of premeditated, like you wanted to focus more on holding power positions rather than being aggressive the entirety of the best of 1?
Yeah, there's just certain parts of the map that you can't really afford to give up, and you know, we just kind of played into that. We realized the point in the round where we can give up space. You know, if we're tracking the numbers good enough, we realize where they are, and you know where they can't be. So it's okay if we give up some space to help somewhere else. But yeah, like we're not going to be pushovers, right? Like they might come in and think that they could just, you know, like try to walk in a door and take it, but like, you know, we're gonna meet them and make it hard to do what they want to do.
During your timeout as well, it was really down to the wire and Laura got that nasty clutch, but was there one specific thing you were trying to hone in on the team just to lock in that regulation win?
I think it was the big thing was our late rounds. That was like the only thing that was biting us a little bit. And so a lot of it, I think, came down to miscommunication. So just kind of tightening up the comms and making sure that we trust each other and listen to each other. Because, you know, just a couple of things were like slightly desynced ended up becoming a problem. And yeah, I think we kind of ironed it out towards the end.
And one final question, is there any team in particular that you're really looking forward to playing for playoffs?
I mean, I think honestly, like Fury of FaZe, just because, you know, there's some of the best teams in the world, and you know, if you want to be the best, kind of got to beat the best type of thing. I think Falcons are in loser bracket, but you obviously defending champs, you'd like to play them. But anyone good, man. We want to show that we're good, and worst case, we want to get really good experience under our belt as well, because this is our first event together as a team. So yeah, like we want to want to get experience under our belt, play against good teams, learn, improve. So yeah.
Again, Troy, thank you so much for the interview, and congrats on making it to playoffs. We hope to see you again on the interview stage soon. And with that being said, we'll bring it right back.
Thank you very much for that, fellow. We'll cut you off halfway through, mate. We don't need to hear the rest of it. We're coming back to the desk. It's all good. We've got it here. But ultimately, again, it's always interesting to hear players and their thoughts on how games ended up transpiring. What I will say is, very evidently, he understands that that game was probably closer than it needed to be. There were so many rounds toward the end of the just general round-to-round moments where it's like we're coming down to 20, 30 seconds and they're just losing out with it. And ultimately, that's what kept this series going longer than it should have.
Yeah, and I think it's great to see that Troy was able to identify in that timeout, it's our communication's not going well.
Yep.
They made that, and well, they didn't win every round on the bounce from that timeout. They looked much more stronger, much more composed, and that's when the discipline began to slip back into the game. So great to see that he was able to identify that, make those changes, and of course you got to give credit to the coach behind them, super able to make that call as well. But I think that's just the experience from this IGL, being able to guide these teams, and we talked about it earlier again, just being that emotional core, that's heart of the team.
Yep.
I think he led them to a very good victory.
Can I also say real quick, 'cause I don't know if anyone's really said this on a broadcast, it is so incredibly vindicating when a player in an interview says, oh yeah, this was our issue, and it's something that like we've been talking about the whole map. Like Waybo and I were talking about, like the late round, their miscommunications were really bad. I mean, that 1v3 from Lawyer, I think is like the biggest exclamation point. And then hearing Canadian be like, yeah, our late round was really, we were having some miscommunications. It's like, thank God.
Yeah, it's, vindication is very sweet as a commentator, there's no doubt about it. But another thing that I think we need to actually contextualize when you're hearing a player like Canadian say, you know, who do you want to play against next? And he goes, anyone good. Yep. Anyone good. Because either way, you either beat them and you get that experience, or you lose and you're playing against the best possible team you can. And I think that that's what's always separated the good from the greats, especially when it comes to esports, is having teams and having the ability to take on teams that are better than you.
It's the classic win or we learn, and that's the mentality that you have to have at this level. I think Troy has this idea, like, yeah, I want to play FaZe, I want to play the World Champs, I want to play the EWC defending champions, because yeah, if we lose, we have so much to learn as a fairly new roster at their first event.
Yep.
It's a very good mindset to have, and again, I've got a lot of belief in this roster to make a deep run.
I will say as well, just very quickly, on the topic of phenomenal teams, Furia were down 5-0 against Oxygen. It's really hard to see from here. I think it might be 5-3, but the fact of the matter is Oxygen were currently, and that's on the A stream, if you want to go ahead and check that out, they are actually holding against world champs at the end of the day. Furia are a ridiculous roster. I didn't mean to cut you off before. Do you remember what you were going to say?
I was going to say, yeah, like he's absolutely right. You learn more from a loss, and like you're saying, if you want to win the tournament, you're either going to beat the team who won, or you're going to beat the team who beat the team who won. So no matter what, you're climbing that ladder. And I think, you know, Troy, obviously, I mean, he's had that mentality for years upon years. So again, we can't understate the experience that he brings to a roster, and it's why he's 29, I think he's almost 30. Yeah. Why he's still on these top teams.
Yes, and why he consistently gets to these events and does well at these events, including 2 hammers just in the back pocket, you know, casually, as you do. That's just how you do it. But I guess looking forward now for Shopify Rebellion, they're chilling. They're chilling. G2, however, they're now in the lower bracket, which I think, look, given a double elimination format, you've got 8 teams per bracket. Yes, you're going to get the upset here and there. I don't think this is necessarily warranted as an upset, but I think most would have liked to have seen G2 go through.
I think there's definitely a lot of people cheering for G2, and a lot of Europeans a little bit just disappointed. Not me. I'm here for Falcons. So
why did I throw that question to you? That was terrible.
But I wouldn't say it's an upset, as you mentioned. This was a very close game, a massive coin toss. But for G2, they obviously come in with the mentality that they are the best team in the world. That's what these players are like, and they've been on Cloud9 for a very long time. They were the dominant team in Europe for a reason, and they've got this huge signing. They're riding momentum. This is the first major roadblock that they faced as this team, and the lower bracket is where pressure begins to build. There's a lot to play for. The orgs have a lot of expectations of this team. I want to see how they can perform.
Crow, final thoughts on this series?
Yeah, I was going to say, I agree. I think this is like their first important loss as a roster ever. So not only are they going to the lower bracket, it might not be a big deal, but I think it's also going to be super telling. Can this roster, who has never suffered an important defeat before, can they bounce back and be as dominant as we know they can be, especially in their home.
Well,
region.
they're going to have to be, aren't they? There's no doubt about it. But very quickly, just looking down, it looks like we've got Virtus.pro and Dark Zero coming up on the C stream. We're going to go to a short break, but please stick around. You don't want to miss this.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to the C stream for EWC. We are now into our fourth and final best of one of the night, but it's not just a best of one, it's an upper bracket final. The winner of this qualifies through to the main event. It's pretty significant. It's time for us to deep dive, not into the game, but into something a little bit different. Dr. Slayman Al Habib's hot take here with Fallow and Crow helping me dissect this one. I'm going to give the context. I absolutely do not share their views on this,
Really?
but we do have a hot take. Crow, would you like to introduce your hot take?
Yeah, so during the break, Rob walks up to me and goes, we got to do a hot take. And I looked at the score of the Furia OXG game, and I was like, you know what? I don't think Falcons or Furia are winning this event. I think one, because Falcons, we know, power up in Saudi, they've won every single time. Furia are right now, they're the best team in the world. Well, I guess FaZe won SI, so it's FaZe right now. But Furia are one of the best teams in the world, and a lot of people have them as the favorites. I don't think they're winning it. I think they needed to show up really big. Game one, Falcons lost to a fellow domestic EU team, and Furia just lost to the bottom-seeded NA team, who are also a brand new squad, and Gomez and Yaga haven't been LAN in God knows how long.
A minute.
Yeah.
We had this conversation, but for everyone at home, how about you slander yourself?
I feel like every top 4 team that we thought in our power rankings were going to win and, potentially win the entire event have already been brought down to the lower bracket. It's kind of crazy. So seeing at least some of those teams potentially being knocked out early would not be too shocking overall. That game, especially between Falcons and Secret were just playing out of their mind, and I don't know mentally how well Falcons are going to be able to recover from that. They've had a lot of time since that match, but it's still a lot on the line for them.
Well, obviously as well, if you just tuned into the A stream, a very important game that we're referencing, Oxygen beat Fury. I think it was 7-3. They were up 5-0. That's a very significant performance from a team that we had as a dark horse. We had them shoved away in the middle somewhere. We thought they were going to be competitive, but not that competitive. But this is the beauty of best of ones. This is how things pan out. Speaking about panning out, it's time for us to move on to our upper bracket final here. The final one for the A bracket, if you would believe that. We're already nearly done the upper side of this game. Dark Zero, a roster that is formidable, and they have just come off the back of a monumental victory to kickstart their EWC run here, Crow.
Oh, yeah. Against FaZe, we were just talking about the best team in the world. The current SI champs, FaZe Clan. They beat them 7-3. Not only was it dominant, they started on Labs. They go 3-3 on DZ's defense, and you're looking at it, you're kind of like, ooh, 3-3 on their defense against FaZe. They win 4 attacks straight and lock out the game. I mean, that's incredible. Not only beating FaZe that dominantly, but a side that DZ has historically struggled immensely on against a region that they historically struggle immensely against. Combine those, it should be impossible, but they look like a new team.
It should be impossible. However, when you have NJR going 14-5 against the world champ, not Deformer, with the world champions, it kind of sets the precedence. Coming into this game now, how do we feel like they're going to match up against Virtus.pro?
It overall just feels like Dark Zero has an identity. for so long in North America, they were great domestically. They would still make it to majors, but then on game day, they just felt confused or lost in rounds. They had like their Ashe player watching flank instead of entering in the site. Now having players like Spirits on their team who can dictate a lot of the pace with those shield ops, with those cheese ops, it has been so effective on game day now, and I think they've got a great chance at beating VP here.
Well, speaking of VP, the roster that stands in their way again, coming off the back of a 7-2 victory against B&K FearX, arguably a little bit of a lesser in the opponent category. You know, FaZe and FearX, many put them on the same level here, Crow. But looking at that matchup, I mean, you go back to Clubhouse, and I feel as though we definitely should have seen more out of FearX, but what are we doing? Taking VP, a team that is notoriously incredibly methodical, to a methodical map.
Yeah, FearX, I think it was a pretty bad decision. I mean, I think they're trying to take advantage. I mean, even Dan said it during the interview. It's been kind of rocky on Clubhouse recently.
Yeah.
They have been working really hard to reclaim their throne as the kings of club like they used to be when they were Empire.
Yep.
And FearX maybe just trying to take advantage of that, but still, I think going to Clubhouse over something like a Bank or a Border that also I think fits the Korean playstyle a little bit better. I think it was a big mistake, and VP looked vicious.
Yeah.
I haven't seen cuts like that on club, like taking upstairs and you have a guy with a cut from like oil pit. Like I haven't seen that in a while.
VP was a very interesting game. Again, probably not the right team to put them up against to give them a proper test. But Fallow, that does separate good from great teams. Are the teams who verse lesser opponents, teams that they expected to win against, and they do that. They 7-2. What are your thoughts now that we've seen VP?
I feel like Dark Zero have to do a better job of making Virtus.pro uncomfortable.
Yep.
A lot of that FearX game, you know, you've got early drone info, you've got the cuts that Harrison was talking about, you've got always running in, getting 1 or 2 entry kills, 3 Ks that he found so many different times.
Yep.
And FearX were just never able to recover from the early round deficit. So I feel like for an aggressive team like Dark Zero, being able to fight them early and just try to get them out of their element could be a great way to win a lot of rounds against them.
Let's do a little bit of a deep dive, shall we? I know that you're the map stat man.
Sure.
Instead of the map scat man.
Map magician. That's always a good one. Map magician.
So,
Actually, I don't think we know what map they're going to.
No, we don't. That's why we're going to theorize.
All right.
What have you got for me?
Well, as John said before, the bit that we spent a whole 10 minutes coming up with, VP, when it's time to ban maps, when it's a best of 1, they look at the chart. On the left side, there's maps we ban. On the right side, there's maps we don't ban.
Yep.
And they just remind themselves, they're like, oh yeah, they're probably going to ban Consulate Labs, Lair Sky again, because like Dan said, they just think there's elements to those maps where worse teams can get lucky.
Yes.
And a team like VP, we've known for years, they are all about the fundamentals. They're all about rinse and repeat. And we're going to frickin' Clubhouse. I guess maybe DZ are like, hey, we're going to do what FearX couldn't, and we're going to try to take advantage of their weaker club. The last time DZ played club, they 7-4'd wildcard domestically. They did 7-2 Furia in Reload on this map, and everybody in NA is banning it against them too.
Yep.
So I think for DZ bringing this team to club, I think is a much better idea than FearX bringing this team to club.
I think that's fair. We can probably say without a doubt that there is a couple of degrees of separation between the two squads. Just a quick one on this. Predictions. Fallow, it's a game that could go the distance. In fact, you know what? Stuff your predictions. You can talk about it in the game. It is time for us to get underway with this upper bracket final. Winner goes through and qualifies to Phase 2, whilst the loser has to fight through the lower bracket. Gents, enjoy.
Thank you so much, Rob. And the loser of this game will have to face the winner of Gen.G versus Waybo. So, again, if Waybo wins, that's like Asia teams like that are always crazy unknown quantities. For Gen.G, VP know how they play. DZ, maybe not so much because they're not used to it. But getting into Clubhouse, we've got the bands up. Already we see a Thermite. Is this Ace? Oh, it's Hib. It's the other ranged hard breacher. So hatches are Hib's specialty. Ace not so much, which means basement is going to be easier than probably Gym or Cash.
I feel like you know, going to a map like Clubhouse might favor a team like Dark Zero, who bring out a lot of cheese operators, for example. During that phase game, you saw the Glaz and Yingbi ban that let Spirits pick Monty Shield basically every single round. I imagine we'll see a big emphasis on shields, maybe even for both teams, because Joystick likes to play Blitz quite a lot on this map too. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see a lot of heads butting in the early round, fighting for that entry, trying to get map control as quickly as possible with the help of those shields. Having both Hard Breach banned as well, leaving only Ace up, I agree, that's going to make playing downstairs really difficult for the attack towards the end game. I feel like the Hibana might have been a little more targeted because, again, Virtus.pro in their attack, they also like to play a lot of Hibana.
They do. Shepard especially plays so much Hibana. And he was he was kind of creaming Furex with it. So Hibana ban, super understandable. It'll force them to play the Ace and probably can openers with it too. Yep. Meanwhile, Cade Clash, Cade, you ban him, that way you know if there's electricity on the wall, you know it's a bandit, you can easily set up for a bandit trick. There's no guesswork there. And Clash, again, we talk about how good DZ are with shields. The same applies on the defense with Clash. VP don't want to give them the luxury.
Starting out CC and Cash, that's interesting for Dark Zero. Their lineup, not anything out of the ordinary though. You've got Spirits probably to help over by Raptors, a mirror window as well to boot from there too. And Citizen trying to bandit trick this wall. The Twitch drone does break at least one battery, but this is still going to be a really straightforward position to try to hold Virtus.pro. They do have Joystick on the Zofia, maybe to try to use those concussive blasts to force back the bandit from tricking. Other than that, they could go below, try to get Vert, but then they'd be forced to clear out the Castle of Pamba, whose entire job is just to stop lounge control from either a red walk-up, stock Vert, or someone going in from blue to try to help get this wall opened up.
And that's really common when we see these bandit tricks, is just trying to deny any sort of verticality for the attack to establish. But it looks as if Panda has completely given it up. He's backed up red stairs, so they will forfeit that control, satisfied with, you know, the minute or so. Plus, with the wall already opened, no real reason for Pamba to still be down there. Might as well just rotate up and help your team.
Minute 30 to go. Still having this Capitao on the board as well. I imagine the next objective is to clear out this Azami up in Rafters. But there is a Mira to help assist. Another Selma charge going off. Not too sure from where. Maybe to help with the main wall between Rafters and Sight. Info now being gathered by the Capitao. I feel like this is such a risk having only Pasha here. I'm hoping someone else comes to rotate to assist the Capitao. And I think it's always to do that.
Deployed barrier.
Of course, with no Jaeger or Omai on the board, this Capitao's utility is going to be really easy to use for Pasha. Spirits, though, in a good position to perhaps get some support from bottom garage, but no one is rotating down there. The attack is taking control. Spirits is just trying to fight for his life, setting up his Kibas, trying to deny all these angles and stay alive for as long as humanly possible. But there's the other fire, but he's found a safe corner. Maybe he's getting lit up. Joystick finds the opening pick onto NJR. It's 2 for Joystick. It's 4 for VP. And Nafe, out of nowhere, finds himself alone, and VP take a dominant first round.
A great job just constricting Dark Zero. Great coordination with clearing out Rafters. Good aggression by Joystick, trying to find a gap in that round with 2 picks off the board. And Rafters basically guaranteed to be in control of Virtus.pro. There was nothing stopping them to attempt that plant once they got all the way up through Rafters. Dark Zero kind of realized that. They try to get aggressive in the 5v2, but there's already the cutoff reestablished. Again, it's just allowing Virtus.pro to set up in that early round leads them with so much more success unless they get entry picked, which we did not see. It was still the 5v5 in those dying moments of the round, letting people like Joystick pop off because they know they have other players to either trade or just play for a different win condition.
And I think Joystick just walked up red.
Yeah, I was like, where did he go there? There was no presence con, so that makes the most sense.
He was one of the ones going in through lounge, so he just forced himself. He just powered red, got 2 kills, and then obviously Spirits stuck between a rock and a hard place between those 2 fires. And that is why 90% of the time, if you see someone holding Rafters, it's much better when you've got something like a Jaeger or Omai, just something to support and make sure you're not fodder for those fire arrows. VP now attacking in the basement. It looks like Joystick is going to be hopping on that blitz. And DZ with quite the roam. They've got Castle. That always means they're going to be roaming a little bit, but it's probably going to be rather light. They don't have a whole lot of roaming operators other than maybe that Legion. So look for them to just kind of shoot drones and fall back pretty quickly, especially once they figure out that VP's got a blitz, which is a huge headache when it comes to roam.
We did see VP as well once they got that top floor control, getting Vert with the breaching charges, trying to force away anyone that still lingers over by the first floor. Jacuzzi wall going to be opened up shortly with the help of those Selma charges. That might force Nafe away early, but he's looking to try to go for this fight, using the impact to break off the second Selma, not allowing anyone from entering in from the breach, but the cutoff still persists. Citizen and Nafe trying to buddy up, and now they begin to fall away, just kind of forcing VP to drone them out up above. Like you talked about, they shown some aggression on the top floor, and then back away once they realize Virtus.pro are ready to enter.
And Spirits, who's covering the retreat by Kitch Hall, he's also just going to fall back. Again, DZ kind of playing for time, playing for drones, playing for utility. They got rid of, I think, 2 of Pasha's Selmas, so he's got a lot less going into it. VP are going to have to make some choices on which walls / hatches they want to open, and a Demo scan also kind of wasted on this Legion. A Citizen has fallen back to church.
The hatch is still soft. I wonder if Dark Zero will try anything funny like shooting the hatches to break those can openers. There are still plenty of breaching charges though, so it might not be needed. There is still aggression by Spirits by main stairs. If he does die on the castle, it's not the end of the world, but you'd like to get a pick here just to have that potential lack of a lurk by Virtus.pro, which is kind of what won them the early entry off of Joystick, being so aggressive, coming in through red stairs, getting that double kill and solidifying the man advantage. Now the Blitz forcing themselves down main stairs. Spirits will back off with his life intact. And this has been a good stall by Dark Zero overall. Think about it. They still have the Kibas. They still have the Vulcan pack, still having Toxic Babes in the pocket of NJR. Despite not using any of that utility upstairs, they still burned 2 minutes and over half the drone economy from Virtus.pro.
We know VP can be very slow, and if you allow them to set up, it doesn't matter how much utility you have, they can be just as dangerous. The question is all that stall going to be enough of a wrench in VP's plans to stop them from executing properly? Kitchen hatch is still closed. Joystick ends up dropping in through Moto, so it looks like it's going to be a Moto blue split with the way the rest of the attack is pushing. Joystick, of course, is the man on the case. The plant will eventually be coming in through Moto. Spirit's position incredibly exposed now thanks to those Kibas being broken. He doesn't see Joystick just yet as he just gets peeked from triple wall. Spirits not seeing that blitz and no answer from the defense just yet, but Joystick is getting stalled longer and longer by these goo mines, by these gases. There's another one at his feet, but Nafe ends up dying. The man advantage is in the favor of VP by 3 men now. Joystick completing the plant. NJR cannot do anything. It is 2 excellent rounds in a row for VP.
I love the insurance policy as well of that drone. We saw that. Spirits getting cleared out off of the info. The nade tossed in through the vert, over by Kitchen, all the way down, in through Church. Now he's got no safe haven to stop the Blitz from pushing him. There's no one else blue to help either. Shepard's holding the hatch, letting his teammate walk in. That way they get all this map control. It was so precise. So consistent by Virtus.pro there. I was thinking, you know, having so many people up above still on the vert that it would kind of hinder them, but it allowed the rest of their attackers to be enabled just to walk in and get the picks that they needed. Again, another successful entry despite it coming down to the final 20 seconds of the round.
Yeah, and it looked like there was someone in Church with him too. You have to question, you know, with Spirits obviously getting distracted by that drone and having to check the door, that opens up the opportunity for Joystick to kill him from Trip Wall. But what's the other guy in Church doing? He's not watching Trip? Joystick just gets that kill for free. We'll try Jim now as DZ uncharacteristically unable to win either of their 2 primary sites. Now swapping onto the third. They've got Mira. They've got a very, very typical comp here. DZ not doing anything too creative just yet. Playing very default, which is strange because that's VP's whole game. They want you to play default. They are a rinse and repeat team. They're not going to do anything crazy either, but they've done this so many times that it's so hard to mess up. And if you let them set up for it, like I said, I mean, you mentioned they had so much utility going into the dying seconds of the round, but they let VP set up.
Just goes to show the lack of pressure felt by Virtus.pro because they're so comfortable with their teammates, you know, holding those power spots. They're comfortable enough to let Joystick run in and secure that entry, comfortable with Shepard, not playing directly for the execute, but helping clear blue by holding that hatch. A lot of commitment going into the execute, and it still pans out the way of Virtus.pro. Now we look to Jim, like you had mentioned. There is an extension. Both the Azami and Warden playing here. Nafe downstairs as well to assist with the red attack. Those Kibas as well may be buying a lot of time. They're are 0 grenades for Virtus.pro. They have Zofia, which can help. There is Capitao and Grim. That could be utilized to clear out an extension like that. But in the meantime, it's yet again a slow round for Virtus.pro. They are fighting tooth and nail for Garage. They are fighting to clear out these players upstairs, but Spirits with the Nitro Cell still holding red despite the Grim detecting him. Wins the first fight, and that's Capitao gone.
Another fight coming through, but Nafe looks away at the wrong time. Had he just held it, it could be a 2-man lead for DZ, but instead we find ourselves even. Spirits getting grimmed, his location being constantly pinged, and he eventually ends up dying to that sliver under the Kiba barrier. Man advantage now for VP after DZ had their first opening pick of the entire game. Another C4 followed up by NJR, but it's not going to land. Now the con wall is getting open, and Pambazu is unable to fall back, overstaying his welcome in con. Should have tried to retreat as soon as that can opener started exploding, and NJR has no idea that Pasha is already in Logi. Citizen in the third 1v4 we have seen already this game. And I doubt he's going to be able to bring it out with how diligent VP tend to be. Out goes a C4, he gets one, but there's an immediate trade from Joystick.
Again, Virtus.pro just a great early round setup. Yes, they did lose the entry, but everybody on Virtus.pro was focused on clearing out the extension. Yes, it took a long time, but I think Dark Zero were kind of in their own heads about we need to keep playing here to waste more time. We're hoping they stall out and we can play our utility. It might have been a better call to try to have Spirits fall back. Maybe he wasn't comfortable with crossing that CCTV door. So instead, he's basically playing for his life. And with all the utility they kept throwing at him, he ends up dying. Man advantage back in the favor of Virtus.pro. And I love that play by Pasha, too. Like, you expect the fall off now by Dark Zero. You expect somebody Logi. You expect someone fighting aggressive con to work back that pick. So instead of waiting for a drone to tell you that, you just get aggressive while DZ are still rotating, and it caught them completely off guard, getting him 2 kills and basically solidifying the round. That was a really smart play by Virtus.pro.
Absolutely, just continuing to press the issue and knowing that DZ, they might still be same old DZ struggling with these teams that constantly have their foot all the way to the floor on the gas pedal. And it looks like a timeout.
Yeah.
Yes, looks like a timeout has been called by DZ. Understandably so. You can't be losing 3 defenses in a row on club.
Let's hope the timeout saves Dark Zero a little bit here. Overall, I feel like the saying's going to be for Virtus.pro, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We saw almost an identical idea on how to attack and defend on Clubhouse, where yes, it does take a while to get the entry, but so long as you have someone there ready with utility to push in and take that gunfight, even if they lose, as long as you get a trade or something else, then it's not a big deal. You know, we saw 2 entries back-to-back for Joystick. Spirits did kill Always, who was kind of our highlight player in the original best of 1 they played on club against Fear X, but he was immediately traded. There was still garage control, still CCTV control, and by that point, they had the cutoffs established as well, which is also a big thing on their first Clubhouse match. If DZ just continue to let Virtus.pro set up, I mean, the question is, like, what would the TAC timeout be primarily about? You know, do we try to, again, double down on being aggressive against Virtus.pro? Do we try to hold more crossfires together? I'm not really sure. And then starting once again on CCTV and Cash, this was also a really tough bomb site for Dark Zero as a whole, because VP, all you have to do to set up is just, you know, open the outside breaches. Like, Dark Zero can't stop that, really.
At the very least, so far, at least for our C-Stream games, timeouts have been incredibly successful. So maybe we can start seeing some success from DZ. I mean, you've got NJR is 0-3, Panba is 0-3, 2 really important players for Dark Zero. VP already droning over here towards Jim. Nafe is waiting for that sound cue of someone dropping onto the balcony. We'll shoot the drone out first. Now his position known by Always, calling it out to Joystick. DZ just sitting and waiting.
Again, the patience is key here for Virtus.pro. Nafe spotting out the drone early. Now that makes Virtus.pro aware of a potential run out. They might try to hunt him down because of this. Another drone just for good measure. Also, Joystick is downstairs. Maybe he was waiting for Nafe to drop the hatch to get a free kill as the Blitz shield blinding someone from there. but instead Nafe will remain up the top staircase, or up on the top floor, my mistake, while Joystick comes in from this main stairs. There is still a pretty heavy extension over here. I feel like Joystick cannot push this alone and needs to wait for his teammate to get in the building.
Looks like there's one coming in from Consingle trying to pinch onto this Ella. She's got help. Nafe is in bathroom. Don't know if VP knows about her just yet as Joystick starts to push deeper in. Shepard opening pick onto Panvazoo. It's yet another opener and yet another follow-up from VP. Make it 3. How many times are they going to get away with this as Nafe misses the shots? He can't clean up Pasha. Finally, the shotgun comes out, bringing one back for DZ, but now another 1v4.
They just can't keep getting away with this, Harrison. Every single time we see someone on Virtus.pro, they enter the building, they're giving info. Guys, I need help. Can someone come Logi? Can someone hold my cutoff on highway? I need this, this, and this done. And Dark Zero are just allowing Virtus.pro to set up time in and time out, no matter what objective they try to defend. And then these overextended roamers get punished because now they go from having a chance of 2v1ing the isolated blitz. Now he's got help, now he's got utility, letting him walk in, letting the defense feel uncomfortable. I mean, Virtus.pro, they look like they're on a map to dominate against Dark Zero. Like, they just look like they're at home.
They really do. This is like, I think, the Russian squad of old starting to come out from VP. They are home, they're on Clubhouse, and they're dominating. How many times have we seen 4 rounds in a row end up as 1v4s? That is absurd. It's unacceptable. And how is this the same DZ that just 7-3'd FaZe?
I mean, it's a totally different play style between Virtus.pro and FaZe, obviously.
It's like polar opposites.
Yeah, so maybe that's what's throwing them off guard. You just finished beating FaZe. You're on this sort of like runner's high going into game number 2, and now Virtus.pro, they pick a totally different map. They're playing a lot slower and more methodical, and Dark Zero really look like they just have not been able to adapt to that play style, despite the TAC timeout being called at, I would say, a fairly reasonable time. You lose 2-0 on your attack, so maybe close rounds, fair enough, but then going into round 3, they immediately called after that round was a loss too, and it just still seems like they're struggling to recover as a whole, And Dark Zero, once again, not really changing their lineup at all. They've got Citizen now on the Fenrir, which I think is the biggest difference right now, but it's still Spirits holding top red, the Azami to help once again, and Nafe now playing even further downstairs in the basement rather than lounge, maybe to avoid being drone. That could be a potentially smart play.
Maybe, you're right. The only difference is instead of the tuber out, Citizen is on the Fenrir. So less delay on the wall, more kind of entry denial thanks to those fear mines. I mean, just look at VP's score lines too. Shepard is 4-0, Joystick is 7-1. Dan, who's normally a pretty aggressive player, has seen 2 people. Like, it is just, again, it is absurd the way this game has started. And always, it looks like they might know about Nafe. In comes the Lion. They've got to have a drone on him. And yeah, they do confirm his position. He'll hide behind Gen, but now with always creeping up from Arsenal, there's really nowhere for Nafe to go.
I mean, if he doesn't move, though, someone has to push him down directly. You can see Always playing really passive on that bottom main cutoff. No one wanting to take that direct 1-for-1 gunfight. Instead, hoping to catch Nafe off guard. Now Always begins to walk in. A really slow attack in Spirits. Able to shut down Pasha. Another for Dark Zero. It's this the round they need to stop Virtus.pro's aggressiveness towards the late round. They're up by 2 bodies, and Virtus.pro are still kind of waiting on DZ to continue to be aggressive. They're still playing outside, and Always is still in the basement. There goes one, and he's aware about Nafe. Could he equalize here? Yes, he can! Virtus.pro still have a chance, Harrison.
And this is exactly what Always did against FearX. VP have pre-placed drones in the basement. They spot the roamer. Always sits down there because there is no escape. Eventually, the defender's going to get anxious and move. It's happened 2 games in a row, but VP are low on time. They committed a lot to getting those 2 kills. 20 seconds remain. Now, at the very least, they don't have to worry about any C4s remaining. DZ's already used all of them. They don't have to worry about a Goyo or a smoke or anything like that. The biggest obstacle is going to be these Fenders if they're placed correctly. Panda lands a beautiful pre-fire, but loses the next engagement to Shepard. And JR makes this a 1v2 for the Capitao. Shepard's clutched before, but he can't do it here as the Fenrir still persists back in gym, and DZ are finally on the board.
It took them a while, but it was a great early round, to say the least. They weren't trying to play hyper-aggressive against Virtus.pro, but once they realized, there's 2 or 3 people committing to clearing the bottom floor, we should try to power this, make sure that we're not going to let them get away with this clear downstairs. Let's make sure we can hunt down the players who are alone by CC, alone trying to clear cash room, and Virtus.pro just looked a whole lot less comfortable when it came to those final 10 to 20 seconds rounds. They didn't have logic control. They didn't have as much info because they used so much clearing out the basement in the initial extension by Red. But overall, 4 attacks on Clubhouse. Like, that is nothing to scoff at.
Like, VP just lost that round, sure. They don't give a shit. Like, they just won 4 rounds on attack. They do not care. If they end up going 5-1 here, that is incredible. The map's probably over. If this ends 4-2, they're still very happy with that. However, DZ did win 4 attacks straight against FaZe on Labs attack, so they could have something in store for us. Maybe DZ's suddenly flipped into an attacker-sided team, but we gotta at least get through this church round first, where just again the setups from VP have been so dominant, and DZ have not been doing enough to either disrupt them or just stop the cuts. I mean, the cuts from VP have been incredible I say all event, in both the games that we've seen so far, including this one. Joystick back on the blitz too, looking to get aggressive, is quick in through secret. No one for him to find though. Pamba taking some pot shots, just sneaking back into the site.
Joystick now enters in from blue. Nathan Citizen, I mean, there hasn't been a lot of pressure towards them, but there is someone holding from the plat wall. And maybe Virtus.pro have noticed a lack of site presence and want to go a bit more direct. I think Joystick's still making a final decision on that. It seems like he's coming upstairs to try and assist the roam clear by Virtus.pro. I did now notice that there's like 3 people outside trying to slowly collapse in towards Cash and CCTV. Maybe Dan getting a good drone could detect someone with that Deathmark tracker, kind of unleash the hound of Joystick because he's having such a good game in this first half. And it seems like it won't be him to find the entry, but instead always playing outside, watching for Citizen. But he's traded from where? Spirit just peeked the kitchen hall door. And now it's a 4 versus 4. Almost a man advantage for Dark Zero. But Pasha winning the tussle. Great rotate by the Fuse. And man advantage back in the favor of Virtus.pro. But what was that angle? Never mind. He gets off.
I was just saying, let him cook. Let him cook. But he gets off. I mean, but again, what a ridiculous cut from VP. They've got always just sitting in stock, waiting for this guy to try and drop the hatch. Pamba will even the odds, but then there's another player on the stairs. Joystick on Blitz is yet another cut. VP's trade game has been indomitable. Now they lead 3-2 in the round once again. The 2 SAS operators, shotgun SMG combos, are left to try and clutch and recover the half for DZ. But in comes the fuses. NJR almost dies to it, and Joystick is looking to take site control. First gas canister comes out from NJR. Tries to block off trip wall or the hallway. As Nafe sets up the other angle with the C4. Pasha attempting to force something back, make sure no one's hiding behind the bar, but the C4 gets caught on the door and misses. Joystick also doesn't get shot. Nafe almost dies. Joystick is in the site, taking a 1v2, and he loses it. Now we're back to even. They've got pings on Pasha, but they don't know about Dan, who gets one traded out. 1v1 for DZ to save the half, but Pasha is the savior once again for Virtus.pro.
And all the space he made with that fuse, allowing Joystick to run in, kind of ringing the dinner bell of, hey guys, we might threaten a site clear to get that diffuser down or win another gunfight. He felt like such a menace that entire game, and you talked about it during the round, Harrison. The trades by Virtus.pro, the second they get the man advantage, they go, all right, anytime someone tries to swing us, we just have their trade. You saw the guy from jail door swing out, that was Spirits, he got his 1-for-1, and now you've got Pasha walking downstairs, getting the kill. All of his kills that round were trades, Harrison. Literally every single one, he got a 3K.
We were talking about we were talking about it before, or like during breakfast today, before call time, right? Where VP, funny enough, chess, also a very good game for the Russians. VP, just like chess, they get the advantage and they immediately start trying to simplify. They do not want the defense to regain tempo, find their footing. VP are saying, okay, we've got the man advantage. Like you said, let's just play the math. Let's just simplify. And they get themselves in these 3v1s, 2v1s. And by playing so aggressive like that, people don't expect it. And it's why we saw 4v1s in a row and now a 5-1 attacking half on Clubhouse. After VP have looked, I mean, they've looked really good on attack. They look even better on the defense. We're going CCTV first, interestingly enough. Same kind of idea that DZ had. And VP are, in fact, bringing that Jaeger to help support Azami and Rafters, something DZ did not bring, and Spirits ended up paying the ultimate price for it. They've even got the Frost is interesting from Shepard, maybe looking to just kind of lock down some of those windows, get some damage on DZ as they try to clear opposite side map should they go for it. You can also use it to kind of trap the shield as they work up garage stairs because they're not going to be looking at it. And speaking of shield, this is where Spirits shines, though. He's got his Blackbeard.
I have to say, overall, very happy with how well Virtus.pro have been in the upper bracket. You know, they've only shown 2 maps. Both of them so far have looked very dominant. You know, despite regionally speaking, they were in like, what, 4th place, I think it was? Because it was 4th. Secret, Falcons, and G2 as those top 3. Yep. So this has been an incredible run for them so far throughout their best-of-1 matches. And yeah, I think the Frost really just trying to double down with the Clash as well to stall and stop Spirits from being that reign of terror on Blackbeard. The shield emphasis against FaZe was very obvious. So now seeing it once again for Dark Zero, you know, it makes a lot of sense, but Virtus.pro are clearly prepared for it. I think almost all of their operators counter it in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, if Spirits is going to be in a world of hurt if he's up against that Clash, we know how far that shield goes away from your body thanks to those shocks. And about a minute in, no one on DZ is even in the building yet. They haven't begun this clear because they see how far forward VP are with this Azami, with this Clash, potential Frost mats under those windows too, and it doesn't feel safe enough to go in yet. Still a lot of setting up here for Dark Zero, but usually they're the team that benefits from having a more aggressive playstyle in the early round, unlike Virtus.pro where they are extremely methodical. What? Clash outside the building. It's like, all right, there's a guy highway, and no, the bear trap! It catches Spirits by surprise. You called it. You read them like a book, Harrison. The 5 versus 2 off the rip for Virtus.pro, and I fear that NGR and Citizen won't be able to power up off the plethora of utility that's here in the final minutes. Citizen being forced, or forcing out always with that frag grenade. Good play for him, but there's still so much left to accomplish in this late round. And still so much utility from VP2. Dan has been generating those Kivas the whole round, and he's still in Master. Dan has all of his gas canisters. Shepard is supporting from Logi, and both players just instantly die. Technically, becoming a 1v4 at the end of that round. So that's our 5th of the game for VP. What is it with us in like 3Ks and 1v4s, Harrison? I don't know. During all of Element, we had nothing but 3K after 3K after 3K on Cafe, and now Clubhouse, it's the 4v1s of Virtus.pro that they always end up winning. And like you talked about, simplifying the round every single time. They just started barging at Dark Zero the second Spirits was injured. They knew that was the spearhead. They knew that was the playmaking factor of having a shield to allow Dark Zero to get in the building and work fights. Once that player is gone, they immediately double down on the aggression. And wow, yeah, even on the replays, they look so electric. Yeah. I would not be shocked if they close this out 7-1, Harrison. I wouldn't be either. I mean, especially because with how long DZ took to do anything, VP are probably thinking to themselves, okay, Blackbeard's dead, they got nothing. Yeah. Like, what do they have? Just keep playing Clash. It's that simple. Yeah, and that's what they're going to do because this map might end before DZ have the opportunity to ban her. She's just going to be such a headache. And
that's the punishment you receive when you go down 1-5 on any half. And now we've still got the Azami. We've still got the Clash. Now we've got Wamai from Joystick, who's going to be happy to play Rafters back up into Cash, play around the Cash box, play around Green box. He's going to be so hard to clear because he's also got the impact trick potential. And DZ, I mean, again, a very, very normal lineup. Nothing wrong with that, but dropping the shields, they're not bringing like the usual cheese that we're so used to seeing DZ bring and excel with.
Definitely is interesting, especially with so much window presence on this map. You know, maybe something like a Ying could be vital. Glaz as well, not a bad option to say the least. Maybe not for this site specifically, but it is interesting that a team we talk about so much, having someone like Spirits who can play those cheese ops consistently and then having a good core around it, it just not being played despite all that. And JR does get the entry, but Nath loses a lot of HP in the process of that, and they do get this breach opened up, but there is still an entire extension over by Red, and it's Pasha holding this. With the help of these magnets, the shield can be used to stop the Red walk-up, and the magnets can give Pasha time to react to this clear upstairs.
There's no pocket EMPs from this attack either. At least I don't believe so. I think Nath brought hard breach. Even if he did bring pocket EMPs, that's why there's Wamaidis set up around Pasha to stop that and the explosives. They drone him out, but he's chilling behind the shield. What are you going to do? He can activate it at any moment. Here comes the air jabs, but still the Wamai is in play. Pasha is going to be able to just walk forward to evade them, but he's getting pressured out by this nade. He's still alive somehow, and Joystick off that push gets a kill. Pasha's traded out. Joystick trying to get aggressive, though, ends up losing his life. Dan trades. For the first time this game, DZ have a man advantage. 3-on-2, and they've got plenty of time left.
Spirits is still low, however, and they use so much utility just to clear the Clash. I think barely any air jabs left for Spirits. 2 track stingers to try to make some space in this round, and a couple of drones, but one of them being in the basement. This will take so long to rotate upstairs. I don't even know if it's that worth it for Dark Zero, as they don't have a lot of time to hit the go button in sight, but it looks like Citizen will commit just to see if they can try to ISO someone, maybe a player by Logi. That'll be Shepard alone, waiting for someone to walk in through the rotate. Dan hiding in bathroom, maybe to stop the presence of Highway Window. Dark Zero coming down to an absolute halt, as they're just looking for a weak point here in Virtus.pro's defense.
15 seconds remain now. In through the window comes one player, Citizen. He's the man with the case. They light him up. They know where he is. He's got a goo mine in his foot that he's got to take out before he can plant. He's got to do it. He's finally sticking into 1v2, but Dan can deny with the impact, and behind the mattress. The Russians making a great case to reclaim that crown as the kings of Clubhouse.
An almost flawless series for Virtus.pro throughout 2 best-of-1s on Clubhouse. They lost a total of 3 rounds. If you are any team facing VP into playoffs, I would imagine you insta-ban this map.
Oh, yeah. That's what, we've been saying that the whole day. Every time we've been doing prep before a game, be like, oh, this team's playing VP. Let's look at the bans. Okay, take Clubhouse off the board because they're going to ban Clubhouse against them, and no one's doing it. And the advantage that you get, because you only have to win 2 best-of-1s to qualify for playoffs. The advantage that you get being able to play the same map and show barely anything because they only lose 3 rounds is huge. 1, if a team does for some reason want to play Clubhouse against you, they don't have a ton of footage. And 2, you probably just scared every other team off of it. So now your prep is easier because you're going to ban the same 4 maps, and you know that the other team is probably going to take Club away.
Yeah, that's a very interesting result. We were questioning it a lot before we actually went into the map then. How on earth are you going to take them to Clubhouse right on the back of a very strong performance? I think, look, we could theory craft all day long about what DZ had done in the break. There's plenty of opportunities for them to go on VOD review, maybe just prepare for Clubhouse. Maybe they felt like they could do it. But only 3 rounds lost out of 2 maps for Virtus.pro. I don't think you could have had a cleaner start to EWC if you wished for it.
No, VP are looking really like back when they were like scary Empire. This is how VP looks. Yep. And again, like I said, the advantage you have playing the same map, barely losing anything, going into playoffs now. And John and I were talking about how absurd is it that in the same game, VP had 5 4v1s.
Yeah, it's not
4
right.
of them in a row to start the map.
It's not right. And unfortunately for that, it kind of sets a precedent moving forward, regardless of Clubhouse or not. Virtus.pro is showing up at EWC, and that is a massive sign for all the teams, especially when we're seeing the likes of FaZe stumble against the team they just versed.
Yeah.
You know, like all of these opportunities, Furia as well falling at OXG, things are just being thrown into complete disarray. And I think now is probably the best chance Virtus.pro have to, I guess, take this and run with it. Speaking of taking and running with it, Whip it, why don't you do the same?
I'm here with Dan, of course. VP, another victory and a dominant one. You go up against DZ here in Clubhouse yet again. What was the preparation for Dark Zero?
We're ready for a close game because we know that Dark Zero is a great team. But I don't know, something happened. Maybe we played great, maybe they just didn't feel like themselves during this game. Like during the attack, I was just running whole attack. I think I played like 1-2. My score was after that whole attack. Half I was just running, the guys were killing everyone, and on defense we just decided that we have like a lot of rounds till they can come back, so we can play a little bit aggressive now, and we try to not let them enter the map, not let them take the space, and I'm glad that that worked out.
Obviously you guys played Clubhouse earlier on today. What was the decision making going back to the same map again?
I think like during the first game we felt that Clubhouse is going well today, so why not? I think that's simple.
You know, listen, if you're winning on Clubhouse, you may as well keep winning on Clubhouse going forward. So massive results for you guys. What's your next step? Who are you looking forward to playing next?
I don't know. Who is our next opponent? Like every team that is on this event deserves to be there. Like all great teams, and all we need to do is just keep working on ourselves, like on our play style, and just be like at our best form during the game day.
So you guys have obviously had 2 massive victories. What's the big moment for you guys? What do you guys think you still have to work on to get across the finish line here?
I think the main point is communication. When the communication is like everyone is talking, have ideas, we are playing great Siege. And today was the day where like everyone was talking, a lot of information, a lot of ideas, and the game kept going our way. We just need to work that this communication would be consistent for us, like that we can communicate like that every day, any game. That's, I think, the main thing we're working right now.
Well, of course, congratulations on a very good, strong victory against Dark Zero. Can't wait to see what you guys can do the rest of the tournament. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's Virtus.pro, and Dan, and one massive performance yet again. Back to the desk for you guys.
Thank you very much for that, Whippet. And again, just some more insight. There is a great saying that is used time and time again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Dan has literally just replicated that in the survey. He was saying himself, yeah, look, I mean, hey, if we just go and 7-2 a team, why not just go back? We're feeling comfortable, we're feeling confident, and that's the performance you get out of, I'm going to say, a world-beating team. At the moment, they're on a very good run. I think it's clear to say it's dub house now for Virtus.pro.
Oh, yeah. I think they're super back. They're ultra back on Clubhouse. And I love what Dan was saying too, that, you know, 2 big takeaways from this game. 1, VP looks super scary, especially on Club again. But 2, like Dan said, DZ are really good. He was expecting a super close game. They just beat FaZe 7-3. So something happened, and DZ need to fix it, because otherwise they're going home today.
Wow. Yeah, right.
I was about to say they need to fix it tomorrow, but I forgot we're eliminating 8 teams today.
It's how it happens. Things just kind of they get a little brutal. But I guess that's just the way this kind of format goes. It's so intensive for the maps. It's so intensive for the teams that you don't have that option. You don't get a second chance. Your only second chance is the lower bracket. That's it. You don't get time to recuperate. You don't get a night to think on it, to sleep on it. A little concerning if you are Dark Zero, but what are your takeaways for Dark Zero? Are there any positives you can pull from this?
I would have to say at least some of the positives were that they were trying to adapt in the first half. You know, they were a little more aggressive. They were noticing how slow Virtus.pro were, but when it came to that trade game, no one stepped up to the plate on Dark Zero, where Virtus.pro, literally during the interview, they highlighted how good their communication was. Having someone consistently coming to play for those trades, working together on an execute, having split takes like the Red Lurk all the way from the beginning of round number 1, that's what's going to win you games like this. And again, it's just a great sign for Virtus.pro that they got 2 reps in win on a map that they love against two fairly strong teams and winning so one-sidedly.
Yeah, you like the red lurk, Pasha jumping in the Logi.
Yeah.
Always in the basement killing 2 people on a cut. Like we literally talked about against Fear X. It's incredible what VP are doing.
It is, and I think that now they've set the tone for the rest of their campaign at EWC. It's a exciting prospect, especially when you start thinking about what teams are starting to underperform. But, I mean, speaking of underperforming, how about a player that didn't underperform? Let's go to the Sony MVP. That Shepard, after a strong first series, back-to-back, performs as needed for Virtus.pro here on Clubhouse and ultimately gets them across the line. Get this, they didn't even have to play 20 rounds of Siege to qualify for Phase 2. What?
Yeah, they played 17
Insane.
total. Right? And again, on the same map, and it's great seeing Shepard do good stuff because we know his strength with VP is he's a great droner, he's a fantastic utility support player, and he's cold in the clutch. He's one of the most clutch players in the world. He didn't have to do that a single round today because they were so dominant, and yet he was still the top performer. And it just goes to show, again, the depth that VP have, because Shepard is typically your backline guy, but if you need him to, he's still going to be able to drop double digits.
Fellow, let's talk a little broader, shall we? Because 4 best of ones are done and dusted for us here on the Siege stream. What are your takeaways from what we've seen so far? Is it time for the upset? Is it time for a new king of EWC?
I think so. You know, Shopify Rebellion specifically, that's a team that we got to watch so much on this stream specifically. They played lights out on Chalet. They played lights out against G2 as well. That timeout was extremely well done by them in that match. And also, like, G2 were the best team inside of EML as well. They've looked so good since their pickup of Stompin'. Almost everybody on that team can make a hero play. Laura had so many clutches that match, yet Shopify Rebellion remained so calm and collected that they still won the game in regulation, not even needing overtime. I think that's a team to look out for. Maybe OXG could be a great dark horse pick as well. And despite Furia losing that game, I think they still have a chance. You know, I know we mentioned that hot take earlier on the broadcast, but Furia are definitely no slouches in a best-of-3 series.
And there's also, too, we can't forget W7M.
Yeah, oh my God.
Dumbstirring SSG.
That was so good.
Not the result that we thought. 7-1.
We haven't talked about it, have we?
7-1.
No, that's really scary. If you look back at some of the performances today, I think that there's been some really disappointing starts to people's campaign. SSG is absolutely not exempt from that. That is not a performance you want to be seeing from a team that consistently at international events we always have such high hopes for.
And it's number one. They were number one coming out of NA.
It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up, especially when you consider what they've been able to do over the last couple of years. It feels like now they should be really starting to hit their stride. Granted, we'll give them the props that they deserve for finishing first in NAL, but we've always said regionally, fantastic. What happens when you get internationally? That's where you start to define yourself. Who's a front runner for you?
I really like your pick of Shopify, especially not only does Shopify look amazing against 2 really good teams, but also I think the storyline is just great because Shopify have been dominant in NA for years upon years upon years, and the highest they've ever placed at a LAN is 3rd, 4th. It would be incredible if they were to get their first chip here.
Same thing with OXG as well. Like, they were basically off the world at one point until they won the LCQ back for SI, and they had a pretty deep run, I think, beating G2 as well during that event. So that would be a really interesting team to see make it really far and potentially qualify into the playoffs. Then you've got for Brazil as well, FaZe Clan versus Fear X. That could be a really good game. Then going into G2, where they've played that team so many times, we have some really good lower bracket matches.
Oh, yeah. We do. We certainly do. Like, giving it the context of what's happened in this upper bracket, I'll just read out the scores very quickly, because you see 1-0 and you might think, why have we been gassing up what we've been talking about? G2, Gen.G, 7-2. Fear X, Virtus.pro, 7-2. Dark Zero FaZe, 7-3. It just like, these results are, like, some of them, we could probably have predicted. Maybe Fear X might be one of those teams where it's like, okay, we're on the fence with what they're going to do internationally, and especially when you get to such a big tournament. But the rest of those results are absolutely gobsmacking. Of course, looking at Group B that we have not really covered too much of, if any at all. I don't think we've even touched it, but things have transpired a little interesting. Crow, something's got you.
Falcons SSG for one of them is getting first rounded.
That's crazy.
That's criminal. Either the winner of last EWC or the best domestic NA team is going home.
But so
first.
let me say this. Lower bracket right now, first EWC, first NAL Stage 1. You've got Furia, who are world champions, and you've got Enterprise, one of the best teams in the world, all in the lower bracket. How does that happen? Obviously, from here on out, I should not take the mickey that much. From here on out, we now turn into best of threes, which is a very important talking point. There's a lot of action still to come.
Yeah, and I think, too, something else we got to mention, NIP OXG, 2 dark horses that no one expected to qual from their respective regions. Everyone thought it was going to be M80 over OXG and Liquid/Loud over NIP, and now one of them is about to qualify.
I don't want to say it's disappointing for the teams that didn't make it, but imagine if they were the Liquids. Imagine if they were the M80s, like what this tournament would look like. But I guess overarching perspective from stage 1, it's nice to see that we're starting to get new teams pop up internationally and be able to perform, fellow.
This is like one of Secret's best runs as well so far. I mean, winning that match against Falcons is absolutely massive, and now going against W7M, if they win that best of 1, I think they could make top 4 contention without a shadow of a doubt. And even during EML, they did make some mistakes against G2, sure. They did have like a couple of hiccups, but at least today, they've looked really great. So I'm kind of excited to watch the W7M match from like over the couch in our green room, to be honest. Like that'll be a really fun game to look at.
Right. Well, the curtains are closing here on the C stream. Final thoughts before we go, Corey?
This was awesome. Like we said, our first proper LAN. Everyone's been like super nice, like getting to meet all the talent that I've watched for 10 freaking, like I've been watching this esport for a million, literally since it started. I remember watching the very first Pro League final, Mint versus Pengu on House. That's like a core memory for me.
Wow.
And so like meeting everyone, they've all been super chill. You've been like helping John and I acclimate to LAN. You've been
boys have done well.
Freaking awesome.
You've done well.
Yeah, it's been so fun. And thank all of you for tuning in to C-Stream.
Fellow?
I think as well, getting to watch some of our favorite teams play as well. Like I've always thought G2 is a really solid team. Dark Zero, we know a lot of those players from T1 NA because they used to be in they used to be in CL when we were casting in Tier 2. So it's really great to see their glow up, and we kind of get to be there with them, rooting them on a little bit, and also watching other regions develop too.
Yeah. It's been an interesting day.
For sure.
Four best of ones, and it's been interesting. Gents, thank you very much for joining us.
Shout out Whippet too. Shout out Whippet.
Yeah.
Wait, let me get the
gets his props.
Oh no, it's not going to be zoomed in.
Shout out Whippet.
Yeah, we'll pretend that Whippet's in the middle. Whippet, well done. Great job. But of course, everyone at home, thank you very much for watching the C stream. Don't worry, Siege is not over, not by a long shot. We've still got the B stream. We've got the A stream still running, so you can still tune in for at least like another 6 hours. There's 2 best of 3s, 2 best of 1s still to go on both streams. There's a lot, so make sure you tune into those. But otherwise, thank you very much for joining us here on the C stream. We'll see you next time. Good night.
Bye.